म्हणजे आज 5 वाजता तुमचं 5 17 म्हणजे 5 ना 5 वाजता तुमचं आपलं ओके. हॅलो केलंस का झूम स्टार्ट कर ना काय करू अरे तू स्टार्ट कर ना ते इंटिग्रेट करावं लागतं युट्यूबला. हो का कोणत्या अकाउंट सांगितलं युट्यूब ऑन कर हा ऑन कर
Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
हा सेंड त्याला सांगा की कन्फर्म करतो. हा ज्याला असेल जो असेल त्याला
हाँ अमूल आज मुझे बीपीएल बोलना 5 दिवस सांगू
32 लाखला कोणाचा विचार केला एकदा
666.
Morning, Professor Pai.
Good morning. How are you?
Nice to see you. And also-
After many years.
Yes. So pleased to see you, and also the professor from IIT Tirupuri.
Yeah.
Lovely. So
Dr. Raghav Rao is also a past UDCTian.
excellent. So we are a wonderful collection of people. So look for the big event that you've organized this year, huh?
Yeah, I have organized a few.
Yes.
And I'm hoping that, Dr. Raghav Rao is already with us. I was hoping that you can also join us in a couple of webinars.
Yes, of course.
Good, good.
So I have very fond memories of UDCT or ITC. And in fact, I for some strange reason, I got connected with Professor Sharma recently, and I was telling him what a great impact UDCT had on my life, and it's wonderful. Yeah.
Good morning, professors. Sorry, I was just renaming myself. That's why it took a couple of minutes.
No problem.
Very good morning, and nice to hear the nice words about UDCT from Dr. Henry.
Very good, very good. I think I stand on the shoulders of the giants like Professor Pai and my wonderful professor at that time, Professor Rege, Sulabile, Subhash, and of course Tamani. Yeah, wonderful. I mean, it's an amazing place. I think it's only when you leave UDCT you know what an iconic place it is. It really is outstanding.
There is always that special bond,
Yes. Is that Maleshi from CFTR?
Dr. Maleshi.
Is that Professor Maleshi from CFTR, right?
Yes, I think so.
Very good. But
How
I hope
are you, Dr. Maleshi?
the audience can't hear us, no? Professor Pai? The audience can't hear us at the moment, yeah?
I
I think it is only among the speakers.
Oh, good. So how many do you expect at this meeting today?
I do not know. I think Dr. Uday Annapure,
Yes.
he might know.
Yeah, so I say this is only for the speakers. Very good. Excellent. So we are closing to time, aren't we? Nearing time. 5 minutes more.
Yeah, 5 more minutes.
Yeah. Very good. So how have you been, Professor?
Yeah, pretty good.
Good. And also I had a nice email from Rekha, who's got the...
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Got that distinguished UDCT alumni.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Very good. So you were initially going to have this as a live event, weren't you? I mean, like everybody coming to the venue in Mumbai. Is that correct?
I'm not the organizer.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Uday is. So I'm just like you. I'm an invitee here.
That is true, but it is, as you said, it is planned for offline because of other reasons. They went for online.
I see. So everything is now online, huh? So there are no
Everything is online.
Very good. I mean, in a way, it's practical because the COVID situation, even in Singapore, despite all the restrictions, is still quite of concern.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think Maharashtra government is planning to relax it a bit.
Okay.
They're thinking of, starting the schools at least.
Right.
Probably in a week or 10 days time.
Right.
And maybe even think of colleges.
Okay. Sounds good.
How is the situation in Singapore?
Well, I mean, very small numbers, but here 200 is taken as a very serious number. 200 in a population of 6 million. But that's why it's such an amazing country in terms of control and management. Most of us, nearly 5 million, have got both vaccines. 5 million people have been vaccinated.
Wow.
A population of 6, and most of us have got the third booster. So I mean, this country is so well organized. I mean, it's a model city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning, Dr. Srivastav and Dr. Negi. Are they able to hear? They are the chair and co-chair of the session. It looks not.
Professor Pai, is Professor Sulabele still around?
That's a difficult question. I have not been in touch with him for some time. I'll find out and I'll let you know.
And what about Professor Iyer?
Professor Iyer is still there. He's in Bangalore.
Okay.
But he is not moving out. I think he has health issues.
Yes.
So
And
it is difficult.
What about Professor Kulkarni?
Kulkarni does take some lectures at UDCT.
Right.
But besides that, I think she also has some health issues.
Oh.
The lectures right now, since they are online,
Yes.
so it is very easy for her.
Yes. Anyway, give them all my fond greetings if you ever see them.
I will. Yeah.
So, Professor Raghav Rao, when have you moved to IIT in Tirupati? Recently?
Yeah, recently, a little over 1 year. I superannuated at CFTRI somewhere in August.
Yes.
Then October I joined here.
Wonderful.
He was the director of CFTRI for a few years. Yeah.
Of course. I've been there during the time, you can see how old I am. First, when Professor Amla was there, and then when Prakash, who's been with me for many occasions.
Yeah.
I joined when Dr. Amla was the director, just finishing his term.
Right. Very good.
Dr. Srivastav, are you able to hear us?
Hello?
You are on mute. You have to unmute yourself.
No, I think
Dr.
they are
Srivastav.
not.
Yeah. Go
Good morning,
ahead.
everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Alok and Dr. Nege.
Good morning, sir. I welcome you all our esteemed speakers and our chairman.
Thank you very much.
To start the session, I will just briefly introduce our chair. Our today chair is Dr. Anup Kumar Srivastava. He is currently Chief Scientist and Head Food Safety and Analytical Quality Control Lab, CSR, CFTRI, Mysore. He has obtained his PhD in food science and he has over 3 decades experience in cereal science and technology, protein chemistry, food fortification, food safety, quality assurance, food regulation, and quality management system. He is chairman of BIS FAD 28 and member of many FSSAI panels. He has 40 publications and 5 patents and 5 technologies. And he was awarded CSR DAT Fellowship. With this brief introduction, I request Chair to take session forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Negi. Welcome you all for this plenary session where we have 3 esteemed speakers. On the behalf of ICFOST team, we welcome all the speakers and also we welcome all the delegates who are through 2 channels. One channel is one Zoom link and other one which is through the YouTube live. So welcome you all. Good morning to each one of you. It is my pleasure to introduce my co-chair, Dr. Pradeep Singh Negi, Chief Scientist in Fruits and Vegetable Technology, CFTRI, Mysore. He has over 25 years of experience working in the area of fruits and vegetable. Member of several committees of FSSAI, BIS, PMFME. And then Dr. Negi has been bestowed with many prestigious honor. To name a few, Dr. J.S. Shruti Award 2017.
Right.
Lalji Godhu Smarak Nidhi Award 2013. Professor Jeevan Singh Sidhu Award 2007 and Young Scientist Award 2004, all by AFSTI. He has over 78 publications, book chapter 17, patents 8, and he is guiding number of students for PhD and masters. He is also have fellowship of Boy Scouts and Raman Fellowship. With this brief introduction, I welcome Dr. Negi for this session. To start with the session, just to inform the esteemed speakers that the session duration total is around 1.5 hours. We are starting at 9:05 or so. So maybe each speaker, if you all agree, about 25 minutes talk should be okay. Then at the end, we will have some time, 10 minutes collectively, so that if delegates wants to interact with any one of you, we will have adequate time. Hope it is fine, sir, for all of you.
Yeah, it is perfect.
Absolutely fine.
Thank you, sir. Now with this, we move on to first talk, and it is my honor and privilege to welcome my former director and very dear friend, Dr. KSMS Raghav Rao, sir. Dr. Raghav Rao basically chemical engineering and specialized in food engineering and biotechnology. Obtained his BTech from Andhra University and did his direct PhD from ICT, Mumbai. And then after his postdoc at NIST, Colorado, for a brief stay at NIT Warangal, he joined CFTRI in 1990. And then he continued and then rose to the highest position of director. And he served the director from 2018 to 2020. And after his superannuation, Dr. Raghav Rao joined IIT Tirupati as a professor in chemical engineering. Sir has several outstanding contributions and achievements. Several of his technologies, number of them, 30 total, has been transferred to multiple industries, and notable among them is VCO, virgin coconut oil, has been transferred to almost 60 industry. He has guided over 22 students and fellows for PhD. And then he has several prestigious fellowships, including FNAE, FASC, FNAAS, and he has over 160 publication with H index of 51 and citation over 6,500. And Sir is also inventor for about 28 patents and 28 international patents and about 55 Indian patents. He has leadership for several of the projects at CFTTRI and several of the GrantiNet projects, numbering around 50 and then 25 industrial sponsored projects led successfully. So the delegates, we are fortunate to have Dr. KSMS Raghav Rao to share his wisdom with us with this brief introduction. I request and invite Dr. Raghav Rao to kindly deliver his talk on the topic adaptable technologies for food processing engineering. Sir, it is your time.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastav. So can I start sharing my slides?
Just start that. Hope it is enabled. If not, I request Bodhankar team to enable that.
Yeah, are you able to see these things?
Yes, sir. Fine, sir. Absolutely fine. Okay. Maybe you can go to the full screen, sir.
Yeah,
F5.
I am doing that. And I may please, you are being the chair or co-chair, one of you, if I am crossing the time, please immediately 5 minutes before my deadline, you please caution me. So immediately I will wind up the lecture. So very good morning to all of you. So at the outset, I thank the organizers, AFST, for giving me this opportunity to share some of my current activities at IIT Tirupati with all of you. So it is the beautiful institute CFTRI where most of my time I have spent about 30 years before, where it has established a lot of my career achievements. And then essentially my research has been application of chemical engineering to food and bioprocessing. Most of the time it has been applied research with a flavor of basic research in terms of mathematical modeling from first principles. I attribute whatever little success I achieved to all the students and scientists who have worked for their PhD with me and excellent collaborators at CFTRI. So almost in all the departments I have collaborated, I sincerely thank them. It is really the destiny that at NIT Warangal, after my postdoc at University of Colorado, I started food processing as an elective. Then I moved to CFTRI. Then I am coming to IIT, still continuing the application of chemical engineers to food processing. So as you know, this is the beautiful pilot plant of CFTRI. So I depict this in every time to impress upon the audience that how complex is the food processing. It is for the human consumption, unlike a mechanical product, and the physical nature will change, the porosity will change, the density will change, all the properties will change. So thermal conductivity, transport properties, everything will change. So it is a very challenging proposition to do food processing, especially to model the process that is happening. So that adds extra challenge. Once with this strong background from CFTRI, I moved to IIT Tirupati Chemical Engineering Department. Here I started again taking off where I have left it. My first project I inherited from my senior professor who has retired here, Professor Natarajan, was on the nanomaterials based active intelligent packaging for selected foods. So this project we have successfully completed, and there are industry adaptation, industrial discussions are going on for the technology transfer. It involves membrane casting using electrospinning and incorporating natural materials into the film so that it will give the extension of shelf life. Then under PMFME, like CFTRI, so we also proposed, I submitted a proposal for common incubation center for fruits and vegetables. And under ODOP, it is a tomato is the Chittoor district commodity, but it is famous for mango also. So tomato, mango, and citrus line we have put. About 2.6 crores have been sanctioned and civil works is going on and plant and machinery has been ordered. The technology we received from CFTRI again, we have a MOU with CFTRI. That's why the collaboration is still continuing. I involved my junior colleagues, Dr. Trivikram and Dr. Anil, and technical assistant Malli in the project. This is where the technology park, this is the right side. You can see my IIT campus, which is about 546 acres. So 16 acres on the other side, which is earmarked for technology park. In the technology mark, my proposed incubation center will be coming. The construction will start soon. We proposed the sketch we have given, and engineering division has prepared the drawing, and this is the proposed processing lines, how they come in the system. Another active project that we have submitted was aqueous two-phase system in microfluidics. Dr. Anil Veer, he has expertise in microfluidics, microreactors. So we want to enhance the productivity. Intensification was achieved in microfluidics. We submitted a project, collaborative project, and we received the granting of about 40 lakhs. Then drying equipment for paddy is one of the things we started because there was a MOU with ISER, IIT and Acharya Ranga Agriculture University in Andhra Pradesh. In the brainstorming session, it was finalized, it was identified that paddy moisture content is one of the serious issues faced by farmers. So we submitted a proposal for Sri Foundation, Vijayawada, because they are looking at the funding of all the farmers' problems in the state. Then DST has called for a desalination mega projects invitation. So we responded to that project by submitting a mega project on development of materials and membranes based on nanotechnology for a desalination of water. So Dr. Narendra Singh, who has expertise PhD from IIT Kanpur as in nanomaterials, is my collaborator, and Shihabuddin from environmental engineering, who is already working in desalination, has a huge project, but totally different process of electro precipitation. Then again with Dr. Naren, that application of nanotechnology in developing a specified characteristics of membrane, either super hydrophobic or super hydrophilic membranes, because as Dr. Srivastava has mentioned, VCO has transferred to several industries, but one of the small snag in the technology is the residual moisture that remains in the VCO after centrifugation, and also the traces of oil remains in the aqueous phase that comes, which has to be further purified. So both these things can be addressed using this nanotechnology based membranes, where which are hydrophilic and super hydrophobic to remove these traces from the sink. And we are submitted to Coconut Development Board. We are waiting for the defending the project. Continuing the development of equipment for traditional Indian foods. Here I have expertise in artificial intelligence and machine learning. So Dr. Nabil and Dr. Madan Mohan of mechanical engineering. Involving them, we proposed a project to DST, design and development of equipment for Putarekulu. Then solar drying has been an alternative source of regenerative energy in the country. There is a lot of fillip is given. One of my colleague here, Dr. Balaji Subramanyam, mechanical engineer, has come out with a very, very inexpensive way of generating solar. So then we proposed along with my colleague, Dr. Sunil Kumar Tamida, the different designs of solars, and we have submitted this project proposal for DST funding. Then cold plasma for food processing is another area that is coming up, immediately adaptable for industry. There is a USA industry is interested in sponsoring this project. We involved again the CFTRI ex-student Dr. Poonam Mishra, who has a startup company in India after his PhD abroad. He was my master student at CFTRI. And Rakesh Sharma, who is a professor in physics department of IIT, is my collaborator. We are going for a mega project. We have submitted a mega project to DST and also institute in identifying IIT itself, identifying the importance. They have sanctioned about 20 lakhs for this project. Then Center of Excellence for Food Processing is another mega project that we are taking up again with the colleagues of Dr. Trivikram and Dr. Anil. It is really the brainchild of our director, Dr. K.N. Satyanarayana, who wanted to establish a Center of Excellence with the support of industry. A couple of multinationals already shown their interest to be participants and to provide the huge amount of partial funding. So we are in talks with the MFPI for to submit the proposal. Soon we will be submitting this proposal. Then we have a collaborative project with the Dalhousie University, Canada. We have the collaborators from the Dalhousie side, Dr. Trai, Dr. Uday, Dr. Yang Chang, and from India, from IIT side, I have Dr. Nabil, Dr. Naren, and Dr. Roshan, We are looking at, again, the desalination of water and water distribution network using artificial intelligence and machine learning, and also water treatment using catalysis, which is again the expertise of Dr. Naren, for removal of organic compounds for environmentally waste treatment processing, both in the lakes of Canada as well as Indian origin. Again, with the Dalhousie University, a process industry from Canada is interested in sponsoring a project for recovering of biomolecules from sea cucumber and also oil and proteins from fish processing waste. So this again, I have the same collaborators in the project. Here we are exploring the differential partitioning of aqueous two-phase system, which has been my main forte at CFTRI for this. And we are MOU and the agreement draft is under consideration. Soon the project will take off. Aqueous two-phase extraction for downstream processing of amaranthus. This is initiative from collaboration with ICER. Tirupati is unique in having IIT and ICER in the same place. Dr. Ishwar Reddy of ICER and Dr. Vasudha Rani, they looked at our earlier publications of betalins, that work that I have carried out at CFTRI with Dr. Umesh Abar and Dr. Hemavati, both did my PhD with me. So based on that work, they came up and proposed that why don't we look for the extraction of betalins from a much cheaper source, amaranthus. And Dr. Ishwar Reddy has a huge expertise on developing several cell lines, and Dr. Vasudha has expertise in plant cell and hairy root cultures, which I started with the plant cell biotechnology department of CFTRI. So this project we have submitted to Department of Biotechnology, has a huge potential. And then I've been a resource person for Vignan University. As a mentor for them, I suggested separation and purification of characterization of value-added compounds from coconut waste for development of health foods. This has been submitted at the Coconut Development Board. So then we do not have the nutrition department at IIT or ICER. So we are collaborating. This was the forte of CFTRI. To supplement this, I collaborated with SV University, Mahila University, Sri Padmavati Mahila Vidyalaya, that is Mahila University, Women's University, and their professors Sirisha and Sujata were my collaborators. We have submitted a project for food supplements with superfoods for boosting immune systems against infections. They have a incubation center supported by BIRAC also. So that also we are collaboratively supporting the startup culture along with the mentors ICER, IIT and SV University. Then Indian Institute of Plantation Management, Dr. Channakesava Reddy, he has been following our work at CFTRI, and he approached us with a proposal that the medicinal constituents of honey that found in the different plant species of Tirumala Hills, this has been in principle approved by IPMRE in-house funding. Apart from that partial funding we are seeking from MFPI, the project is submitted for funding. Then one of the postdoctoral student who worked in the first project, as I mentioned, that the nanomaterial based biofilms, Dr. Narsaya is a PhD in chemistry. He wanted to submit his national postdoc fellowship for fabrication of metal and metal oxide nanoparticles from agro-waste cotton peels, which is currently a waste material, to obtain the 2D materials in place of chemicals and solvents. So that is the unique approach. It is under funding. Then I have my first PhD student, Selva Kumar, who is also again the origins. He was a former student of Dr. Madaliyar at the PCBT. He is looking at extraction and purification of biomolecules from macroalgae Again, we are collaborating with CMCRI Bhavnagar. Then another student, PhD student, he is from Tejpur University, Masters. He joined for the purification and extraction of secondary metabolites from amaranthus. He wants to look at the hairy root cultures and the plant cell cultures. This again, I will be collaborating with CFTRI. This is extraction and purification of high value added compounds from microalgae. Here I have my collaborator, Dr. Vikas Chauhan. We wanted to submit this to Indo-Israel collaborative project, but after reaching an advanced stage, the industry has backed out because of the COVID reasons. Their finance crunch has happened in the industries. They backed out. That's why we could not submit for Indo-Israel proposal, but we are submitting to external funding agency for this proposal. So another PhD student, he is from IIT Kharagpur, Sai Prasanna. She is looking at this membrane distillation of desalination for water and other applications, food applications. And another student, Nandan, from Tejpur University, again, looking at osmotic membrane processing, osmotic membrane process like OMD and forward osmosis with nanotechnology, coupled with nanotechnology to improve the intensification and also looking at the integration to improve the productivity. Then I have, Vaishali, already I mentioned. Yeah. Then, and now I have started my regrouping the PhD students. About 5 PhD students are all working for the past 1 year. Then we have a lot of BTech students who will do internship project with us. So it is, I would confess that it is far easier to guide 5 PhD students than 3 internship students. Their duration is just 3 months, but really they keep you on your toes. You assign the work, by evening they will come up with the solution. Yes, we have completed, what next? Like a genie story, the demon. So they finish the work so fast, and it is very difficult to keep them engaged with the work. I am amazed at their productivity levels. I appreciate that. So this boy, Mr. Mohit, who has looked at the drop dynamics, what I started with Dr. Rajendra and Dr. Ganapati Patil at CFTRI, he improvised that model within the short period of 3 months, and now he is going for a designing development of a new contactor for the spray calling. It was a really appreciable work. Then another student, Ms. Namrata, BTech student, who looked at the drop coalescence model that I started with Dr. Rajendra at CFTRI. She completed the model, and she is soon both of these students are going for a publication. It is appreciable at BTech level they go for publication in such a short term. Another couple of BTech students who did my internship project of 3 months with me, he is looking at the differential partitioning of fat and proteins from the fish waste. It will be very handy for the Dalhousie collaborative project. And another student, Sumit, BTech student, he is looking at the hold up and mass transfer correlations in spray columns. Then as you are aware, most of you are aware, my first love, why has come here is very close to Rishivatika near Madanapalli, where my Guruji's Vedic University is there. That interest is still alive. So I got an opportunity to submit a proposal asked by Ministry of Education, Indian Knowledge Society scheme, the yoga and naturopathy and meditation for improving the cognitive performance of school children pursuing national education. This is in collaboration with Humanities and Social Science Department of IIT, Dr. Vineet Kashyap, and Rishivatika Vedic University is also our collaborator. We have submitted for the funding. Then establishment of Center for Ancient Indian Knowledge in collaboration with ISER, Sanskrit University is another mega project that I'm looking at. Professor Raghav Rao of Humanities Department of IIT is my collaborator. I thank all the previous students and scientists and who has collaborated with me. Because of this, we could achieve so many things. Dr. Sanjay Nene from NCL Pune and currently is an entrepreneur. And also it is unfair if I don't acknowledge the my colleagues here. Professor Krishnaya, who is a real mentor for our department in spite of 4 years of age, is still active in research and teaching. Professor Sashidhar, Dr. Sunil Kumar, all faculty members, my collaborators at ISER, SV University, and other even at IIT, all the students, and not last but the least, Professor Satyanarayana, our director, and my mentor, Padma Bhushan, Professor J.B. Joshi of UDCT. So this is my small family, happy family at CFTRI, which gave a lot of encouragement and support for all these endeavors. Thank you for your kind attention. I'll be more than happy if I can address a couple of issues now, questions now or later as per the convenience of the organizers. Thank you. Over to Dr. Srivastav.
Sir, so much for highlighting contributions, and it is very happy that all your knowledge you are continuing extending in various projects for the welfare. Maybe, sir, all the clarifications and all, maybe we can take it at the end collectively.
As you wish. No problem.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now it's my honor to welcome next speaker, Dr. Christiani Henry. Dr. Henry, Deputy Executive Director, Singapore Institute of Food and Biotechnology Innovation. He is A-Star Director, the Clinical Nutrition Research Center, and A-Star Professor of Nutrition, Department of Biochemistry, National University of Singapore. Dr. Henry has obtained he has obtained his MSc in Human Nutrition from London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, University of London, and then completed his PhD in 1984, also from same institution. Then he has been working extensively since 2000 onwards, and then he is member of several of the important government and national and international committees. To just name some of his expertise and experiences: 2000 to 2003, board member of UK Government Food Standards Agency. 2007 to 11, General Scientific Advisory Committee, member of UK Food Standard Agency. Then 1997 to 2011, Professor of Food and Human Nutrition at Oxford Brookes University. 2014 till present, Professor Nutrition, Department of Biochemistry, National University of Singapore, famous NUS. 2017 to 20, Deputy Executive Director, Singapore Institute of Clinical Sciences. 2011 till present, Director, Clinical Nutrition Sciences, Singapore Institute of Clinical Sciences. 2020 to 21, Senior Advisor, Singapore Institute of Food and Biotechnology Innovation. And 20 to 21 till present, Deputy Executive Director, Singapore Institute of Food and Biotechnology Innovation. As Dr. Henry has several of the awards. I will just name few of them. Nutra Champion Asia Award, Institute of Food Technology, IFT, WK Kellogg International Food Security Award. He has been 100 most influential Asian scientist. And then he has also got 5th Niigata International Food Award, Grand Prix Award. He has over 300 publications in national and international journals. And then he has delivered almost about 400 lectures in around the world in national and international conferences. Dr. Henry has over 12 book chapters, and then his field of activity, he has been working and competency and expertise in the area of glycemic response, be it a bread or be it a food ingredient, including soya milk and all other ingredients, functional food, body weight management, and also high energy foods for malnutrition, energy regulation. So these are some of the activities which Dr. Henry is carrying out and his positions and awards. With this brief introduction, I request Dr. Henry to kindly speak and enlighten the delegates on the topic role of food technology in improving global nutrition. Over to you, Dr. Henry, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for your very generous introduction. Let me also first thank the organizers for inviting me, and particularly Professor Uday and Vikas for affording this introduction. Before I start my presentation, I want to say I owe an enormous debt of gratitude to India, because my first degree was from UDCT or ICT, and I've stood on the shoulders of many people that have taught me not only the science, but the love for science. And I want to acknowledge in public the enormous contribution that India has made to my life, and particularly ICT and UDCT. And I also was very, very touched by what Professor Raghav Rao said, our previous speaker, on the connection between food technology and nutrition is my broad structure of presentation. Can everybody see my slides? Can you see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir.
So the topic of my presentation is a rhetorical one, which is to ask the question, can food technology have an impact on improving global nutrition? And what are the opportunities and challenges? I want to pose this question rhetorically because I believe, as we shall see in our presentation, that the nexus between food technology and nutrition seems rather obvious, but in reality, the two have been running parallel rather than as a convoluted discourse together. So in my next slide, I want to start by saying to ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, we're in the midst of a global health paradox where one half of the world is overnourished and the other half is undernourished. And that is a paradox of the 21st century. And in fact, if you look at the world at large, you have some startling statistics. About 2 billion people are overweight and obese, and cheek by jowl, on a global scale, about 1 billion people are hungry or undernourished. And if you then dive down to the Indian context, we will see that about 135 million of our people in India are overweight and obese, and cheek by jowl, we have about 190 million of our people hungry or undernourished. Now, in fact, two very important points of consideration is that in advanced nations, much of our focus really predominates on trying to understand the etiology and the prevention of both obesity and diabetes. But in India and other parts of the developing world, you will see that in addition to obesity and diabetes, as I mentioned a moment ago, cheek by jowl, we have people suffering from vitamin A deficiency, iron deficiency, zinc deficiency, and abject protein deficiency as well. So this is a very important distinction that I will evolve as my presentation goes along. So the question that we want to start with is that how is it that we have forgotten the connection between food as medicine and medicine as food? Because this is a part of our Indian DNA. For over 5,000 years, Indian pharmacopoeia and Ayurveda in particular has made no distinction between food as medicine and medicine as food. And equally, the Chinese have had no distinction between the medicine as food and food as medicine. So how is it that in the 21st century, we have lost this part of our cultural milieu? And how can we in the 21st century provide a renaissance by using evidence-based science to make the connection between food for medicine? And that will be the evolution of my presentation in the next few minutes. Okay, so let's start with the beginning, because we're talking about food technology and nutrition as our binary sciences. And I want to propose, and I think there are different ways of proposing this, that the father of food technology was Nicholas Appert. As you know, he was the inventor of what we now call canning, and it's called initially appetization under his name. And it was really something that he reported in 1810. So as a landmark event, we can argue that the science of food technology is about 200 years old. And conversely, the discovery of vitamins happened about in the 1897 by a professor of Dutch origin working in Indonesia. And so therefore, the science of nutrition is about 100 years old. So herein lies the paradox. Over a span of 200 years of food technology and 100 years of nutrition, we have seen incalculable, profound effects of food technology and nutrition in our lives. And the question is, how can we make this 1 + 1 not 2, but 3 in terms of its impact and its intellectual influence in our world at large? So let's start at the beginning. Let's look at how our ancestors acquired food. And as many of you know, for millions of years, we remained as hunter-gatherers. And as the term implies, we hunted and gathered food as foragers and as people that are in all parts of the world as hunter-gatherers for millions of years. And notice that the estimated population as hunter-gatherers was less than 500,000. And then suddenly, about 10,000 years ago, we started to domesticate plants, and the agricultural revolution, which is the first food revolution, happened about 10,000 years ago. And in fact, it is now very clear that although historically the Mesopotamian region or the current Iraqi region is the epicenter of plant domestication, it looks like there were two other epicenters of plant domestication that happened. One was in Central South America, around the Mexican-Peruvian region, and also a third region around the Indochina region that we now know is close to Cambodia, Vietnam, etc. And that revolution was profound because instead of hunting and gathering for food, we started to grow food close around us, around about 10,000 years ago. And then the second revolution of food happened about 1800 with introduction of food technology. And you can see how food technology has enabled mankind to not only live in 4 corners of the world, but an incredible ability to provide foods and therefore increase population. Notice something very significant. When we were hunter-gatherers, we had to depend on over 100 different types of plant species for our nutrition. So these are data from the Aborigine of Central Australia and the Botswana Aborigines that are even now present today. So therefore, we have a window into the past by looking at the present. And therefore, this is a very important point that I will come back to. And this is a very interesting cartoon. So here we have approximately 300,000 known plant species around the world, 100,000 used by mankind, 30,000 that are edible, 7,000 used as food at a local level, 120 plant species important at a national scale, and just 30 provide 90% of plant calories. And surprise, surprise, ladies and gentlemen, we holistically depend on just 3 staples: rice, wheat, and maize from over 30,000 edible plants. So there has been a reduction in the number of plant species as we moved from becoming a hunter-gatherer to farmers to modern food technology. So if we then add the 3 other tubers, potato, cassava, and sweet potato, 6 staples represent 80% of our calorie needs for 80% of our population. So the first point to remember is that we have reduced the number of plant species in the past decade or half 100 years from a very broad base to a very small species. But the genius of the food technologies is that he, as the alchemist, has been able to transform the noble grasses, rice, wheat, and corn, into a variety of unimaginable foods. So you can see how a simple staple like wheat, one staple, can make over 2,000 different types of foods of different flavor, texture, mouthfeel, and nutrition. So you can have the pleasure of a chapati, a pleasure of a bhatura, a pleasure of a piece of cake, a pleasure of a kakra. All of them come from meat. And that ingenious ability was only possible because of the ingenuity of the food technologies. Similarly, rice and corn can also be transformed into a cacophony of different food varieties, but not as much as wheat, because wheat has a unique protein called gluten that allows you to have the viscoelasticity that you require from producing different types of foods. So the first point I want to bear as a point is that we cannot, moving forward into the 21st century and beyond, focus on these 3 or 5 or 6 plant species. And I think that we have to start exploring neglected or underutilized species. And I'm very proud to see that India is at the forefront, because you are, as a nation, focusing considerably on the millet, which is a very robust cereal. And as you well know, next year is going to be the millet year of the century. And I think I'm proud to say that you, as a nation, are ahead of the curve. And many of these food products that you see here, you're already making good use of, much more than any other country in the world. Suffice to say that we have to focus on exploiting underutilized species of plants, never before exploited, because we cannot and must not depend on this species of 6 that I've articulated for the expanding population that we're going to see in the next millennia. So my first example of trying to share to you how has food technology influenced human health is the best example of food fortification. Food fortification for me is the first and best example of the holy matrimony between food technology and nutrition that has had an indelible impact on public health. And I think that's no doubt about it, that as you know, that all countries of the world, endemic goiter has been eradicated by global salt iodization. And you can see here the various tapestry of countries and ingredients that have been used. And similarly, as you know, in terms of food fortification, India has taken on a very big mantle to use food fortification as a paradigm shift of improving the health of its country and its countrymen. So you can see how a historically old technology has been repackaged and rekindled to make use of this dyad between food technology and human nutrition. And similarly, there are a whole host of foods that can use as fortificants. And you know that this is not an exhaustive list. There are many other foods that you can use as a vehicle for food fortification. But this is a simple example to show you how a matrimony between the science of food technology and nutrition can have singularly important impact on public health. So I want to pause on a very interesting cartoon by my friend Professor Aguilera from Chile, where he's tried to give us a kind of a timeline between how food technology has evolved, and he has given a whole conceptual idea of saying most of the food technology innovations of the 1850s to 1800s were unit operations or process engineering based. So unit operations, equipment design, and then around about 1950s, there was a transition from going from food process engineering to product engineering, understanding the food physics, as our previous speaker spoke about, polymer science, colloidal chemistry. And I want to then argue that the 21st century, we are seeing the next revolution, which is trying to understand how food structure and engineering of food can have impact on human health. And I want to repeat this very, very much again, because until now, much of our understanding of food structure has been to understand rheology, structure, texture, viscosity, etc. But our proposition is, can we understand food structure to transform the health of people in an unprecedented way? And I think that's going to be a revolution of the years ahead. And you in India can play an important role in that. The second area is I'll talk about how trying to look at how foods evolve using food mimetics and looking at how we can use real-time measurements of your nutrient profile. And last but not least, how can we propose and focus on developing low-cost food for our large population of global undernourished population. So how do I define food structure engineering? So my definition is food structure engineering is defined as the use of processing novel ingredients and physicochemical manipulation to enhance the sensory and health attributes of food. So I'm going to give you some examples of how we have done this in our laboratory. And here is one example I'm going to share with you. And here's an example of how, by manipulating the food structure of the rice that you eat as a porridge, you can alter its sensory perception. Therefore, you think that you're eating much more when you're actually bulking up because of increase in the way in which it's perceived by the human body. And by understanding the microstructure of food systems, you can also look at ways in which you can alter appetite control. So I believe that this is disruptive science at its best. It is not conventional science. And I think there are enormous opportunities of how we can transform these ideas into a coherent whole. So here's an example of food mimetics. So here is a cross-sectional light microscopy of peanuts, and this is lentils. Those of you who know that this is a graph of your postprandial glycemia, so that's the glucose response to things like glucose, simple molecules, or to potato, or to rice, or to bread. And notice how the glucose response of things like lentils and legumes are very, very small. So in other words, how is it that the starch molecules in lentils and legumes and peanuts are so small in glucose response consumed compared to rice and wheat and potato? It turns out the answer is because the starch molecules are entrapped in a cell wall that's like a prison or a protein matrix. So can we reverse engineer foods just like what Mother Nature has done? Because you know that type 2 diabetes is a major pandemic in parts of Asia, including India. So can we make food by what I call food structure manipulation in a way that we haven't done, in a way that it is palatable, enjoyable, delectable, but using the state-of-art science to reverse engineer foods by mimicking what Mother Nature has given us. So here is a cartoon that says to you, if we understand the structure of food, we can start looking at how to use that understanding to look at the way in which it's digested and broken down in the human body. With those two bits of information, we can make a whole variety of novel foods, unprecedented in the past, in a way that we haven't seen in either any food market or in any food stall of today. So that's the timeline, understanding food structure to make foods with incredible health and well-being. So I'm going to give you two examples of this. This was a study that we did about 4 years ago. As you know, coconut oil has got a bad reputation because coconut oil, unfortunately, has the ability to increase the blood lipids. So it's called a hyperlipidemic oil. So as you know, if you took an oil and put just 5% ethylated cellulose, and heat it and cool it, the oil becomes a gel. So it becomes an oleogel. So we speculated if there is a physicochemical transformation of an oil from a liquid form to a semi-solid form, what will happen when I feed this same coconut oil in a gel form to our human subjects? And I want to walk you through this slide. So here you see coconut oil given in a congee. As I predicted, the coconut oil is a highly hyperlipidemic and the blood glucose goes through the roof. But ladies and gentlemen, the same coconut oil made into an oleogel, the same oil, but the physical chemical structure has changed. It has completely blunted the blood lipids. So here you have a fascinating intervention. A liquid oil, same fatty acid composition, but made into a gel has transformed this physiological function. That's why we say that understanding food structure to impacting human health will be the fourth revolution in food science and technology. So I now want to pass to you something that you all are wash about, this whole question of meat analogs made from plants. And I think plant-based meat analogs are going to be big, not only in India, but also all over the world. So you have meat analogs made from plants, egg analogs made from plants, dairy analogs made from plants. Now I want to pause to share with you something in terms of the unusual way in which it is manufactured. So we take a staple, cassava, soybean or coconut oil. So we deconstruct the food source and make it into a flour, starch, protein, isolate, and coconut. So we deconstruct and then we reconstruct. Ladies and gentlemen, no time in the annals of human history have we done this process of deconstructing food and reconstructing it either by protein elongation or thermoplastic extrusion or anisotropic structure. So the question that we need to ask is that what are the health implications? What are the potential opportunities for enhancing the health, or are we aware of the health implications? The most important point I want to posit to you, ladies and gentlemen, is how can India be a leader in producing low-cost, high-value plant-based proteins? Because until now, all of the narrative, whether you are in America or in the UK or in Europe, is all about plant-based proteins that are much more expensive, much more in high value than for people that are really discerning it. I want to finally remind ourselves that we are surrounded by type 2 diabetes, and I think it's a very important problem to remind ourselves that of all the 500 odd type 2 diabetics, half of them live in Asia, and these are the 4 countries that predominate that population: China, India, Japan, and Indonesia. And therefore, we can say, how can we reduce the type of food we consume that we call low GI? So the modern day food technology has got a paradox. As we've shown a moment ago, we have a very narrow range of plant species. They're highly refined, and we have been able to make a large variety of food from small number of plants, and therefore we overconsume. We have lack of vitamins and minerals, and most of all, these are high GI foods. So we've been working, so just to remind you what a high GI food is. High GI foods are exactly what pre-diabetics and diabetics don't want, where the blood glucose rapidly increases when you consume the food. You want to make this food look like this. And therefore, we've been making, using beta-glucan, which is a soluble fiber in many of these cereals, which are also popular in India, to make noodles by just adding 4 grams of noodle to a normal noodle. You can reduce the glycemic response by up to about 2 millimoles. That is exactly what you would get if you're on a frontline drug like metformin. So this just to share with you that the genius of food technology marrying with nutrition are infinite. And I think we have just scratched the surface in terms of what we can do. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say, as food technologists, we are still, fortunately, unfortunately, focusing on people at the apex of the pyramid. I think as responsible scientists, we need to look at people at the base of the pyramid, 3 billion of us. And I think this is a very important statement by Mahatma Gandhi. And also, I want to share with you a very famous economist called Prahlad, who's not with us anymore. He made a very prophetic statement almost 20 years ago. Low-income markets present a prodigious opportunity for the world's wealthiest companies to seek their fortunes and bring prosperity to the aspiring poor. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to conclude by saying the greatest challenge today is how best we can feed the less fortunate. The application of food technology will continue to play an important role in eradicating global undernutrition. Under and overnutrition and micronutrient deficiencies remain a major public health issue in many regions of the world. In addition to focusing on planetary health, we also need to focus on human health. I do worry about the way in which we have all of the Western countries talking obsessively about sustainability, carbon footprint, all of that. What about humans? And our total reliance of 3 to 4 staples is untenable. We must expand and exploit plant diversity by exploiting neglected plants. The application of new food technology to minimize food losses and waste will play a critical role in eradicating human hunger. MNCs and all of us on this call must address the food needs of 3 billion people at the base of the pyramid. Food fortification has played and will continue to play a pivotal role in eradicating several micronutrient deficiencies worldwide. Food is rapidly becoming the new medicine. This is a renaissance of an idea that's as old as Ayurveda. Innovations in food technology will remain at the heart of developing foods for the future. India can and must become a global leader in the interface of food technology and human health to solve public health issues that challenge us worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to end by saying that you are really God's chosen people, because your skills and talent can touch the lives of humans like no other. In addition to your vision for wealth creation, do not forget to focus on human health creation. Then, and only then, can we truly say that we in India have left an indelible mark and impact on eradicating global undernutrition. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Dr. Christiani. Wonderful talk, wherein you have very well in crisp focused the history, evolution of food, and also finally you came out with a message to all the youngsters. Like you mentioned, it has to be food as a medicine, food for health. It has to be in alternate protein sources. It has to be in fortification. Rely on the 3 staples sources. These are the really very insightful and messages to all our young audience. It was really inspiring to note the message that what we do and what we are capable to do. Probably that would change the paradigm of the nutrition, especially in the India, wherein we have lot of the agricultural resources, including millets, several other fruits and the vegetables. So sure, this message is conveyed across very clearly to the audience. Thank you so much for sharing your wealth of knowledge, sir.
Thank you very much.
For sparing your time. Now it's my honor and privilege to welcome our very senior expert in the domain of the food and proteins, nutrition, Dr. J.S. Pai, sir. Welcome you, sir, for this ICFOST.
Thank you. Thank
And
you very much, Dr. Alok.
just to introduce, I'm sure that all the food fraternity and food professionals are aware and know you so well. Still, for the youngsters, it is my duty and honor to briefly introduce you, sir. Dr. J.S. Pai, Executive Director of Protein Foods and Nutrition, the Development Association of India. He has a PhD in Food Science and Technology from University of Massachusetts. He has rich expertise and competency in the areas of almost all kind of food, dairy, protein, enzyme, biotechnology. Dr. J.S. Pai has launched several of the product under his guidance. Just to name few of them, many chicken products, and also has several prestigious part of the several committees like FSSAI, National Scientific Advisory Committee of Food and Agriculture Division, and governing body board of National Agro-Food Biotechnology Institute, Mohali. Now, and Dr. Pai has won many prestigious awards like Distinguished Teaching Associate Award from University of Massachusetts, KU Patel and JS Pruthi Award of All India Food Processor Association. And Dr. Pai sir has a very illustrious career at UDCCT, long career. So with this, I welcome you, sir, and request you to enlighten us with your wisdom, specifically the topic which is millets, nutri cereals. Over to you, Dr. Pai, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alok. Thank you, Dr. Negi. Let me first also thank Professor Uday Annapure for inviting me to this August gathering. It is a great privilege and honor to be here with all of you. Let me first say that two of my previous speakers, very good friends of mine, Professor Jaya Henry and Professor Raghav Rao, both of them set a very nice tone on which I can very easily build in a very short time what I have to say. Professor Raghav Rao has given a very nice overview of many engineering and technology possibilities that could be used in the food products in order to make them more easily edible and preservable and also more nutritious. Professor Henry has told one thing that I would also like to very much emphasize, that we have to marry food technology and nutrition, which has been over decades or a couple of centuries been happening, but still we are having a lot of problems. And one of the possibly major thrust that can be given is on millets, the nutri-cereal. Is anybody able to show the slides for me? Yeah, thank you very much. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. Now, these are the cereals which are widely consumed and grown in Africa and Asia. And as Professor Henry has just mentioned in his talk, that next year, 2023, is going to be called an International Year for Millets. This has been declared by a resolution in United Nations, and we are very happy that we have 1 year to prepare so that, we can very nicely, happily celebrate the next year as the International Year for Millets. Now, these are seeds, and they have a profile, very nutritional profile, very similar to other cereals. Now, they gained the popularity because of their high protein, high fiber, antioxidants, and also more recently there is a trend of gluten-free. So it has the gluten-free nature, which is in some cases plus, and in technology case is a little minus, because gluten is a very useful material component which can be used to prepare many different foods, as Jaya pointed out. Now, in April 2018, Indian government declared sorghum, pearl millet, finger millet, these are the major ones, and many of the other minor millets, due to their high nutritive value, as nutri-cereals. Next slide, please. Now, India produces almost 40% of the world production of millets. And these millets are grown mostly in Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Madhya Pradesh, and several other states. Almost, entire area of India can grow and is growing different amounts of millets. So it can grow in any area, any season, any kind of environmental condition. Unfortunately, see, we keep talking about millets as poor man's cereal, but the price of millets is increasing. It is becoming more and more expensive, and today it is more expensive than rice and wheat. So its consumption has gone down for several reasons. I will just point out some of them. What government is trying to do is to encourage the production, and that is why it called it nutri-cereals, and also requested UN to propose an international year. So it is trying to encourage, but we need a little more push than just an encouragement. Next slide, please. Now, millets are very hardy and grow well in dry zones. It requires less water. It also can grow very well in less fertile soil. Its growing season is also very short, so you can produce that in a fairly short period. Thus, these are very important, especially because of highly populated countries like India and some of the other countries are looking at the food security problems of the future. So these are very versatile, climate resistant crops that could be grown in any place in the country, and they are very important because of the climatic changes that are envisaged in the near future. We are facing global warming and all kinds of difficulties we are envisaging, which is going to affect the crop production, and these millets are going to survive some of these problems in the future. So it is very important that we try to grow them more and make it more popular. Can I have the next slide, please? There are many health benefits. They're not just millets as food to fill our tummy, but millets are rich in phenolic compounds like pyrulic acid, catechins, the antioxidants that help healing, skin protection, and they have anti-inflammatory properties. Most millets are very rich in proteins, except a couple of them, which are not poor, but much less than the other millets. So they are quite rich in protein. They are also rich in fiber, and that is why they control the sugar level, blood sugar level. So they are low glycemic index, as Dr. Jaya has pointed out, is very essential for diabetics. And India is going to be, people have predicted that next diabetes capital of the world. So we are going to have a very large number of diabetics. So this is going to be one food that would be acceptable and possibly may also try to manage diabetes. Their soluble fiber can also help reduce cholesterol levels as well as triglyceride level. So even in heart diseases, these would be quite helpful. They are rich sources of mineral micronutrients, including iron, calcium, manganese. Some of these are quite rich in millets are gluten free. As I told you that, it has plus as well as minus. Gluten may not be acceptable to some of the people who may find allergy to that, as well as, some people find bloating, etc. So for them, gluten free diet is useful. It also helps in weight management because of the high amount of dietary fiber. You feel full for a longer period, so you do not overconsume the food. Can I have the next slide, please? There are problems of millets also. It is not that, you can eat any amount and you can eat only millets all the time. No, they contain phytic acid, oxalates, so that they also reduce the uptake of minerals, even though calcium and iron are there plenty, but their absorption is somewhat obstructed because of these. They also have, some of them are very high fiber millets. So if you consume in excess, then there is a likelihood of constipation. There are goitrogenic polyphenols that we need to be careful about. Am I exceeding the time? Hello? There are also some ways in order to overtake or overcome these problems. There are soaking, sprouting, etc., which could be done so that we can reduce the problems. Can I have the next slide, please? So we can have maybe partly substitute rice or wheat with millets. And then, we keep on increasing the amounts so we can find out how much we can tolerate. We can also try some of these soaking, germination, which will reduce the anti-nutritional components. Can I have the next slide, please? There are certain processing difficulties because of the lack of gluten. We need to have different approaches. And we have seen quite a few of the examples shown by my earlier two speakers, so that we can either add something to that which will work as a elastic material that is there in gluten. We can't add gluten if you do not want gluten, but we can add something else. We can also use different processing techniques in order to make it more pliable. Can I have the next slide? There are already some of the products that are in the market, but they are quite expensive. They are actually, meant probably for richer people or more enlightened people. What we need is something which can be consumed by everyone. So we need the industry support also. It is not just that, the research needs to be, research is required. Can I have the next slide, please? There are, some of the agricultural, some of the research techniques, so that the newer processing techniques can be found out in order to alleviate some of the problems. But at the same time, we need industry help in order to popularize these millets, to make them not just as a porridge or make a flour so that people will make only parathas or rotis, but there are different products that could be made which are tasty and popular. Can I have the next slide, please? So all these inputs are required by different sources, that we need to create awareness about the millets. We need to tell them that, although they are very nutritious, you can't keep on gorging on them because there are certain problems. You want to increase the consumption, there are certain things that you need to incorporate in your cooking so that you have less problem. You can substitute part of your earlier consumption of other cereals by this, so that you can control some of your problems as well as enjoy the nutrients that are there. Can I have the next slide, please? We require government support. It is not just declaring it with some name, but we need to give the kind of support that has been given to some of the other crops, so that over the years the millet production has been going down because farmers are finding it more and more difficult, not just to grow them at possibly sustainable, financially sustainable level, but also to market. We have growers who are small, who are larger also. So we need some kind of a cooperative effort. There are some things that are already in the way, and that needs to be encouraged. Government can do a lot of things at state level and as well as central level, but awareness is a big thing. We all can do it together. So this is my urgent appeal. Can I have the next slide, please? We need to come together, try to put all our heads together, administrative, scientists, both food technologists as well as nutritionists, and we need the entrepreneurs to come forward and prepare some very nice products that are, some of them are already there. We can have many more. Just, the imagination or innovation is what is required in order to make them popular. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity, and I hope I have not exceeded too much of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pai. It was again a very insightful talk, especially focusing on the millets as a source of food and nutrition. For sharing all your knowledge. I am sure that delegates are enlightened with the knowledge base which you share. So at the end, sir, we would like to seek your inputs collectively on the behalf of the delegates, specifically the young delegates. So may I request Dr. KSMS Raghav Rao, sir, the input with respect to a venue wherein the young
entrepreneurs have a scope. Yeah, is that the question, please?
Like to come to IIT and what kind of venues they can avail?
Yeah, see, the different educational programs are there, masters and PhD. So even many of the students who have joined with me have food science and food technology, food engineering background, but they are doing PhD in chemical engineering department. So only thing is the engineering component will increase. That is one. Second thing is postdoctoral. Several of the PhDs from other institutes have approached me for their postdoctoral work. Incubation center, we are also planning for having a startup culture. The way we have done at CFTRI, similar thing we want to replicate here in collaboration with BIRAC Incubation Center, ICER and IIT. We also want to start up the startup because nowadays, if you see, most of the graduates, including IITs, many of them are not going abroad for education. Most of them are starting their own industries. So this is the startup entrepreneurship culture we want to encourage at IIT. So even otherwise also, they can just shoot an email. So any personal suggestions required, mentoring can be done just like that. So. Did I answer at least partially or anything? Did I miss it?
Yeah, that's fine, sir. What we wanted to know, whether the incubation center, the 1 year or so.
Sorry, I are not able to hear you.
No, this,
Incubation center,
when it could,
when it will be ready?
uh,
Yeah, so it is, the deadline is April, May, but because of COVID, there could be some more delay. But end of this year, it will be definitely functional.
thank you, sir, for your input. Another similar kind of clarification from Dr. Henry.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you have wide exposure of all around, starting from Sri Lanka, India, UK, Singapore. So I think you would be the right person to enlighten our young students and scholars about the various academic avenues are also the entrepreneur avenue across the world, especially for the Indians.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm very privileged to make a few comments. First is that I think, as Professor Pai has also said, the cross between food technology and nutrition is an area that I think we ought to exploit much more. Number one. The number 2 point is that I think sometimes when we are studying in India, we tend to underestimate the competency of what we are taught. I can tell you, as somebody who's lived abroad, the education in India is top class. And I think the institutions, the IITs, the UDCs of the world are second to none. I think we need to have that sense of confidence that we are being taught by best of best class. So I think that confidence is very important. Secondly, or thirdly, you need to get our young generation to not only look at wealth creation, very important, but also health creation. So in other words, how can we make our nation better by not only making wealth, but also human health? So in other words, how can we improve the quality of life for people that are less fortunate? So I think my message to the young is that the opportunities for you in the cusp of interface between food technology and nutrition are infinite. Be confident with what you're doing. And thirdly, look at opportunities that you can actually harness by making collaboration with other countries of the world. But most of all, bring yourself to believe that you are being trained in one of the most erudite countries of the world. And I think that's a very important point I want to depart by saying.
Thank you, Dr. Henry. Very rightly mentioned, Indian education system is, if not the best, certainly among the top. So that has to be, that confidence has to be there, and we all believe in that.
Absolutely.
Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, Dr. Paisa, as you mentioned, that many benefits of the millets, and also you also shown some of the drawbacks in terms of the anti-nutritional factors, phytates and all. That is okay. What bothering us, though 2023 happens to be the International Year of the Millet, and a government at various forum is putting effort to make it popular, and also various R&D institutions are coming out with several formulations incorporating this millet into the food formulation. As you know that food habits are hard to change, like people, especially in the towns and cities, especially with the youth, probably the message, what could be your message to penetrate among the young minds, how this use and of the millets need to be increased in the human food, and also to help for the nutrition and health?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a very important question. First of all, they should be made aware of the problem as well as the opportunity. There are some of the things that could be told very easily now, because we are digitally well connected. So even the smallest of town can be reached very easily from any part of the world. So we have to create that kind of a connection and tell them, because among the consumer's mind there are two fears. One is the cost, of course. It is quite expensive. Maybe government can subsidize it to some extent in order to reduce that. Secondly, people are a little afraid that there are these problems. So creation of awareness, telling them how to use it, can definitely go a long way. And people are now spending a lot more time on social media, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, etc. These are the ways in which you can very easily transmit this knowledge, get connected, and people are definitely trying to reach out, as well as trying to find out from experts like Henry and Raghav Rao what are the solutions of these, and these could be very easily communicated by way of webinars like what you have organized. So thank you very much for this, and we have to do on a much larger scale in order to do some good in the way of millet, so that next year we can celebrate with our heads held high. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your message is very clear that education and awareness and especially using the social media, those message has to go across. Probably innovators have to also work on the overall sensory perspective, because acceptance of food, when especially when we incorporate these millets and all, the color, texture, mouthfeel, taste, they may get affected. So probably that also should be focus of innovators also, so that young minds can easily accept it. Maybe these are the things. So thank you all so much for your very valuable inputs and sharing your wisdom and knowledge among the delegates of the ICFOST. Thank you for sparing your time and sharing your time, sir. May I request Dr. Negi to formally close the session with the thanks.
Thank you, sir. First, I thank our chair, sir, for conducting the session very nicely. And I thank all the speakers for their very informative and very relevant talks. And finally, for their concluding remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
See you.
Bye-bye.
See you again.
Bye-bye.
With this, this session is formally closed, and then we move to the next session. Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All the best.
Also need to we can log in.
I'll log in there.
Good morning. Is Dr. Poonam online? Dr. Poonam Mishra? Dr. Poonam?
No one is responding. I wonder whether someone is there.
Hello, can you hear us?
Actually, your voice is not clear.
Voice is not clear? Ina,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
can you hear?
Yes, sir.
Is it clear? Voice
Yes,
is
sir, it's
clear?
clear. It's clear. Clear.
Is Dr. Poonam is there? Dr. Poonam?
No, sir. She is joining, sir.
Dr. Poonam is going to join.
Yes, sir. She is joining, sir.
Okay, fine. We wanted to know the update on that. That is the reason.
Manohar. Manohar, sir. Dr. Rajiv Kumar.
Yes, Veena, tell me.
Dr. Rajiv Kumar is not joining. Actually, he is recording with us. Dr. Rajiv Kumar.
Rajiv Kumar is not joining this session.
Yes, yes. We have his recording.
Okay, so you'll be. Doctor.
Yes, sir. Is I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible, ma'am.
Okay.
Have you decided?
This is session number 25. Since our co-chair Sanjeev Kumar is not there, I request Poonam Mishra to co-chair and introduce our first speaker, Dr. Rajesh Vermache, sir, and ask the chair to continue with this presentation. Ma'am, you are there?
Yeah.
Please, ma'am.
So that on behalf of, actually that our co-chair is not present, so on behalf of the co-chair, I would like to thanks to organizer for organizing such a wonderful project, and that we are very proud, privileged that we have our chair with Dr. R. Mache sir. And sir is currently designated as the Chief Scientist and Head Food Packaging Technology, CSIR, Central Food Technology Research Institute. And he is having a prominent leader in the domain of food science and packaging technology. He has created unique, you can say that solution for food and packaging industry. And Professor Rajesh has through a streamlined approach of invention and devised over 24 technologies. And his expertise in the subject can be gauged through a 37 plus publication. He has paper and poster. He also have a 4 patent by his name, and not to mention that 18 chapters. He's having 18 chapters in the book, and also he have several books also that his name. And he is authored within the reputed book Means for the Food Packaging and Technology Industries. So with these words, I would like to invite to Dr. Rajesh Mache sir to kindly take the seats and chair the session. So. And sir, your presentation, okay. And sir is going to give the presentation on calorimetric paper-based time temperature indicator for monitoring spoilage, public freshness of perishable food products. So, on the behalf of organizer, I welcome to Rajeshwar S. Mache sir and invite to sir to deliver his lecture.
Thanks, Dr. Poonam, for a nice introduction, and thanks, Dr. Naveen and Dr. Chavan and Anna Pure. It's my privilege to just talk about this particularly very interesting topic in terms of the safety. Today, if you are looking at the issues of consumer safety, so basically, if you look at the problem definition, so all the perishable food products, which has a very short shelf life, will get spoiled because of the microbiological action. And also, if you look at the disturbances in the cold chain, particularly meat and milk, has a problem. So you may have noticed this. When pasteurized milk, after pasteurization, you are supposed to keep it at 4 degrees. Even for that matter, meat, it has to be kept at a lower temperature. But invariably, what happens in an Indian situation, the milk, pasteurized milk is not kept at 4 degrees all the time. So hence, when it is transported through the different chain, what happens, there is a temperature abuse. And the consumer, sometimes you might have experienced, in the afternoon, if you go and buy the milk packet, it will spoil maybe by 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. So to avoid, generally, and if you look at the stamp of use by date, it is generally for the next day. But you will see the milk is spoiled. So this is where the problem of consumers' safety comes in. So there is no way to monitor and look at how this particular milk which is spoiled, you need to look at it from the consumer safety point of view. Keeping this problem in mind, we have done work on this smart indicator or sort of packaging system, where you might have even seen when you are bringing the product and keeping into your car dickies or some other places where it is exposed to high temperatures, and then you bring and keep it in the fridge at a lower temperature, but then the product shelf life sometimes is get compromised because of the its temperature abuse, and the use by date generally loses its role. So hence, the smart packaging can play an important role for the perishable food products. So how is that? Now, if you look at the research work, this research work is supported by two important patents. So the basic aim of this is to develop a smart system to reduce the food loss, such as perishables of milk or bakery products, some meat or fresh produce, and look at the consumer safety from the consumer safety point of view. Now, if you look at the objectives to develop a micro-perforated, this is one patented one, micro-perforated time temperature indicator with synthetic as well as natural dyes. So micro-perforated time temperature indicator is not there, and natural dyes where there are issues of the safety if you use the synthetic dye. So we are using the natural dyes for monitoring of the freshness or the spoilage of perishable products. This is not related with only one or two products, but it can be across the fresh produce. So if you look at the literature in terms of the commercially available products, if you take Fresh Watch, Time Strip, 3M Monitor Mark, or Cold Chain, these are some of the commercially available products you will see in the market. Most of them are very costly. It starts with something like $4. It's quite costly one. This is number one. Number two, most of them are synthetic dyes, which has issues in terms of the safety. Number three, disadvantages, it works temperature range only. So like say for instance, Fresh Watch works in the range of 5 degrees, or for that matter, 3M one, it works up to 10 degrees. But they don't cut across the temperature ranges, particularly in Indian conditions where you are storing the product at higher temperature, accidentally or in the cold chain or in the supply chain. So it becomes a challenge. So hence the importance of this work. Now, as I said, problem with the commercially available products, if you look at, basically it is it has a specific storage conditions. You need a specific the reaction, and you need a technical knowledge for that. Most of them, either they are based on the rapid wink base or the complex fabrication of the structure, and also TTIs are individually designed according to the threshold times, and that cannot be used across different range of the temperature storages. So the key benefits, what we was talking is, to just repeat some of them, is they are natural dyes. They can be designed for spoilage kinetics of the particular product. The commercially available are not for a particular product. This is for a particular temperature. But here we can tailor-made for the particular product based on the spoilage kinetics of the material. Subsequently, I'll tell you how we can do it. Then it can be on-time activation. So hence, there is no need of specific storage. You need not have to worry. It has to, most of the indicators, if you see here, they have to be stored at a lower temperature before you use. But here you need not have to worry about the storage. Whenever you want to use, you activate, and from there onwards it works. So in the whole process, it becomes a very economical process in terms of the TTI. So as I said, in case of the synthetic versus natural temperature ranges, it works in any temperature range what we have developed. It can be designed based on the product, and no need of specific storage conditions. Now, say for instance, if you look at the examples of some of the dyes which we are using in the experiments, so you can take the natural dyes like betylene, or it can be chlorophyll, or it can be curcumin or anthocyanin, or these are all natural ones. So you can use even the synthetic one. So this can be activated by different activation medias. So that is where you will see that it can be used for a range of product. Coming back to the engineering aspect of design, if you look at this, there is one, we have layer one, which is micro-perforated layer, which is a patented one. The second layer is basically the neutral paper matrix, where you need to look at the pH, how you work on it. Then you have the activation paper and then protection layer. And the top of it, just to make it convenient, it is a P-level layer. So generally it is 4 to 5 layer structure, and most of them are biodegradable in nature, cellulosic based materials. Hence, they may not have environmental issues. Now, just to give you an idea of, say, for instance, if you're looking for fresh bread, you can have this sort of a matrix in terms of the color changes. Or if you want to look at the sterilized milk, say pasteurized milk has a different requirement, sterilized milk has a different requirement, or fresh chicken. So you can see what are the activation liquids you can use and what are the dye matrix you can use. So this is not making much sense, but if I show it in the color matrix, you'll appreciate. So if you look at here for fresh bread, it changes color after a particular temperature ranges. Even for the see, the natural dye is same. The activation liquid, when you are changing it, you can change the kinetics. Hence, it can be used either for fresh bread where it has a shorter shelf life, or it can be used for fresh chicken, or it can be used for sterilized milk, that is aseptically packed sterilized milk, not the pasteurized one. So that same type of material, only changing the activation liquid, you should be able to use it. So just to give a case study of the spoilage of milk. So normally if you take the milk and if you store at say 27 degrees centigrade in normal temperature, it spoils in 8 hours. So we have done shelf-life studies in terms of the milk at this particular different temperature storages, 4, 27 and 38. So you will see the alcohol taste, or COB, or even microbiological count, standard microbiological count by food authorities. So if you plot that, generally it matches with 8 hours at 27 degrees centigrade. So you put all these together and try to match this sort of a change in color from, say, here green, then it starts changing to yellow from 8th hour, and then it changes to red at different colors. So you need to, these kinetics can be managed to meet the food requirements. So this is where you can see the time temperature spoilage matrix, which you can get it through. So to give a broader working mechanism in terms of the different colors and how color changes can happen. Modified chlorophyll, you may be wondering chlorophyll, how it's red, but if you modify it becomes red, and then it gets to green. Then curcumin from yellow, it can go to orange, or anthocyanin, it goes to its original color to green, and then this natural dyes or synthetic dyes from green to orange or red. So that color combinations with the kinetics can be managed. So similarly, if you look at the milk spoilage, with spoilage of the milk and kinetics, if you look at, they exactly matches. So hence it can be used. Now, the beauty of this is basically this is very cost economical one, because if you are talking of the pasteurized milk itself is sold at 10 rupees or 20 rupees, and you cannot have the commercially available indicators, which are something like 80 rupees or not even 80 rupees, 100 rupees plus. So hence our challenge, which we accepted and we are on the commercial trial, is the cost should be sub 20 paisa, not even rupees. It has to be 20 paisa, and we are able to get to that level, so that the consumers, when you put this particular sticker on the milk packet, consumer will be able to see the color and accept or reject the sample. Now there were issues with the dairies. They said that, okay, our milk, whatever we are sending, it has a problem. If it is not sold, then it will come back, and then you are losses to us. Then we have talked with a couple of dairies, and they are very convinced, stating that one is, yes, once you are selling your milk, it is for sure that your milk is fresh. Number two, we will develop a byproduct when you collect this milk back, and then that can also have a value-added things. And then that is where we are at this point of time. Just to conclude, the present research focuses on development and characterization of microperforated base TTI, that is time temperature indicator, which can be useful for any perishable products. It is not, I'm just giving an example of it, but it can be used for any food products, perishable food products, considering the activation energy of a particular food spoilage. And it can easily handle and do not require any specific storage conditions. Also, you use the natural dyes which are eco-friendly. This type of protocol can solve the major issues related to the spoilage, and it ensures the safety of the consumer. Thank you so much. This is generally, it looks like that. So if you look at the fresh one, the expired one, you will see the change in color with the cost. So I take this opportunity to thank the co-chair and the organizers. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. And it's really very meaningful for the present scenario because having a rapid sensing techniques, etc. So, is there any questions?
Chat messages are there.
I think chat messages at the end maybe we should be able to take.
Okay, sir. Yeah.
So now I think we will go to the next speaker. We will run. The next speaker is our co-chair, Dr. Poonam Mishra. I just want to give a brief introduction of Dr. Poonam. Dr. Poonam is Associate Professor, Department of Food Engineering and Technology, Tezpur University. She has 17 years of research and teaching experience. She is a certified master trainer of the Assam and Meghalaya, life member of AFSTI and Nutritional Society of India, Hyderabad. I received different awards, best paper and poster awards at national and international conferences. She gave talks in the faculty development programs at national and international workshop, as well as in the national conferences. She has 45 publications, 9 book chapters, and 1 book as an editor to her credit. She has 4 patents, and she has guided quite few PhD and postgraduate students. Over to you, Dr. Poonam.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, I have one problem. How can you share the slides in?
Ma'am, please open your PPT and
Yes,
then
okay.
click on the share screen button. There you will get the prompt of new window and select the PPT one.
Share the screen's not coming.
From Zoom. From Zoom.
From Zoom. Okay. Share screen, right?
Yeah, and then select the PPT one.
Okay. Is it visible?
Not yet, ma'am.
Just a minute. I think now it's visible.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Screen, yeah.
And now go to the presentation mode.
Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So, before starting my presentation, I would like to thank to Professor Udayanapura sir and our chairperson, Dr. Rajesh Sharma, for giving me an opportunity to give my small talk on this rapid innovative sensing techniques for food analysis, advantages and challenges. I also would like to thanks to all the organizers, ICFOST, and congratulate the ICFOST, the FSTI team and Aurangabad team for successfully organizing a big event like ICFOST. So before starting that, I would like to say that that I have to start as myself, Dr. Poonam Mishra, working as an associate professor in Tezpur University, and I am associated with university since 2009. And basically, we have a food engineering department, BTech students and MTech students and PhD students over here. So now that whatever I have included my presentation, that is an introduction, rapid sensing techniques. I just brief about that is some case studies I have included from my research work and some brief about that what is means dye sensors, classification of sensors, then C-dots based fluorescence sensors, electrochemical sensors, and then smartphone based that presently that we are working on that area that I will try to this one. So when we are talking that food safety, nowadays that major challenges, if I tell about that, is the to feed our community, because the population is increased day by day. And the major challenges, if I'm talking about, it is not IT, it is not anything. The thing is that how we'll be able to feed a safe food or the safe water to our whole community. So that is major challenges. And then that's why our roles come into the picture, like the food safety and quality are essential to people's survival and their better livelihood. Then second problem, what we are facing, that the science, as the science progresses, that we are also becoming smart in adulteration of the food product also. Nowadays, we are looking about that how the food is adulterated, even vegetables that we are consuming, that is also adulterated with lot of things. So that improper handling and adulteration is one of the serious foodborne concern and the serious concern for this humanity. As per the WHO, if you see the record, that is the 600 million people in the world fall ill every year and by consuming the contaminated food. And then around 4.2 lakhs people every die because this contamination. So then that we have a need that whatever that we are consuming, whatever that we are developing, it should be monitored strictly through the food supply chain, from starting from the post-harvest to the delivery of the product. So that we know that whatever that we have a very smart equipments like spectroscopy, like we have a chromatography, we have HPLC, GCMS, AAS, but in the meantime, they are very authentic. They are able to give the results at the ppb level, etc. But these techniques are really very time consuming and it's need a lot of labor expensive work. Then what we have to do, we have to, then the scientists like the sir also that's presented a very smart sensing techniques for this, like development of the product. So this rapid advancement like electrochemical sensors and then particular things, they have attracted to the scientists. And the last decades, since last decades, we have a lot of work. We can see the people are doing on that. So basically the purpose or the challenge for the analysis like pathogens, toxicants, pesticides, these are the major challenges. So then what we have, what is the option? If we will be able to develop such techniques like sensing, suppose you know that biosensor is very much, our sensor is very much applicable in the glucose estimation and the enzyme estimation, etc. But still when you're talking about the food, since a very complicated sample and the biological sample, so then it is a big challenge for us also. So that we have work, and then we have what is the solution for that and what are the challenges of those senses, like because biological sample that we have. So that carbon dots, now that 2D carbon dots, 3D graphene, etc. It is having a fluorescence property. And now that if you see the paper, there's a huge literatures are available for the analysis of the product, like what fluorescence properties, etc. That we have to analyze, or we have an option. Then another important thing is that nowadays there are smartphone based sensors. So everyone, if you see the data, around 60% of the whole population have the smartphone. And the advantage of a smartphone is that it is equipped with a display, it is having a sensor, it is having a so many internet connectivity. So if we'll be able to do, or if we will be able to solve and analyze the smartphone or integrate the smartphone with some small accessories, so that the person or the customer, that customized kind of the analysis can be there. So that may be one of the solution. So that's that we know that the biosensor, as I told you, just brief about that. It is an analytical device and will give the rapid analysis, which convert the biological responses into quantifiable and processable signal in a short span of the time. If you compare with the HPLC, or if you compare with the LCMS, or whatever that we have a large instrument that we have. So biosensor is that where we can use the biorecognition element like enzymes, antibodies, microorganism, DNA, RNA, etc. And then we can integrate, and then we have a sensing properties. So that if we go for this classification, we have a electrochemical sensor, we have a optical possibility optical based sensor, like piezoelectric based sensor. So electrochemical sensors, for example, if I'm handling, because we have a food, they also have a conductive properties. So in that condition, we can choose the option like amperometric sensor, potentiometric sensor. So these type of things that we can do. Then similarly, as I told you, carbon dots. or the graphene, they have a very good fluorescence property. So these type of things that if we use, we can go for this analysis. So biosensor development, generally it's required a lot of things because I'm a food engineer. So sometimes I may not be comfortable with the surface plasmonic or like surface plasma resonance or then it is a multidisciplinary because we required electronics people also we required the physics people we also required, then chemistry people also required, and some biochemistry people or biological people. So it is a very multi and interdisciplinary. So if we are interested in the development of rapid sensing, really a meaningful biosensor, so we required a multi interdisciplinary field so that we can able to develop. So if you see the application of the biosensor in field, that we have a health labeling, we are seeing that we have a lot of applications of the biosensor, like if we have to label the cholesterol, polyphenol, vitamins, so that there is an available biosensor is there. Then compositional labeling like glucose, lactose, sucrose, and organic acids. Then aesthetic means if we are interested in the wine and tea, and then there is some technologies are available. Then fermentation indicators, but like in Assam that we have a rice beer, and then we have so many traditional fermented products are there. And the problem is that the people are preparing in their local level. So if that we have a sensor, if we can effective sensors which can analyze the glucose level or that particular things and can calculate the fermentation indicator, that may be very good solution and help for these people. Then freshness of indicator like lactic acid, malic acid, acetic acid, ethanol, and methanol. Then we have another problem that the major that where we are looking for these rapid sensing techniques is the contaminants like pesticides, herbicides, heavy metals, antibiotics, and pathogen and toxins. If I particularly talk about this Assam region, so that we have a problem of very much high amount of iron content in our water, and then heavy metals like aflo, etc. is there. So that is one of the major problem of this northeast region. And then another thing is that the farmers, they are using a pesticide like DDT in a very large amount in the product. So that is one of the major problem and the challenges. Then adulterants, the urea, formaldehyde. So these are the sensors, but at least it should be reached to this one. So as I told you, the biosensor, if you go for this, it is having a bioreceptor which binds specifically to an analyte. For example, as I told you, like suppose we biosensor, we use the enzyme, like these particular things, then it should bind with a particular analyte. So these bioreceptors and then sensing layer, that we required a interface platform where we can do. So these interface, transducer, and the bioreceptor, that is the heart of like we can say the biosensor, and the transaction elements that pick up the signal, and then we should have a display unit in this one. So as I told you, I'll only brief about that. So these are the I have taken the book, that is the components of the biosensor, that we have a food sample, that is environmental sample, then clinical sample. These are our biorecognition elements. Basically, I'm working on this, some work is related with the enzymes. Then we have aptamers, cells, as I told you, that we require a multidisciplinary. So then a strong biochemistry is also required, and signal output, electrochemical, colorimetry, fluorescence, luminescence, single amplification, etc. So these are the classification, as I told you. So now I'm not going. So then the thing is that presently I'm working on then some of the development of this carbon dots for the sensing purposes. So that's, I will focus on this carbon dots. So that if I see the carbon dots, then that we have a quantum dots, like inorganic quantum dots, and then carbon dots. The beauty of this carbon dots is that it is organic, derived from the organic matter, and then we can easily synthesize using the green synthesis techniques. And the particle size I'm talking about is dots, then it should be less than 10 nanometer. Now if we'll see the properties of these carbon dots, and while see the literature of these carbon dots, we see that a lot of people in the last 5 years that people are working on these carbon dots. Why? Because it is soluble in water. It can produce through the green synthesis. Second, it is having a chemically inert, but it is not, because if I see the compare, if they're not out of the foods itself, that like suppose we have, they are also having, if I do the analysis, they are naturally present this carbon dots also. Then again thing is that we have it is a excellent fluorescence property, it is having a phosphorescence properties, or simply modification of some. If I do the modification, then we can do the wide variety of this application of this carbon dots. It easy functionalization, then photoluminescence properties, and as I told you, it is very biocompatible. It is not then it is having a stable resistance to photo bleaching. Then what are the applications of this carbon dots? That is, as I told you, that is a fluorescence. Then we can go for this analysis of heavy metals, pesticides analysis, determination of gases, and detection of radioactive materials, etc. Now, so this, whatever the carbon dots that we prepared in our laboratory, you can see that is we just prepared with the different sources, like we use the kachkal peel, we just use the lemon peel, etc. So under normal light, it looks like that, and the fluorescence, whatever we are green fluorescence or this particular properties that we produce. So the carbon dots is that, and why it is important is that it is having excitation dependent. When you're talking about that, if I'm changing this excitation wavelength, then it will be having a different of fluorescence property. So that this is the major properties of this carbon dots, that by changing the particle size, by changing the excitation, we can have a different types of the carbon dots fluorescence that we can able to have, like green fluorescence, that you'll see there is a common fluorescence, green fluorescence, red fluorescence, etc. So that's, and this different colorful carbon dots can be utilized for the further analysis of the product. Like, so that's why then, as I told you, that is we can produce the carbon dots from the wax itself, whatever the thing that we have. And then we have a banana peel, we have this, if I see the disadvantage of this material and the preparation of the carbon dots using this one, that is very heterogeneous material that we have. So if we are interested, and if we have to synthesize this carbon dots, then what exactly happen if I'm using this type of source? So reproducibility will be challenged, although we are working on that particular things also, but we are working on some specific chemicals so that we can control the properties of this carbon dots. Another important characteristics of carbon dots is that is it has a tendency to retain its structure. Means suppose I am using certain lanthanides or certain component, in its native stage, if it has a tendency to bind to the particular element for the analysis, in that condition, the same properties we can, if the product will go for this pyrolysis for the conversion of the carbon dots, it will retain its capability also. So because when you synthesize the carbon dots, it is a controlled pyrolysis. We are not destroying overall the structure of the carbon. So that's why we have possibilities that we can retain this one. So by that way, this carbon dots, if I regulate it, we can control it. And suppose we are using that initial stage, it is having certain chemistry with a particular component, then after carbon dots, it has a tendency to recall its original structure and it will show like that way. So there are two methods or approaches like C-dot synthesis, the top-down approaches and the bottom-up. Means if I'm using graphite, then we can break down and then convert into the carbon dots. That is a top-down approaches, and that is the bottom-up approaches. So this is an example. And then, as I told you, that thing is the carbon dots is the excitation depend. Like silicon, if you see the silicon, it is depend upon the particle size. Means if you control the particle size in that particular wavelength, then you'll be having a red color fluorescence. If you're having a particular part, the carbon dots is an excitation depend. Another important thing is that the carbon dots, like we can play with the carbon dots by changing the dilution. Like, because if there is a metastable stage and fluorescence stage, so that's why by changing this concentration of the component, we are able to change the properties of this carbon dots and this one. So then another important thing of the carbon dots is, as I told you, that we can prepare the carbon dots through the controlled pyrolysis. It has a tendency. Now the concept is that when we are going for this sensing purposes, and in that sensing purposes, if we have to analyze, right? So how will be able to, because like you see the lot of literature that it can be analyzed for this iron content or it can be analyzed for further component, then we have to work on this surface modification. Suppose if we synthesize these carbon dots and if we modify the surface of the particular component which show its property to bind with the particular component, so that we can do, and that we have a lot of scope in that particular area, so that we can go for this modification and then we'll be able to do the specific sensing purposes. So this is a, so that what we did, we just analyzed in our laboratory the iron, and then we just produced the carbon dots using the some food waste sources, and then you see that we have a different
Poonam, you need to, Dr. Poonam, you need to little hurry.
Okay, sir. Okay. Yeah. So that's why we have developed, and that we just analyze this FTIR spectra and this one, and then we just got it. And then when we need this, it is the chemistry behind it is the quenching of this fluorescence property. So then when it's quench the fluorescence property, we'll be able to analyze the iron content present in the sample. So then we just plot this term Volmer plot, and then we just calibrated the sample, and we successfully analyzed this iron content using these carbon dots that we synthesize using this. So then another thing that we are doing the acetylene cholinesterase enzyme. We are just you can say, sir, how much time that I have?
Another maybe 2-3 minutes we can finish.
Okay, so okay. So that okay, then we have the synthesis, then we can do that. And then we just develop a different conjugation method for the analysis of pesticide that we are working. Then another thing that okay, so as I don't have any time, so that is another method that we just do the silver nitrate. And silver nitrate is reduce the silver nanoparticle. It has a tendency to produce the surface plasma resonance, and then it can reduce the spectrophotometric properties. And then we successfully analyze for the melamine detection. And then is another parameter, rapid sensing. The thing is important is that as I told you, the topic is disadvantages. So then we have to go for this further like interferences for factors that we have to focus on that. So then we have we just developed the electrochemical sensor, like for the analysis of this one, so that to calculate the maturity, so that also that we did, and then successfully, and for that our student Mr. Anup Kumar Gupta got the Srishti Gyati award for that development of this biosensor also. And then we just developed the naringenase enzyme, and then we just calculated the maturity. And now presently, as I told you, that we are working on this integration of the smartphone based for the development of the, this is LSRB funded project that we are doing. And then we just developed this, like you can see that we have designed the cradle, since the time is very low or less. And then this cradle we attach with the phone. So that's a small kind of the spectrophotometer that we have. And then just we added the filter, we just added the grater, and that this work we did in the collaboration with Professor Pavitranath of the physics. And then we attached with the phone, and then we just collected the spectra. And then we just develop a pH-based sense like aniline film, and then we attach, and then when it is react with the come in the contact with the volatile basics, and then we then we'll be able to analyze the spoilage of fish. So that the system that we develop, and that this is the analysis that we are doing. This work is still going on. So these are the detection of fishness. These are the differences. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Poonam. It was a very nice presentation, and the student community might have really enjoyed the length and breadth of your presentation. Now, the questions at the end we will see if there are any. Now, I request Dr. Naveen to just run the presentation by.
Run the presentation of Dr. Sanjeev Kumar.
Good morning. This is Dr. Sanjeev. Outset, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me for a talk during this 28th ICFOST on virtual platform. The present talk will cover What are the food fraud instances worldwide? Types of food fraud, mitigation strategies, how spectroscopy as a technological tool to unearth this food fraud. A brief about various types of spectroscopic techniques used, then power of spectroscopy in combination with the statistical tools, how the spectrometers have been evolved, and what is the current trends. What is food fraud? Food fraud, basically, we can tell it is an intentionally done to deceive the customer for an undue economical advantage. So this is what, in summary, we can tell about food fraud. It's a complex issue, and not many such food fraud has happened. To name a few, the melamine scandal in China in 2008. This happened by mixing melamine in milk powder, which is meant for the infants, resulted in almost 52,000 hospitalizations and 6 deaths. Another is the rapeseed oil scandal in Spain in 1981. Rapeseed oil adulterated with the aniline, that is to phenylamine, was sold in the name of virgin olive oil. It has resulted in a serious issue. Almost 20,000 people were affected, almost 300 deaths occurred. Lungs were affected, and a lot of people got crippled due to this. Another is a horse meat scandal in 2013, which happened in European nations like Ireland and Britain, where burgers with horse meat was supplied in the name of beef. So these type of food frauds are happening worldwide. What are the type of food frauds? One is adulterate, economically motivated, like melamine in milk, which will give an indication that large amount of nitrogen in the form of protein is available. Addition and concealment, mixing with the lower value ingredients. That is another way of doing. Third is tampering or mislabeling, fraudulent checking information like changed expiry information. Then simulation, that is designed to look like a legitimate product, counterfeits popular food not produced in the same food safety, which recently occurred. My Nandini meal ghee was made with a different, fraudulently made and sold. Diversion, distribution outside the intended area, then produce in excess compared to the agreement. So these are all considered as a food fraud. What are the ways to combat food fraud? One is a risk assessment. That is, the risk assessment has to be carried out, or the ingredient check has to be done for any history of food fraud, and assess the composition and quality of product in relation to standard pricing. Authenticity assessment, regular testing of ingredients at multiple stages of supply chain with reference to global standards. Training the person to, on the spot, he should be able to find the food fraud instances equipped with the proper technology. Using advanced sensitive instrumentation techniques in food supply chains. Harness the power of real-time data collection, cloud computing to generate one source of right data. How this spectroscopy as a tool can help in combating food fraud. Spectroscopy is a group of analytic techniques. It utilizes interaction of electromagnetic radiation with the matter. And how do they interact? Electromagnetic radiation, when they're interacting, for example, UV or visible light, when they're interacting with matter, depending on the energy levels and energy of the incoming radiation, electronic excitations can happen. So that is used to study the UV visible, using that to study the UV visible spectroscopy. If the molecule is interacting with infrared radiation, then excitations at the various vibration levels can happen. This is can be used to make that to get the infrared spectroscopy. Raman spectroscopy is also complementary to that by a different technique. Again, we are getting a vibrational level excitations only. Then excitation between the spin levels of various nuclei when they are subjected to a very high magnetic field in presence of radio frequency, we get an mass spectroscopy. Electrons once get excited using, it may come back to lower level by emitting radiation, which is having a wavelength higher than the absorbed radiation. That gives what we call it as fluorescence, or it's an emission spectroscopy that can be used to study the fluorescence spectroscopy. So a large number of applications have been developed to detect and prevent food fraud in spectroscopic methods. We'll come to one by one, and then just a glimpse of this can be given. UV visible spectroscopy, as it is shown here, this is based on the excitation of electronic excitation from a lower level to higher level, over molecular electronic level. And quantitative analysis is also possible by using the Lambert's law. And this can be used to study adulteration, beverages, drinks, confectionery, spices, milk, olive oil, jam, sweets, all those. To give an example, olive oil, a virgin, extra virgin olive oil, and adulterated with some other refined oil can be easily detected by looking at the presence of stigmastat 3,5-diene, which comes to the refined oil during the refining process by cystosterol. by cystosterol. And this given absorbance at 270 nanometers. So by just observing the absorbance at 270 nanometer, qualitatively it can be detected whether it is a extra virgin olive oil or it is adulterated by any refined olive oil or any other vegetable. In combining this spectroscopic method with other techniques like chromatographic technique can be used to detect different synthetic colors. Similarly, combining spectroscopic methods with GELDAR can be used to detect adulteration by nitrogen-rich compounds such as melamine, urea, etc. These electrons which get excited at a higher level will generally come back, emitting the radiation. If the emitter radiation is coming at a higher wavelength of lower energy, then we call it as a fluorescence. Normally this happens with the polyaromatic hydrocarbons, heterocyclic compounds. So this is limited to that. It is highly selective and sensitive. It's a non-destructive technique. Fluorescence along with the partial least square or chemometric techniques can be very well used to study the food fraud happening in animals and vegetables. So, but only thing is that here we have to apply the statistical techniques for it. Next is the infrared spectroscopic method. Infrared spectroscopic method deals with the excitations and the vibrational level. There are several vibrational levels for each bonds. It can be stretching, it can be bending. And if the excitations happen from a lower vibration level to just adjacent vibration level, that is 0 to 1 level, then and 0 to 2 level, 0 to 3 level, all these are possible. So based on the different type of excitations happening, infrared spectroscopy is divided into 3: mid-IR, near-IR, and far-IR. In the mid-IR, fundamental vibrations are studied where the vibrational excitation from 0 to 1 level is considered. And it ranges from 4,000 to 400 microcentimeter. And this is again divided into 2. 4,000 to 1500 microcentimeter is called functional region, which normally used to detect the different functional present in the molecule, and 1,500 to 400 centimeter, which is called the fingerprint region, which is a real fingerprint of the molecule. This is highly useful for adulteration detection with the help of chemometrics. And the basic criteria for excitations in infrared spectroscopy, there should be a change in the dipole moment during vibration. So application of the mid-IR spectroscopy can be used for detection of trans fats, and the new advent of accessories like attenuated total reflectance accessory, MIR microspectroscopy can help a long way in identification of adulteration. Only limitation with respect to this is it is highly sensitive to water. So anything which is having water sample is slightly difficult to analyze. To give an example of how trans fat can be detected, there is an accessory called zinc selenide single bond attenuated total reflectance accessory, which is heated to about 65 degrees centigrade. Two different standards are used, triiodine and tripalmitin, and gravimetrically prepare the trans fat containing 0 to 20%. Take the spectra and then see the region 966 inverse centimeter. Take the second derivative, multiply by -1. We get a bands like this, whatever it is shown here. The intensity can be plotted against the concentration to get a linear regression. Using this, the trans fat available in any other systems can be detected. Near IR spectroscopy. Near infrared spectroscopy is also infrared spectroscopy only. It comes beyond 4,000 to 10,000 inverse centimeter. Here, what is studied is the overtones and combination. Overtones are if the excitation, vibrational excitation is happening from ground level to the second excited level, or third excited level, or fourth excited level. Then these are called first overtone, second overtone, third overtone, like that. Similarly, combination of certain vibration, that is due to the vibrational coupling, then also we can have combination bands. Both can be used in near infrared spectroscopy to study various systems. So vibrations in CH, OH, NH, and possibly SH and C double bond bonds are responsible for a majority of the observed absorption bands in the NAR. It can be used to find the proximate composition, and simultaneous detection of different components are also possible here. To just give a glimpse of different wavelength used in water, protein, oil, starch, which is shown here. How this can be used to study the food systems. The presence of water, amount of water available, protein available, etc. in wheat can be easily detected by near IR spectroscopy, but it has to use chemometric techniques. Similarly, the effect of processing and the storage, what will happen to the hydrogen bonding between water and starch? It can be easily detected by using the near IR, because OH stretching, overtone modes are sensitive. This spectroscopy is required to classify within a series possible class to identify a particular kind of adulteration. Application of NIR for authenticity testing of coffee, fruit pulp, etc. has already been reported. But there is a limitation for near IR technique. One of the disadvantages is it requires calibration using a large number of samples. And the calibration obtained with one instrument cannot be used directly with the other because of the optical difference between the instruments. And calibration instability resulting from change in sample or instrument characteristic over time, which can be a frequent recalibration. So these are some of the limitations. Another spectroscopy which can be used is Raman spectroscopic methods. Raman spectroscopy is actually complementary to IR, but the process of obtaining Raman is totally different. Exciting molecules to a virtual state by using laser light, and the emitted radiation, which is or scattered radiation, is detected. The scattered radiation, difference between the exciting and the scattered radiation, which we will be getting in terms of Raman shift. And this can be in the Stokes region or anti-Stokes. But ultimately, what we are getting is a vibrational spectrum, and this becomes complementary to IR. For those molecules which are centrosymmetric, Raman bands will be invisible in IR, and IR bands will be invisible in Raman. So Raman and mid-IR are complementary. So one advantage with the Raman spectroscopy is water system can be very easily studied using Raman because water is a very weak scatterer. But there is a disadvantage. Scattering itself is a weak phenomenon. So the sensitivity of the system will come down when we start using Raman spectroscopy. This has been overcome by using surface enhanced Raman spectroscopy. in contrast to classical Raman spectroscopy, which provides a lower detection limit, where we use nano levels of certain metals like silver, gold, and all, and allow the substrate to stay on it, and give a plasma resonance to enhance the Raman spectroscopy signal. Raman spectroscopy normally combined with statistical techniques like PCA, principal component analysis, or chemometrics. This can be examined. This can be used, applied to examine adulteration in systems like honey by sugar, by syrup and sugar solution, olive oil by vegetable oil, like that. So in all these cases we have seen spectroscopy alone is not able to come out with a tool as a tool to give some result for the adulteration testing. It is normally combined with statistical tools like chemometrics. What is this chemometrics? Spectra obtained, the one example we have seen in which trans fat was measured. There we took a linear regression, only one wavelength, and the absorbance was measured and plotted as a graph. If you look at the fingerprint region of the spectrum, a large amount of data set is available. This data set containing the amount of data from which chemometric tools will be doing a data mining, and suitable data obtained is processed, enhanced, segmentation, classification is done to get a reliable result. This is what is being done. Or in other words, it can be looked in this way. A satellite image, once it is obtained, what we normally do a lot of image processing. First it is converted into digital image, and then to all the digital image processing to get a reliable result. Same type of systems are being employed by using chemometrics. However, the major obstacle for common application of chemometric method is it requires a large amount of data set and a matrix requirement. So each change in matrix composition needs to a new calibration and validation process. In future, improvement of chemometrics tool to become more robust and less sensitive to influence the matrix. So what we have seen at present is spectroscopy as an independent tool. Yes, it has some limitation. It is very good as far as analysis of individual compounds are concerned, but it needs to be supported by other statistical tools like chemometrics to come out with a reliable and data which can be suitably used for food fraud analysis. What is the present trend of these spectrometers? Here are given certain photographs of the Raman spectrometer. The first Raman spectrometer by Sir C.V. Raman. Second one is a Bruker Raman spectrometer. Third one we can see a handheld Raman spectrometer. Such a huge systems have been brought down to a handheld system. And these are being used to detect counterfeit drugs during the COVID-19 situation. So one trend is we are trying to miniaturize a system. Now, if it goes in this similar way, what we can expect? Can we have portable spectroscopy to fight food fraud? The present trend indicates that if we are having a portable system like Raman or NIR system, it can induce certain electromagnetic radiation. See the response from the food material. This can be shared with some mobile apps, which can give the spectrum, respective spectrum. This can be shared with the cloud, where all the chemometric tools are applied, and within seconds, the result can come back to the mobile, indicating the composition of food, which can easily be used for detection of food fraud. So this may be the future of portable spectroscopy. So in conclusion, spectroscopic methods for food fraud analysis are simple, rapid, but the combination of spectroscopic technique and chemometrics is necessary. The current trend, cheaper and miniature portable handheld instruments are there. Application is production line, indoor units, storage units can be used. Further improvement, developments are required. Spectroscopy combined with chemometrics will require development of methods which are more robust and less sensitive to the influence of matrix. the combination of spectroscopy with other analytical systems like measurement of thermal, electrical, or electrochemical properties of food can improve reliability of the result. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. And I think nowadays these spectroscopic and chemometric techniques will be helpful for to fight the food fraud and to analyze the samples. So if any question. So I think that we have no more questions. So sir is there, sir?
Yeah.
Sir, over to you. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. We had a very interesting session. First speaker talked about the safety of the consumers from the freshness or spoilage point of view. Dr. Poonam covered quite exhaustively on the innovative sensing techniques from biosensors to carbon dot to silver nanoparticles and how that can be used. And Dr. Sanjeev Kumar covered extensively the analytical techniques using the spectroscopic techniques. And then I think that was quite informative to the students particularly. So with this, we don't have any questions. So I thank the speakers, Dr. Poonam and Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, the co-chair, the organizers, to mention Dr. Annapure, Dr. Chauhan and Dr. Naveen, and our sponsors, major sponsors, as well as the session sponsor in Elmer. So with this, I think with the permission of the organizers, we declare this session closed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Professor Chauhan, sir. Dr. Anup, good afternoon.
Very nice.
Good afternoon,
very
sir.
Nice. Good, very nice. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm very well, sir. How are you?
Fine, fine.
I think हमारे session के speakers, Dr. Ramchandra Rao is also there. Good afternoon, Dr. Anup.
Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Good
afternoon. Dr. Rao.
Yes, I am there. Good morning.
So very good morning.
Good afternoon. Already we are in the 12:08.
Good afternoon. Correct, sir. So if all of us, I think that's all of us speakers, 4 of us. So should we start? Chauhan sir, I prepared 4 slides for your introduction of the speakers. मैं start करके आपको introduce करके आपको hand over कर दूँगी.
Sure. As you wish, as you wish.
All right. Who is here from the ICFOST IT side? Please let us know when we are live. ICFOST IT team, is somebody here? Can you confirm, please?
Yes, ma'am. It's visible and audible.
Yeah. Can you tell me your name, please?
Food authentication. Sorry, my name.
Yeah, your name.
Yeah, Ajay, ma'am. Sorry.
Ajay. Ajay, are we already live or will you be going live now?
No, ma'am, we are already live.
We are already live. All right, great. So a very good afternoon to all the participants. And after a very engaging session that we saw part one of food authentication, safety and quality, we are delighted to welcome you to part two of the session. The topic of food authentication, safety, quality and regulation, I think is an age-old topic. As our capabilities of manufacturing, our capabilities of analysis and our capabilities of interpretation improve, the risk improves and our need for stronger systems continue to improve. So we have a really experienced and a special panel today to speak on this topic and add more information, more knowledge to the participants who've joined us today. In order to take the session forward, I welcome the chair for the session, Professor Dr. Anil Chauhan.
Thank you.
Sir, welcome, sir. Namaste. Chauhan sir is the president for AFSTI Varanasi chapter and the vice chairman for the Indian Dairy Association UP. Sir is a member of the scientific panel for FSSAI on fruits, vegetables, and products, and also a member of the scientific committee of FSSAI. Professor Chauhan has been a member of the UP Subordinate Services Selection Commission, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and is a visiting scientist in various international universities such as Wageningen, Copenhagen, Onkirk in the Netherlands, and other countries as well. He has been a chair and co-chair of various scientific technical committees and national conferences and is an avid researcher and an excellent communicator. Dr. Chauhan sir, welcome and over to you for starting the session off.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shubhaprada Nistala. Actually, thank you so much for introducing myself in a very wonderful words, which I never listened from anybody's mouth. Only I am the person who is very lucky to hear such type of good words from your mouth. So now I am fortunate, or I am so lucky to have a very excellent or eminent scientist as a co-chair. I want to introduce my co-chair, Dr. Shubhaprada Nistala. She is a president of FSTI chapter Mumbai. No doubt, she's having a 22 years and more than 22 years of executive experience in different industry, corporate sectors, in a very good position also. Now she already published, Dr. Stala already published a very good, very high research paper and having a good high impact factors, national as well as international repute also. She's currently lead the its Font Training Center jointly set up by FSSI and EIC as the director in charge. Now, Dr. Stala also conferred the numerous awards, including the FSSI, FSTI, safety professionals, and many more. So without wasting our time, I invite my very excellent speaker, Dr. Ajay.
Dr. Anup Krishnan. Yes.
Export Inspection Council of India. So now Dr. Ajay also a assistant director, and she completed her PhD in bioscience, also having the 21 years experience in different fields in food safety, like contaminant analyticals, quality control research, etc. He is also the member of Codex Committee and Sampling Analysis, also a member of Rapid Analysis Food Testing Committee of FSSI, expert member of ISO TC 334 Working Group 13 on material, and also got a Young Scientist Award from IOAC or India section 2018. Now Dr. Anup published a very good research papers in the field of food chemistry and related field also. Now he is a international consultant on, he has international consultant on reputation for FAO and IAEA to Ecuador, Ghana, and Bangladesh. Anup trained many trainees in his field. So without wasting our time, I invite to Dr. Anup A. Krishnan. Please go forward.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to one and all. At the outset, I would like to thank AFSTI and the organizers of this program, and also the chair and co-chair for the session. So my topic of the presentation, I think my slide is visible, is it?
Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
It needs to be in slide.
Yeah, is it in slideshow now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So I would be speaking on a brief overview with respect to food authenticity, the challenges and the analytical solution. So when you talk about, I think already in the previous session, I think one of the speakers slightly touched on one of few of the analytical tools with respect to food fraud. So the main important thing of this session would be ultimately the present challenge which is being faced. The question rise here, who am I? I'm talking about a food commodity. Who am I and where am I from? These are things which are being asked by customers. Mainly I'm talking about not only it's mainly onto the trade issue. These concerns are mainly coming or arising onto the trade issues. So I'll be touching few areas here, mainly the terminologies. I think we heard in the previous session a word called food fraud. Now I put a word new or the main theme of the session, food authenticity. But I'll come to a few more terminologies which are really clicking on the background with respect to this topic. We'll also talk about the challenges, what are the analytical solution. And I also would like to take a touch on the role of EIC in food authenticity, because we are a purely Export Inspection Council under Ministry of Commerce is a regulatory body, and we are facilitating trade. And one of the challenge which we have faced over the period of time is on food authenticity. And we would also like to just brief what is the way forward and what are the strategies to modulate this. Again, this was seen in the previous session, but just to touch this, these two were the two scandals which I think which is known to most of the people. One was this 2008 melamine issue with respect to milk or the dairy products, and one was onto the horse meat scandal, wherein which there was a mixing of horse meat onto other type of, or claimed, it was claimed as a it was mainly onto the burger. But I think this was just the tip of the iceberg. These are the only thing actually as people we know only these two things, but I think this is just a tip of the iceberg. So I'll come to that now into detail, what are the things which are happening. Now these are the terminologies which are prevalent: food fraud, food adulteration, food crime, food integrity, food authenticity, economically motivated adulteration, and food counterfeiting. Now you can see so many terminologies being used. Really, this can bring up a scare to a customer or a consumer. Just we can tell it as a human consumer, because these words associated with food are really scary in nature. Ideally, it is a hidden problem. It is nothing new, but it has come to the forefront now, and many countries are just trying to fight with it. Now, the biggest problem, what is the challenge, what has been faced globally is the legal thing, or the legal definition of food fraud, and the legal do we really have a definition for food fraud? Because see, if you don't define something, like we have defined what is food safety, we know what is a quality definitions are well explicitly defined, but do we really have a definition of food fraud? If you ask me, legally we don't have, and this can have a problem in the court of law. because see many people who are these perpetrators who are doing this food fraud or whatever terminologies we have used, they can really create a lot of issues. So the first important thing is to have a legal definition for this, and then the third important thing we need to have is a real harmonized legislation for this. So this is the background under which I am just touching on few areas where in which, because many countries are working onto a legislative framework, but if you ask me, still it's not fully developed. Even FSSAI is working onto, FSSAI as an initial step has come out with the labeling requirement, which is also part of a food authenticity or food fraud issue. Now coming to this part of the umbrella, food quality and food safety is well defined. Now, because this is not intentional, it can be accidental adulteration or it is not intentional. Now, coming to the other side of the coin, this is something called intentional adulteration. And this is where the actual issue comes, the food fraud or the food defense. And it can be of many things. I think already the previous one of the session speaker has clearly told that there are many issues: mislabeling, dilution, concealment, counterfeiting, substitution, unapproved enhancement. These are some things which are happening. But really, how can we tackle it? You are having multiple things here. How we are going to tackle it? Now, definition, if you ask me about the definition, there are I'm just taking it from a Google Scholar search, and there are a lot of definition. And if you ask me, there are one of the definition which has hit the maximum. I'm telling the hit is 553, is a deliberate or intentional substitution, adding, tampering, or misinterpretation of food ingredients of food packing, misleading statements being put onto the product to get an economic gain. This is what a definition lies. There are multiple definitions of food fraud, but this is one which is more prevalent. The second one which is there is a simple one: the intentional adulteration of food for financial advantage. I think this could be very well understood by a common man or a layman. It's an intentional adulteration. Now, what is the outcome? Outcome of these, it can be classified into three: product tampering can happen, record tampering can happen, and claim violation can happen. These are the three things due to which outcome of food fraud can be categorized. Now, this is only a categorization. There are further subdivisions onto product tampering, record tampering, and claim violation. Now, coming to the next terminology, in addition, associating with food fraud, is economically motivated adulteration. This happens mainly in products. One of the prominent thing which which is very simple and understood by layman is rice. Basmati rice being reconstituted with a low quality rice. So basmati rice has high value in the market. Maybe it's a flair of India because we have a high potential export value for this, but it's being reconstituted with a low valued one. Then product dilution, simple water being added to many types of mainly the fruit juices. These are things which are very much happening nowadays. Now, food authenticity, that is mainly which comes to the word authentic is what it says. So you tell that this food is authentic. So what we claim, it should be that. That's more of a, it's mainly to the characterization of the food, mainly to the nature, substance, and the quality. What is being expected by a purchaser. So expect say as a purchaser, as a consumer, when you take, you see the nature of the of a product, you see the substance, and you see these are physical things. As a consumer, you can assess. They can't do it anything addition to that. They can't use any analytical tool as such. Now, coming to the word, another word which is coming into picture is the food integrity. Again, the product is of the specification defined as such. Is it the claim? There are a lot of label claims coming onto a food product. How many of customers see that? Hardly few of the customers may see it. So the label claim has become a lot of importance as on date globally. Now, what is food defense? So it's protect against intentional act that it's going to harm you. How we can protect it? So it's something like a defense. The next one which is coming is food crime. All types of food fraud that is conducted on a large scale. So the outcome of this food fraud would be the food crime. Maybe it goes legally when it comes to a stand of or a court of law. Food protection, mainly that addresses food safety, food defense. These are few things which is very common. Food security, known to all, enough supply for acceptable food. So now you can see the varieties of terminologies being put globally, and because of which this can create a lot of issues. Again, see, I told you, when it comes, it's a big umbrella which comes from an authentic food to a food fraud. So maybe we can tell that food authenticity leads to a food fraud, and food fraud is, as we discussed earlier, leads to different types of categories and subcategories from that, wherein which adulteration, dilution, substitutions can all arise. Now, coming from where these are the challenges, it comes through the whole supply chain. From the grower, it can happen. It can come from the collector who collects it. It can come from the primary processor, the local traders, and the secondary processor. So this is how a supply chain lies. We talk about a farm to fork. So this is where the whole supply chain lies, and it ends up directly to a consumer. So at each level, these things can happen, and many things can happen during each stages, and it's increasing over the period of time, and it's going to be a major challenge over the time period. Now, what are the challenges which we are going to face really in the ground? Huge variety of food products. We don't know what is it. It's not only food, the products associated or processed foods. So you can know the variety of food products which are being consumed. Looking often for the unknown. When we are talking about food for authenticity and food fraud, we are trying to target something which is unknown. We don't know, because someone has added something, and we are trying to, from the shadow, we are trying to find out something which is unknown. The third important issue what we are going to face is no global standardized system for collection and reporting information, because there is no system as such. We are mostly concerned about food safety and food quality. Quality and the safety is mostly the legislative, or the food law is made on the umbrella of that. We know that it's growing gradually, and the awareness on this food authenticity and food fraud is coming up. Challenges, it's analytically, I'm talking about analytical challenges, lot. And it's just a tip, as I told, we are just on the tip. We know a lot of things are hidden behind analytically. Interpretation of a result, really challenging. Whether it is any analytical tool, I'll come to the analytical tool. Finding the right marker, we don't know, because when it comes to measurement, mainly with respect to this unknown, we need to identify the true markers, and identifying the true markers is a real challenge. Authentic sample, we need to make a database. And for that, we need to get authentic sample. Authentic means if it is just honey, it should be true honey for that particular flora. If it is adulterated, it will not give you a true real database to substantiate an unknown sample. Now, what are the issues being faced in India? Geographical origin, one which is being faced, and it's a big trade barrier which has happened, and we really had an issue during 2018-2019 to defend that this honey is of Indian origin. We had really lot of challenging, lot of consignments were held back in US, and we really had to fight up to gear up our analytical tool to challenge those results. Geographical origin in spices, fruit juice, authenticity with respect to shrimp, whether it is farmed one, some products are being exported claiming as farmed, however it is wild caught, means it is from sea, not from farmed one. So it's all economically driven things which are happening. The variety of fishes being exported, claimed as one type of variety, however when it reaches there, it is being challenged, telling that this is not the variety which has reached there. Authenticity with respect to cereals, coffee, dairy products, growing issue. One of the biggest challenge India is going to face is on the dairy products. Meat authenticity, oil is growing, palm oil, which is being traded. There is a challenge between means Malaysian palm oil and the Indian one. That's another challenge which is getting So, but it's just a few food products which I have touched, but there it's a growing thing. As I told, it is very diverse, and it's going to, because I told it's going to be the tip, and it's going gradually down. And we are going to face a lot of challenges addressing this issue. Now, from challenges to solution, like mainly we'll be touching on these food products mainly, which are commercially important. The biggest two categories to detect food fraud mainly is scientific analysis, and also to test using broader mitigation strategies. And one such tool is really the analytical tool to mitigate these measures. Mainly there are two types of analytical tools which are being used. One is targeted and one is non-targeted. And I'll come to the targeted one. Targeted, we know what we are going to do or what we are targeting analytically, but non-targeted is something like an unknown. And that is where the real analytical things are being faced. Now, what are the tools which are available? One of the tools globally presently used and which has taken a lot of recognition and being used by many of the countries is something called stable isotopic analysis. That is isotopic ratio mass spectrometry. Wherein which it is clearly the common elements in the living matter, hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen. The ratios are being used as an indicator towards authenticity work. And using this, what all things we can do is we can do do to an extent adulteration, geographical origin to an extent. The method of production also can be where the actual processing is happening. This tool can be used for ascertaining these things. Now, using DNA analysis, it has its own advantages and disadvantages. One of the advantage thing is the variety. Easily you can identify the variety of the products being, or the different types of products which are being used. Coming to the newly one, which is known as the NMR, the nuclear magnetic resonance, which is which is being now being projected as one of a very important tool with respect to food authenticity. The strength of the analysis, however, lies on the database, mainly using authentic samples. I think already the previous session we have seen the importance of chromatography, FTIR, which is again a non-targeted one. Mainly it is being used as a good tool when it combines with a gas chromatography, a targeted and a non-targeted one, mainly for oils. Elemental profiling, that is also globally reaching, and mainly for geographical origin studies, wherein which you can use some indicator, geologically related fractioned elements, agriculturally related elements, human activity related elements, and geographically related fractionated relation. Because I'm talking about the isotopic, mainly the elements in the periodic tables, mainly naturally forming elements in the periodic table that can be discriminated, and these can be used as an indicator for fighting food authenticity. Proteomics method, marker based, mainly using mass spectrometry. Metabolomics method using LC-MS, MS, and high resolution. I am talking about low resolution and high resolution mass spectrometry. Again, they need specific markers. But one of the new thing which is emerging is the NGS, the next generation sequencer, or the high throughput sequencing, mainly on metagenomics, which is growing, but it's a robust method, and it is still under evaluation because huge cost is involved into this, and it's a evolving thing which is coming. Another one is chemometrics. I think already the previous session we have heard about chemometrics using NIR, and also I think we had a session yesterday on HSI, the hypospectral imaging. These are also can be used for detecting geographical origin, genetic variety, and farming variety. Now, what has been the role of EIC over the period of time? I told you we had an issue in 2018, mainly on the geographical origin of honey. Initially, we took up, we had to address that issue fast, and we have now housed an NMR in Mumbai. And now it has been accredited, validated. The method has been developed, validated using a database, and now it is being accredited. And presently, we are authenticating geographical origin and also checking for adulteration of honey sample, which is now mandated for any consignment being exported to US. Another tool which we are presently working is on ICP-MS to authenticate mainly spices and honey samples. Future analytical challenges, what we are going to face mainly with all these tools: authentic reference material, mainly for method development, quality control, accreditation, and proficiency testing. Method standardization, mainly with respect to validation and having a strong database. Need of a robust statistical tool to interpret data, because all of these analytical tools revolves around a statistical tool. I think the previous session we heard principal component analysis or multivariate analysis are being used. Maybe the biggest solution for an exporter or an importer would be a handheld portable device which can be used in the field to authenticate its sample and address food fraud. Now, this is a very recent one published by European Union, 2021. You can see India is also facing some issues with respect to tea powder. Mainly, we have also heard about mainly an address. We have also heard about dairy products also being adulterated. So many people are working onto it, and we are having a lot of concern. The way forward, a legal definition. First important thing, to have a legal definition and a legislation to tackle food fraud. Creating and updating food standards and labeling rules in compliance with codex standard. Maybe a new concept, HACCP correlated concept is coming, a vulnerability analysis and critical control point, mainly which can be implemented at the real producer level or the establishment levels. Blockchain technology, that would be the ideal situation. Traceability at each place, from the farm to the fork, would be the ideal situation. Strategies, maybe we should be a bit more proactive than being reactive. Anticipate things, participate in development of standards, anticipate the requirements, and maybe leave the market. That's an information mainly for the importers and the exporters. We need to work hand in hand with the regulators and to address food fraud and tackle this. Maybe India's voice is there in many codex forum, mainly in CCFIX. We are working onto it, and that is the area where in which we can tackle this issues. Thank you again. Once again, I would like to thank all the organizers and my chair and co-chair for considering, and the co-speakers also for the session. Thank you.
So now, thank you very much, Dr. Anup, for a wonderful presentation. Indeed, you emphasis on food fraud, authentication, regulation, and you have narrated a terminology in a very easy words also. And what are the issues and challenges nowadays India is facing? What are the solutions we have? So thank you so much for your wonderful presentations. So now I request to my co-chair, please invite next speaker and introduce her or himself. Introduce themselves, please.
As per the agenda, I am the next speaker. So with your permission, I will go ahead.
Okay. So I think डॉक्टर सुप्रदा निस्तार किसी परिचय की मोहताज नहीं है, हिंदी में बोलते हैं हमारे यहाँ. Obviously, I have already, but I have left some words which I want to say, convey to the audience. She also a alumnus of CFTRI. Her experience includes a rich mix of audit and training delivery also. She has been the leader auditor to quality, safety, food safety and environmental management system with experience over more than 200 audits. As a lead tutor, she has lead over 500 delegates. It's a wonderful thing. It's a good achievement for another feather in your cap, Dr. Suvaprada. Throughout credited lead auditor 10 programs, in addition to several awareness courses. So I have already spoken. She published a very very excellent research paper having very good impact factors. So without wasting our time, I invite to our excellent, indeed, very good speaker like Dr. Suvaprada Nistala. Please come forward to deliver yourself.
Thank you, sir, for that very warm introduction once again about my background. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Anup. Fantastic session always from you. I think you have this ability to simplify the toughest of concepts and make it easy for even laypersons like myself to understand. Taking that forward, we heard about the need for authenticity. My session is a little bit more contemplative. It talks about the future of quality and organizational excellence. Quality management systems have not evolved very drastically over the last few decades. Yes, we've seen the evolution of standards from 1998 to 2015. We've seen introduction of facets of capability and competence that are being evaluated. We've seen additional tools being added. But at the crux of quality management, and I have been a quality professional from the time that I started my career in the industry, there has not been any disruptive change in the way we approach quality. All quality management systems are still based on TQM. We follow the PDCA cycle, which is an excellent cycle, and I am a very, very strong proponent of PDCA, HACCP. I believe fundamentally these are concepts that can be applied not just in industry, but in every area of work and personal life as well, in my opinion. But the point I'm trying to make is that while industry has moved and gone from being automated to being autonomous today, quality management per se is still based on principles which evolved in the 1950s. In my presentation today, my attempt is to, as I said, contemplate and look at what the future should hold for us as quality individuals, as quality managers, as we step into this world called Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0, of course, a familiar term to all of us today. It's one of the bingo words that we all talk about. We had machines, Industry 1.0, we had powered machines, Industry 2.0, we had automated machines, Industry 3.0, and today we have connected machines. It's a reality. We experience it in all our lives. Much of the industry, even in India, has adopted Industry 4.0. We've seen moving even within from Industry 3.0 to 4.0, we've seen movement where plant automation happened. The equipment automation happened. We saw use of mainframe computing adoption. We saw industrial automation based on programmable logic. 20 saal pehle bhi tha. PLCs were something which I studied when I passed out of my food science. We moved from there to modularization and standardization, a widespread adoption of business process automation. When I was in Coca-Cola, this was the big task that we started working on how can we use enterprise resource, how can we have business process technologies integrated which help us in build efficiencies. And the focus there was to a large extent on standardization. From there, industries moved to a digital transformation where we are talking about big data analytics, about availability of information in your pocket, to intelligent enterprise where we are machine learning, we have a human machine interface, you have Internet of Things, you have blockchain, you have VR. It is today possible for me and very much available for me to scan a QR code and experience the manufacturing of a product. That is the degree of information that is available in the common manufacturing environment. We are looking at a situation where if 20 years ago, the focus was on standardization. I learned when I started my quality career that if you want to build efficiency, you must standardize. The better standardized your process, the more process efficiency, the more productivity, the lesser cost, the lesser wastage. This is what most quality management systems have been based on, have been working on. But that as a concept is something which has completely been disrupted in today's scenario. I'll take a non-food example to kind of talk about what I mean here when I say that standardization has been disrupted. We see the digital transformation of the car from 30 years ago, when there were 4 colors available. You pick up those 4 colors. There was a diesel, a petrol, and no other options that you really could choose from, to moving to cars today which are connected to your phone, which tell you that left wheel nitrogen pressure is lower, it needs to be changed, or that the heating of the engine pattern is higher than before, it is time for a maintenance, to self-driving cars where you don't even need to know driving, the car does the work for you. Along with a host of personalizations, you can change the colors that you want on the outside of the car, the finish in the inside of the car, the experience that the car must give you when it starts up. It should give you a certain pre-set AC temperature, your intelligent climate control, as it is called. The consumer today is demanding and getting very, very personalized service. It is all moved into me, myself, and I. And while I have used the example of a car to explain this, we are seeing this across industry. You will get an SMS or an alert from Swiggy just about when you're active on your digital devices, to let you know that, hey, there is this scheme, why don't you buy from us? Insurance premiums are being calculated based on the kind of physical activity you log into your garment. Algorithms are curated to change the lightings of the store when you walk in, because it scans your presence using GPS. In food as well, over the last 2 years, we've seen an exponential increase in personalization. Personalized nutrition is growing at a very large rate, especially during the pandemic. We've seen in Tier 1 cities, at least in India, mushrooming of a lot of small companies which provide you personalized foods as per your requirement. Requirements could be based on taste preferences, could be based on health concerns, could be based on affordability, could be based on variety that you're looking at. But these options are very much available even in the food space. Larger companies like the Mondelez and others do have personalized packaging that is possible for you. You can choose how you want your bar of chocolate to be packaged. You want your photo on it, you want to have your art on it, possible to do. So personalization and consumer experience is here to stay, which is why I'm saying that the quality concept of standardization for efficiency is something which has been completely disrupted. And while we are looking at personalization, we have to ensure that this personalization is available in keeping with our brand promise across the entire global network of operations that we have. These connected systems, Industry 4.0 has already demonstrated benefits. I will not go into the details of the numbers that it offers, but skip quickly into looking at the challenges that we have as a manufacturing setup, as an industry, when we are trying to ensure quality in this new connected manufacturing. What you see in front of you is a large manufacturing line. Typically, one would expect that every single product that is being manufactured there is being manufactured to the same specifications. But no, each of those, and this is a real life motorbike industry where each of those bikes is being custom built for 1,300 different parameters in a time frame of 6 hours. The company is Harley Davidson. They do this in 6 hours. You can walk into their facility in the morning, choose from a 1,300 different specs, your permutation and combination, and by evening you can ride out on your bike. In such a scenario, for us to be a quality manager is very, very challenging. The key focus that we are looking at, the challenges to quality management that we need to address, that we as quality professionals need to evolve to meet, is the ability to market to one person, where there are customized offerings, that there is product quality which is different, which is decentralized, and which is available across various units. 10 years ago, the focus was on building mega plants. You had huge plants, higher quantities produced, more efficiency because of volume, which again has been completely turned back to having smaller satellite units go to the consumer. Now, that has its marketing benefits, it has its consumer experience benefits. Forget benefit, it's a consumer demand. But the challenge is in ensuring product quality across these various satellite, multifaceted locations, where not only are they at different locations, they are manufacturing different specifications of products. So the marketing for one is a key challenge that the quality professionals of tomorrow, maybe today, have to work a manner of addressing. The extreme variability, not just in the product specifications, but in the complexity of supply chains. As your satellite operations increase, your supply chain becomes very divergent. That is not a coronavirus. That is just to show that across the globe, your product specs would be different, your product supply chains would be different. And that has been true, at least for India, for many of the large multinationals who came in. They came in with innovation for the Indian consumer palate. So from there to personalization to consumer experience, the heterogeneity of the systems, the disconnect of the system brings in huge susceptibility to both fraud and threat. We've seen the challenges that we are facing in the current manufacturing ecosystem for managing fraud, for identifying fraud, for ensuring authenticity. Moving to a market of one, moving to the divergent manufacturing, moving to Industry 4.0, the susceptibility of systems to quality concerns, to fraud, to threat multiplies much more. To add pressure to this, there is a push for shorter life cycles, faster innovation cycles. You want to go to market quicker with your products because that's what the entire world is doing. The time to market has really been condensed from a couple of years to a couple of weeks across some of the product categories. So if these are our challenges as quality managers, what are the new pillars of quality? We had the 7 old quality tools, we had the 7 new quality tools. Again, even the new quality tools came out in 1970s. What are the new tools that I have in my toolkit as a quality manager? These are some of the digital levers that we can use, and we will need to use as quality professionals to take forward and ensure the promise of the brand to our consumers and to provide on the consumer experience. Data analytics, There is study that shows that it's just about 6% of the data that we capture in a manufacturing plant. We record everything from when a vehicle enters to when somebody clocks in to when a machine started up to when there was downtime. We record everything, but it is only about 6% of that information that gets analyzed and put to use as information. If we are able to change that, and of course with big data and other tools, we have a lot of capacity to analyze data, effective data utilization, data analytics becomes a strong lever that quality professionals can put in place to, or rather use, to ensure better control on operations. Blockchain, already quite a bit has been spoken about it, especially from ensuring origin, from ensuring a control on your custody, chain of custody of your raw material, of your product, of your tools. Blockchain, if implemented, can be an excellent digital lever for us in the emerging quality management. Mobility, the availability of information has its pros and cons, and we need to harness the quickness of information shared through digital quality control instructions, through quick decisions making, so on and so forth, to further our need for effective quality management. Internet of machines, the ability for the machines to stay connected, to speak to each other, to prevent wastage, to prevent delays is very key as we look at quality management in this Industry 4.0. The move from automated to autonomous is only possible if we have a strong focus on the Internet of Machines. How do I differentiate automated from autonomous? Automated is, yes, our SCADA-based systems which run themselves. There is no need for human intervention. It will give you an alert if there is a change in pressure, if the flow rate has changed, if the temperature has changed, and you need to control and you need to make the change. But till that change happens, there is, of course, a time gap. In autonomous production, in autonomous manufacturing, you're looking at machine learning, you're looking at implementing artificial intelligence to allow for the machines to make their own changes. If your product, which is being filled into a cup, viscosity changes because there is a temperature differential of 2 degrees or 1 degree, your volume that is being packed changes. That has an impact on efficiency. So rather than an alarm coming out, or rather than a change being done or the wastage being accepted, the automated machine will change the flow rate to ensure that the fill volumes do not change. One example, the entire, we'll look at the second slide also with some more examples. So the Internet of Machines and understanding, the ability to understand that is a key knowledge that quality managers will need to have. Social media, love it or hate it, it is here to stay. The analytics that come in from social media, where you look at purchase patterns, where you look at complaints, where you look at feedback, the analysis of this information can provide a lot of data for the quality managers without waiting for a complaint to be logged in. As the world evolves, we are seeing a lesser amount of complaints which follow or which reach us through the traditional system, but we see a lot of information shared through social media. So quality managers need to be able to harness that information, need to be able to analyze that and look at coming to faster root cause analysis. This is the opportunity spectrum that we have for Quality 4.0. It can help us in image analytics, sampling, which will allow for information to be gathered based on visual screening, your scanning of raw material as it comes in, the color of the fruit, the color of the vegetable will help you identify what plants you should need to go in for in terms of maturation time before you get the correct TSS, you get the correct sugar levels that you need for your product. Predictive product failure, the analytics from the Internet of Machines, the data that is collected can tell you what to expect in terms of wastage, in terms of off color, in terms of change in flavor because of the consumption patterns, and hopefully autocorrect that as well. Remote diagnostics, of course, this is pretty much already in use, but it will be largely enhanced to look at the equipment capability, where you are removing the focus only on the competence of the people handling, but bringing in a lot of data analytics to allow for diagnosis, so that you are able to plan for your spares, you are able to plan for your shutdowns. Your shutdowns will not be scheduled basic just seasonality, but the information that the machine is giving you in terms of its patterns of temperature, sound, vibration, and reduce your inventory costs, will reduce your downtime because of non-availability of spares. And of course, agile planning, because across the value chain, you are aware of what material is with you, what material has been taken up at your distribution warehouses. So you are able to work faster towards zero inventory and ensure very agile planning. So in conclusion, as quality managers, as we will be working very soon with, there's some study from consulting companies like BCG, which indicates that already 16% of the major manufacturing industry has started working on quality 4.0. Not specific to food, but across all industry. The writing is on the wall. We will be moving there because that is what the consumer wants, and that's how the entire manufacturing has to move. Industry 4.0 is very much here. Many of the manufacturing facilities in food in India also have started implementing it. The ball is in our court as quality managers to implement quality 4.0, which requires a significant upskilling of ourselves to move beyond our traditional quality and practices and tools, and upskill ourselves in picking up the knowledge for these other digital levers, which will be our new quality management tools for the future. So thank you. With that, I close my talk and hand back the session to the chair.
So now, thank you indeed. Really, it is a very wonderful presentation, Dr. Nisa Prabha. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. And you focused on in the present scenario, there is a need, the industry 4 of food quality, that is quality 4.0. So now there is need to, in this present situation, such type of application should be used in the food sector also. So thank you so much. We will also I will give some summary in the last of the session. Okay. So now I think next is my presentations. Okay. Just I am going to upload my. Yes, screens here. Presentation. प्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ है डेस्कटॉप पे खोल दिए मन मिनिमाइज करके खोल दो खोल मिनिमाइज ये है
Yes, sir. That's perfect.
Now, Dr. Nisa Prabha, it is visible?
Yes, yes, sir. Very much.
Okay, okay. Thank you, thank you.
So welcome and over to you.
Oh, okay. So, okay. So now, thank you. Very good afternoon, one and all. Actually, no doubt, our both the speakers have make my easy talk. I think they nothing left for me to speak, but I will speak because organizers give me some time to deliver some talk on the food safety and quality management. So now, friends, you know very well. Am I audible?
Yes, sir,
Yes,
you are
sir.
audible.
Very much.
Okay. In
Please
this
continue.
present situation, due to the significant improvement in income level, lifestyle, consumer have increasing worldwide demand, better quality of food, as our previous speaker, Dr. Nisa Prabha already focus, and safer food in recent year. In lack in food safety and quality is often due to the inadequate awareness in food chain, functionary and consumers in developing countries like India. So, food safety is nothing but it is a guarantee to provide the safer food to the consumption in light of the consumer have to have the food in a good quality, as our previous speaker already focused a lot. So now, benefits of the food safety. Friends, you know 1.3 billion tons of food is waste or lost every year, which is roughly 1/3 of the total food produced for human consumption. So by maintaining the food safety aspect, we can reduce the wastage. In this, you know, but just I am giving one of the example in the present scenario, that is the corona. Corona, how we can prevent ourselves from the corona? Only to maintain the hygienic conditions, on to maintain the distance, hygiene conditions. Lot of experts are advised to go to wash our hand properly, frequently. What was the reason? What was the reason behind this washing the hand properly? Only to maintain the hygienic conditions. So by maintaining in this corona pandemic situations, when you go to the market to purchase the fruit, raw materials like fruit, vegetables, and come at home properly, dip into the lukewarm water and wash properly. So we can reduce the wastage. We can increase the profit productivity by taking the safer food or safe food, or obviously we can increase our age also. We cannot come to the ill positions. Also the good benefits of this food safety is to satisfy the human requirement, human desire. Job security also it provides. Better development, this is another benefits of the food safety. Elimination of poverty, we can eliminate the poverty also. Compliance with law, regulation, I will focus in the next slide. So now, So there are several traits in food safety which can be classified in the following category, like biologicals, includes microorganisms such as bacteria, virus, yeast, molds, parasites, Salmonella, E. coli, Clostridium botulinum. When we come to the chemical hazards, that comes from the direct processing level by addition, preservation, and also, as I said, any food, raw food article, that is a fruit and vegetable, if you go to the market for purchase, lot of insecticide, weedicides, pesticide, herbicide sprayed on the food and vegetables at the farm level. But if we will not wash properly at our home, obviously the residues of these, like pesticide, herbicide, weedicide, can come in our stomach. Then it can disturb our digestibility. Also, this physical hazards includes objects like hard and sharp objects like glass, metals, plastics, hairs, nails, even bone sometime also. So, lot of people are much allergic from food allergy, like milk. Some people are lactose intolerance, peanuts, protein intolerance, fish, shellfish, soy, etc. like this. So hazards also can affect our this one. After food safety, we will discuss about the food quality. Whatever positive quality attributes if we have, that is the food quality. If we exclude the negative attributes, like Dr. Anup and Dr. Nisa Prabha also spoke on the food fraud, food adulteration, food crime also, adulteration also. If we exclude such type of materials from the food, and positive attributes if we receive, that is the food quality. So this food safety and food quality is dependent on each other. So now food quality, mainly from the consumer point of view or industry point of view, as quality 4, industry 4, already our speaker, Dr. Pradhan Stala already spoke, and from the health point of view. If I talk from the industry point of view, sensory quality, by seeing, by using our sense to judge the quality of the food. इस कैसा है, मीठा है, कैसा है, देखने में कैसा लग रहा है, क्या लग रहा है. Shelf life also. Then freshness, functional property, nutritional quality, safety, and value of money. If I come to from the public point of view, in this, as I said, in this present pandemic situations, hygienic to maintain, it is very mandatory, it is very essential to maintain the hygienic conditions, to maintain the hygienic qualities conditions. Nutritional, if we maintain the hygienic quality, obviously we can retain the much amount of nutrition in our food commodity. Then compliance with the regulation. Now, food safety and quality standards that is necessary or to guarantee consistency of composition of any food articles and ensuring that is fit for the human consumption. Consistency, how much our food articles have this type of carbohydrate, protein, fat, minerals, vitamins, So now this food safety and food quality is dependent on each other. Now, there are two types of standards. That is vertical standards. They decides the quality parameters. Vertical quality parameters, the quality of food confectionery, sugar, honey, milk and milk product, fish, meat and meat product, pulses, fruit and vegetable, like that. And I come to the horizontal standards. They decides the safety parameters. As like biological, as I have already discussed, lot of hazards comes in this food chain, like biological, chemical, physical, and allergens. Then standards in food supply food chain includes the national food control system in India, as our Dr. Anup Kumar Manan also is one of competent authority in Export Inspection Council of India, and FSSAI. Under global standards, we have Codex, Food Safety Management System, Global Food Safety Initiatives, British Retail Consortium. National Food Control System in India deals with export and imports. These imports are controlled by the Food Safety Standard Authority of India, and this export is controlled by the Export Inspection Council of India, as our Dr. Anup Kumar is very much there. Food safety, you know very well. Food Safety Standard of India has framed the act, that is the Food Safety Standard Act 2006, for laying the science-based standard for the food articles, that is manufacturing, storage, distribution, sale, and import to ensure availability of safe and wholesome food for human consumption. So the main act, the main object of this act is to establish a single reference point for all matters relating to the food safety and standards by moving from multi-level, multi-departmental control in a single line command. Food Safety Standards Authority of India was established keeping in mind that the objectives has been created for laying down science-based standard for food articles of food to regulate their manufacturing, as I have already spoke, for human consumption. Earlier, we have used to have several different acts dealt by different organizations like Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and they are repealed and comes in one umbrella, that is the Food Safety Act, Standard Act 2006. Now, FSSAI is governed by the Ministry of Health and Human Health and Family Welfare. So FSSAI aims to achieve the infrastructure support like cold room, wastage, disposal area, etc., large scale training, certification, capacity building of vendors, providing the guideline for hygienic and safety requirements. The main function of the FSSAI, framing of regulations, laying down the mechanism and guidelines, laying down the procedure and guidelines to provide the scientific advice and technical support. Now, I'm moving on the second part of the National Food Control System, which is Export Inspection Council of India. As already Dr. Anup Kumar is focused. So now the main mission, its mission includes to create an export inspection and certification, to instill confidence, to provide accredited state-of-the-art testing facilities, to enhance the capability of manpower, to obtain the recognition for India export certification, to participate in the international fora, to be and Export Inspection Council of India stand out as the forerunners. Now we have already discussed the national standards, which that is the FSSI and Inspection Council of India. Now I will discuss about the global standards, that is Codex Alimentarius Commission. So this Codex Alimentarius Commission jointly created in 1963 by FAO and WHO to develop food standard and guidelines. Also, this Codex, Code of Practice under the joint FAO and WHO food standard programs, it start. Now this Codex Alimentarius Commission protect the health of the consumer and to ensure fair trade practice in the food trade throughout the world. Also, intergovernmental body, it consisting the 185 United Nations members country and one member organization, European Union. And this function adopt science-based standards, codes of practice of guidelines, mandate safety of health and consumers, inclusive, transparent, consensus-based, adheres to the Codex Procedural Manual. So there are 10 general subject committee. These are the following committees: CCFA, CCR, CCHA, and active commodity committee includes Codex Committee on Cereals. It includes all type of the food commodity, that is cereal pulses, fat and oils, sugars, fruit and vegetables, processed food, spices and culinary. Regional Coordinator Committee includes coordinating six committees. Coordinating committees for Africa, for Asia, for near Europe, and etc. And now WHO, World Health Organizations, committed to achieve better health for all peoples and recognize food safety as a global public health priority. Its member state to recognize food safety as an essential public health functions. It promotes the efforts to improve the food safety from farm to the table and international food standards on health consideration. The main concern of WHO are health system, non-communicable diseases, promoting health, preparedness, surveillance and response, and corporate services. So WHO laid down 5 keys to ensure the food safety: keep clean, separate the raw and cooked food, keep food at safer temperature, both for serving and storage, and use safer water and raw material. Water is a big component, very essential component for this safety point of view. Now, food safety management system. What is food safety management system? So food safety is related to the presence of food safety hazards, at the time of consumption. It introduces of food safety hazards, as I have already narrated, can occur at any stage of the food chain. Advocate control throughout the food chain is essential. Food safety is ensured throughout the combined efforts to all the parties in food chains. That is ISO 22018 is a specific requirement combine the key elements, that is interactive communication, system management, prerequisite program, and HACCP principles like that. Hazards and critical control point. And ISO 22000, the benchmark, it is, and this ISO 20000 is a internationally accepted standard and has become a world benchmark of food safety management system. So now it is a system standard, not a product standard. It is a system standard. This ISO is a system standard, not a product standard. It's a generic standards. It gives what is organization doing, what should organization do, and leaves how to decide by the organizations. So this is the some point to be considered under this ISO 22000. So now food safety is maximum effective when responsibility is equally shared by farmers, manufacturers, and consumers. Two major risk management includes organizational risk management and operational risk management. So organizational risk management plans and implement actions to be addressed. Organizational risk to achieving improved results and preventing negative effects. And this operational risk management based thinking based on the HACCP and their principles. There are 7 principles and 5 steps. Level is considered to prevent, to reduce the hazards to acceptable level to ensure the food is safe. Then what is actually new in this 2018, and what is the lapses in ISO 22005? So there are some lapses. There were some lapses in 2005, and they modified and frame new standard, that is the ISO 22018. This PDFA cycle was included in this. There's a plan, do, check, and act. These are the common points 1 to 4 in both the standards, 2005 and 2018. These are the different points. There is the plan. What is the plan at industry level? As our Dr. Prabha Nistala said, the quality foods, organizational level, digitalization is there. Many examples he gave in this, in the chain of the food sector to maintain the quality, future quality. Context of the organizations, leadership, planning, support, what we do, actually operation, and check what we have to check in this. So we have to check, we will check the performance evaluation of the food safety management system. Then how we can act upon? We can act by improvement in the system. So this is the new PDA cycle. Actually, it is a process approach established to plan and their interactions. So now this process approach, management process, and the system can be achieved by using the PDA cycle, plan, do, act, and check. Check and act cycle with an overall focus on risk-based thinking and taking advantage of opportunity and preventing desirable results. Understanding and managing interrelated process as a system contribute to the organization effectiveness and efficiency in the achieving its intended result. So PDA cycle enables the food establishment to ensure that is processes are already adequate, resourced and managed, and that opportunity for improvement are determined and acted upon. And when we talk about the 2018, is structured on the concept of the PDA cycle applied at two levels, that is the organization planning and operational planning. Communication between the two levels is therefore also in both the two levels, they are also an essential component. Communication, lack of communication should not be tolerable. And now I come to the food safety plan models. So food safety is built on the three food safety control measures to ensure the food safety at point of consumption. That is the prerequisite program established to ensure the basic requirement and to maintain the hygienic conditions, hygienic environment. Then operational prerequisite programs controlled by the measures do not have a critical limit. If it fails to meet these established criteria, will lead to corrective action. Then I come to the critical control point, that is the CCP managed by the HACCP plan, their steps and principles to separate stable product from potential unacceptable product. Failure to meet critical limit will result in a potential unsafe product. ISO certification is generally a new standard. Proposal submitted to FSSAI, then forward to the scientific panel for discussing the scientific aspect. Then further scientific committee proposal then sent to the authority after going through all the legal aspect. That proposal is approved, then the draft notification is compiled and stakeholders committee are asked if there are no bad review, it is published in Gazette of India. If not, then sent back for the discussion for scientific panel. Then global food safety initiatives, its mission to provide the continuous improvement in food safety management system to ensure confidence in the delivery of food, safe food to the consumer worldwide. It is an essential part of the goal to create a common and widely accepted understanding what continuous is good food system. So GFSI is not a certification program in itself, nor does it carry out any accreditation of certification activities. So now this tools has become the worldwide most widely accepted benchmark document for food safety management system. So these are the objectives: reduce the food safety risk. Objectives of GFSI includes the reduce food safety, manage, develop, facility knowledge exchange and networking. These are the functions. Recognition, bringing together, drives the global change. Now, 4 main benefits of GFSI are sustainability, product safety, health and wellness, and end-to-end value chain and standards. Next is British Retail Consortium. It is also a global standard for food safety. Is developed by food industry experts from retailer, manufacturer, and food service organizations. It was published in 1988. The standard is now in 7th issue, is well established globally. It's also provide a framework to manage the food safety, integrity, legality, and quality, and the operational control of these criteria in food and food ingredients manufacturing, processing, and packing industry. 7 sections in BRC are senior management, food safety plan, food safety and quality management system, site standards, product control, process control, and personnel. So I have to little bit focus on the standards that fruit and vegetable. I will take only 2-3 minutes. Scientific panel for fruit and vegetable and their product, including dried fruits and nuts. Actually, this panel was constituted in 2015. Currently, scientific panel had 12 meetings. I am the chairman of this panel, and one of my colleague, Satish Kumar Sharma, professor and head Pantnagar Agriculture University, Department of Food Technology, is the co-reporter of this panel. Till date, we have organized 22 meetings. The main work of this scientific panel is to discuss the standard of different commodity are. So now this food safety and the standard of fruit and vegetable products comes under the section of 2.3. Food safety standard product and food additives regulation 2011. At present, there are 140 products category covered under regulation 2.3 of food safety and standards, food product standards, and food additives regulations, like thermal processed food, you see on this slide. Then further parameters for pesticides contaminants are prescribed under food safety and standards and their regulations. These are all our standards which we have made in FSSAI. Now, finally, I conclude. The food product go through every stage of the food supply chain, that is production, storage, and sales. Therefore, important aim to convey good product as faster as possible, establish security and certain position of safety and quality so as to fulfill the expanded requirement of the consumer. To expect the safe and quality of food on market, that is the consumer right. Food governed by legislation, standard and norms at national and global level, like food laws, food safety management system, ISO 2018 Codex, BRC, GFSI, FSSAI, Export Inspection Council of India, to set out the government's requirement to meet by food chain operator to ensure the food safety and adequate quality, adequate food quality. So food safety is not the responsibility of the government alone. It is the shared responsibility of the industry, consumers, and processors. Healthy citizen is equal to healthy nations. A properly fed, healthy, active population contributes more effective to development of nation and economy than a physical or mentally weakened one. It's healthy that is real wealth and not piece of gold and silver as ever. It's as per this statement is already said our father of nation, Mahatma Gandhi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that excellent and comprehensive walkthrough from the key parameters of product characteristics that need to be focused on for quality, for food safety, the global regulatory framework, the national food quality control policy, and of course the excellent work that you have been doing as the chairperson of the food scientific panel and the scientific committee.
Thank you.
Very, very informative session, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So now I also invite the next speaker and hand over the session to our esteemed co-chair, Dr. Shubha Prabha Nistala, for their brief introduction and come forward for coming to the for his presentation.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the chair and the ICFOST committee, I'm delighted to welcome Dr. Ramchandra Rao. Dr. Rao is an associate professor in the Department of Reproductive Biomedicine at National Institute of Health and Family Welfare. He's had long experience working in this space from in institutes such as Osaka, National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology, Tsukuba, in Kyushu, and at Saga University. He currently is a national assessor for the Kayakalp Award Scheme for tertiary care hospitals funded under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. He is a central team member for the Task Force of Common Review Mission, chairperson of the Biomedical Waste Management Committee, and jury board member for the Aegis Graham Bell Awards second round that happened in Feb 2021. Welcome, Dr. Rao. We are delighted to welcome you to this session. And looking at your CV, I understand both of us were together at CFTRI in 1997-98. Wonderful to connect with you here, and handing over the session to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Subhaprada, if I understand, co-chair, for introducing me. And it's good to know that I don't remember which department you were there in 97.
But I was a master's student. I was a master's student then doing food technology.
Sure. Okay.
I worked with Dr. Profuna.
Okay. So you must be knowing me also in a way, but I don't know, because actually I was there in CFGRI from 92 December to 99 September. So I finished after my PhD, I moved to Japan. So I was there about 2 decades in Japan as a, JSPS in the beginning as a Monbusha fellow and JSPS fellow. And subsequently, I was working as a faculty and professor over there. I'm an expert in the in the area of, actually, as you see, my area is that biochemistry, and followed by the cell biotechnology. And then once I went back to Japan, I worked on various kinds of like nanotechnology. I use nano tools and the micro tools for the biomedical applications. So that was my area. And of course, we had a great thing. And I just came back to India just 4.5 years ago to this institute. So this institute, I was working about fast 4.5 years, as you rightly said that. Yeah, we had very good outcome over there in Japan. And today is my presentation, basically some of the outcomes of the things that my laboratory and my students, what we did in relation to the food safety, that related work. Actually, we are in the area of, like, as I told you, nanobiomedicine. So actually some of the companies that from our research, it has come out and it has been taken over by the international companies, about $50 million and so on. So, and it has been, but in the food safety, and just before going into the, and good to meet you and Professor Anil Kumar Chauhan, for the first time I'm meeting you, sir. And Subhaprada, of course, we happen to be alumni of the CFTRI. And just before getting into the today's presentation, let me try to save my presentation first here. Is this the one? And is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm switching over to, this is visible, right? Yes. Okay. And just before, let me see that how it is. My screen says that it is abstracting. Okay. Please give me a moment, because these videos are abstracting my slides. So let me put it on.
Just minimize that, sir.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying.
Right.
because we have been using past like a Google Meet very efficiently. So this was actually today actually it has been changed a little version, fine, no problem. So just before getting into the today's presentation, I must first of all I wish to thank the organizers, the organizing secretary of the 28th ICFOST, that is Dr. Vikas Singh Chauhan, and he is actually the organizing secretary. Also Dr. Sarada, she is also actually chief scientist in the Department of Plant Cell Biotechnology, CFTRI, where actually I did my PhD. And so I'm very thankful to them, and because actually I was also one of the young scientist awardee of the earlier years. And okay, let us not go into those details. And with this introduction today, I think many people are, I'm trying to enter them because there are many wants to enroll. Continuously, one can actually ask them to, enable them, because there are many people are joining right now. And today, since morning, as you all agree that we have been hearing expert speakers from the Dr. Anup Krishnan, and also followed by the Subhaprada, Nishtala, and which is actually very good topic for me. And as I teach in this institute is the quality assurance in the hospitals, quality assurance in the laboratories. In that point of view, I was just listening to Dr. Subhaprada, and this is future quality. And you have said that some of the things that which I have not been known to that, and subsequently by the Dr. Anil Chauhan. And sir, your topic was so, enlightening, and because I was also one of the task force members of the FSSI under the, since I belongs to the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and we keep visiting many of the states as a task force to assess how actually food safety laboratories are there in the respective states, and to see, because FSSI has given them a lot of huge funds of the high-end equipments in many of the state laboratories. So there I had to assess the actually state of Andhra Pradesh and state of Telangana. I had a choice before, just that we were going, before Corona was going to hit us. So of course, we all know that past 2 years we have been linking over to the virtual meetings. And and we had as that one. So let me go on to today's. Actually, I am going to talk to actually the biosensors and the bio devices for food safety and quality control and monitoring. I mean that you all agree that, because the panel which you are there and all our experts, and actually today I will be restricting my presentation most of the time. That not the most of the introduction, very briefly, but let me get into the topic of the what actually we have done in this, actually the safety and the quality. And if you see food safety, it is like a huge term to say, because it is just like a ocean. Food safety is that. So I try to understand actually what is the current figures, and I try to get that. Actually, let me say that this food safety is all, since I am under the public health currently, so I try to relate everything into the public health. Obviously, one would all agree that food safety is a major threat to the public health and well-being of society. And the WHO estimates that foodborne contamination kills about over 4 lakhs people all over world over. And actually, I was trying to get how actually the foodborne has the burden on us in terms of various diseases. I was trying to get the facts. And when I see from the CDC, that is like a US Center for Disease Control and Prevention, it says that foodborne disease accounts for almost 15.6 billion every year. I don't know whether this is probably it belongs to the US figures, but I was trying to more interested for the Indian context, how they actually, when I try to see that some FSSI data as quoted by the leading newspapers, wherein I got these figures, they say that earlier it used to be 25 billion up to 2018, but 2019 figures, I think I really do not know what measures we actually have taken in India, and it came down to 15 billion US billions, the losses of the foodborne, diseases. And if you see the lower middle income countries like India and along with China, it amounts for the 49% of the economic burden due to the foodborne diseases. And if you see per se, but the only Asia is about 71%. So which means that you can see that as we have been hearing past 3 days, how actually food quality and food safety and food adulteration, food authenticity, actually it is a very pivotal for all of us. Being in the academic or being in the industry, being in the government and being the public servants, we have the great role to contribute to this actually the diseases that we have been engulfed by the things. And as actually the last speakers, Professor Anil said that actually we can mitigate by using the simple hand hygiene and many of the practices which we enforce to do, because for our survival and the current ongoing pandemic as we all witness. So therefore, the solving food safety problems actually it requires the process, entire process, because we cannot say the safety comes from only at the consumption level. No, it comes from the food production and the processing and distribution, which you can say that farm to the table. So therefore, the safety can be any place it can be compromised. I strongly believe that in India, we do have a strong rules and we have a regulating authority, FSSI, which has been doing quite good in the recent past. After I joined this institute, which I have been a part of that and which I actually track the developments, but still most of our rules and regulations are actually restricted to the papers, not on the enforcement. That's what I say. I see that. And food safety, actually, we all know that it is like a worldwide health concern, not only to the humans, to the animals as well. So therefore, good food quality monitoring, particularly the detection of the bacterial pathogens and the spoilage through the food supply chain, is a very critical, pivotal to ensure global food safety so as to minimize the food loss. So therefore, you know that actually what we have been doing, not that we didn't have any of the development. No, we do have a lot of things. And the developments are that we have actually very good, the traditional, you call it as a conventional, you call it as like a golden standard, you call it as a detection technology, which we have been practicing by using like a liquid chromatography, gas chromatography, capillary electrophoresis, mass spectroscopy, and so on, as has been shown in this here. And we do have this various kind of things and which we have been following. But what actually does is that it does take a time and it does consume a lot of sample and the material consumption, and it requires a very professional skilled labor, and which we know that, and they are actually not portable enough. Actually, you have to bring the sample to the laboratory and you have to do the number of steps, and then only you will come to know that actually the sample has need containing so and so that you have to detect that. Yes, because therefore considering the current need and the food safety, and if we can develop the very sustainable and the rapid and accurate and the field deployable and mainly the portable. Portable, sometimes it can be handheld. You can put it in your pocket and you can go to the field and take the sample there and directly detect it, and you can give the result and to the action. So the intervention can be done if any of the food actually contamination that actually happened at the community level or any other places, being a public health experts, we can take there. Sometimes it leads to the epidemiological issues. So that is the things that we have been facing, and so that also we can apply to the food. And when we can do that, we have the very tiny and handheld and very accurate and the samples that requires very tiny amounts, so that the wastage can be minimized. The waste that we generate upon analysis also can be minimized, so that ultimately the processing and analysis, everything will become more efficient. That's what I feel that. And with a goal to finally to prevent the foodborne illnesses and achieve the food safety, right? And let us look into the thing is that, in a nutshell, I try to show that in this slide, we actually have in our society like that, we have like healthcare is there, we have food evaluation is there, we have agriculture, livestock is there, environmental is there. Yes, because every aspect of the things which is very needed to identify how actually the safety of the food that comes from the environment where we have been living. So therefore, how actually we can do the safety, all the things we have to have, either we can detect any of the genomes like a DNA or the protein or the chemicals or the small molecules, sometimes the microbes, which actually causative agent of the foodborne illnesses in terms of the food per se, like a food analysis. So therefore, we need to have some of these devices, as I said in the earlier slide, we should be quantitative, and it should have to have like, it should be rapidity and low cost and user friendly, and preferably they should be high throughput, and so that you can do in a short span of time, several samples, and it can be multiplexed, so that you can do at a time many things and many various kinds of things, not the same sample, very many, but very many things, different samples can be done. So how do we do that? And as I told you, and we say that you all know that people have been talking, and I think forenoon session also, if I understand that, I think Dr. Poonam, I don't know, Professor Poonam, I think if I understand that, let me recall that, she's also talking about, she is from Poonam Mishra from Tejpur University. She has been saying that some of the things, actually, we had lots and lot of things, but due to the paucity of time, I try to minimize my presentation so that we restrict to the time that has been given. And we all agree that the biosensor component has many things, in the sense you have the recognition elements are there, we have the signal outcome is there, you have the targets are there. The targets could be anything like spores or the microbes or the sometimes DNA or the gene or the toxins or the cells. And you can see some of the time proteins as well. So if you address all the things by using this as your sensing recognition elements comes like various kinds of, either it can be like, the aptamers or the antibodies or the peptides, and finally you read out by using either can be like a spectrophotometrically, like a color, or the DNA amplification, or the electrochemical signal like impedance and the fluorescence and so on. So to do that, you have the various means, kind of like you have like a LFIA, lateral flow immunization assay is there, PCR on a chip is there. Today I am going to touch on like a lab on a chip, where I am an expert on that. And you have a quartz crystal microbalance is there, surface plasma resonance is there. And to have that, if you wanted to make that, you have a nanomaterials like gold nanoparticles, carbon nanotubes, graphene, and so on and so forth. And you have various kinds of things are there to do your analysis very efficiently. These are the things. So let us go into what actually I have for you people to say that. And in this angle, we have like, as I told you, lab on a chip. And you have seen the biosensor. Yes, biosensor is a component where it can be like, it need not be. And the lab on chip, which says that it is like a miniaturized platform of the lab, whole lab analysis can be done. And you call it as a micro total analysis systems, that you call as a micro TOS, or you call as where all the analysis, sample preparation, sample, the separation and analysis and all things can be done in all the modules on a simple platform, which is of actually your palm size or few centimeters, or sometimes are few centimeters or less than a 2 centimeter to less than a 10 centimeters, all the system can be there, so that it can be portable and handy. It can be done various kinds of, we call it as a new microsystems, and for various kinds of biosensing of the biochemicals, either it could be DNA or proteins, small molecules and cells and so on and so forth. So therefore, to do these kind of things, actually what we developed is that we have actually the micro chambers, you call it as a microarrays, and the microfluidics, which is, as the name says, that is a microfluidics, is like a small micro channels. I did not show many of the images here, otherwise the presentation takes about hours. So microfluidics, which is like a small channels wherein you need very tiny volumes of things, and you can do the rapid and efficient detection of the various kinds of your targets. If the target can be like a foodborne pathogens, or the allergens, or the toxins, or the heavy metals, or the pesticides, any of the things, small molecule or chemical, any of the contaminants, any of the things that you are targeting for that, you have to have a device that you can plan, you can develop it. And there is, because this kind of research is past 2 decades. It is actually the time I've been to Japan, it was at the Navy level. Later on, it has actually picked up, and it is all over the globe, most of the people do work on various kinds of developing various kinds of sensors, devices. Final ultimate is that everybody, so that it should be portable, and it should be miniaturized, and it can do the significant reduced sample reagent volume. As I told you that because your input also can be reduced, your reagent also can be reduced, and it can be an ideal choice for the field use. Field use means on-site monitoring. And so that more importantly, wherever you don't have the resource limited areas wherein you can use and you can do that. So today you are going to see a couple of examples pertaining to what I said here. You will be seeing that. So therefore, and today I'm going to talk about some of the microchamber array and the microfluidic device that we have developed in my laboratory, and rather in our laboratory in Japan, that is Japan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, Ishikawa, Japan, where I was there about a decade, and later on I was in Osaka University, and then I was there in National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology, Tsukuba and Fukuoka and the Saga universities, all are there. So these are the things only the institute where I was there, me and my team has done. And of course, not only the publications, actually the beauty of our setup is that we develop our own devices, we actually make our own startups, and that is to name one is that is Bio Device Technology Private Limited. It is the offshoot of our department. Our another professor, Japanese Professor Tamiya, is the one who is like a CEO for that, and we developed like that, and many people are working on, many technologies are coming, and it has been commercialized. And actually I had an interest to introduce many of the things from Japan where we have developed to India. By the time I was planning and all the approvals, it is on the process, and we had the problem of Corona, and which we have been facing that. Okay, and let us see that. And as I already told you, so actually microfluidics can offer to biotechnology, food biotechnologists or the scientists is that it requires low reagent consumption, high surface to volume ratio, and you had as a spatio-temporal, and you can do spatially, temporally, you can have a huge resolution, and these things microfluidics enable us to do the high throughput applications and rapid prototyping, and portable, you can make it to portable systems, and you can do various kinds of high throughput system, and you have a ready to use systems you can do. So it can be a crisscross for the technologists, all the things microfluidics, wherein you can achieve what all the things. Of course, though I am saying easily, it is not that in the beginning at the technology level, yes, it does cost, but when you want to make it to reality for the, to putting into the force, you can develop into the $1 or like that to make a device. Once you have the technology with you and you can make it to mass production, the cost of the devices can come down to 100 rupees or like that. And later on, the researchers, the labs, and who can develop on their own, and you can do very many things, right? So, and to say here is that I am going to say about how actually the DNA or you have a sample that comes from, like you have when you are aiming for any of the things, you have a sample of very little volume is there. Assume that you have only 2 or 3 microbes are there from a cell culture where you got the contaminated or the food contamination. So how do you do that? Identification of the bacteria or identification of the genome level. If you want to do DNA level, obviously you have to have like a regular, you have like a PCR, polymerase chain reaction, you have that, like you have in the laboratories also PCRs are there, but we felt that is also too much, and then we thought that, and sometimes some of the things which you cannot have, what I mean to say is that the sensitivity, once you do that, it does take about 3 hours, and it takes about several dozens of cycles, and to get the amplicon to be amplified. And that can be, you can do by the PCR from the DNA to, from DNA to DNA. But sometimes you do know that, but we have been analyzing our samples by RT-PCR, like a COVID detection, you all see that. So these are the things where you have to do from the mRNA to DNA, and then later on detect it. The beauty thing, what actually we are interested is that we are miniaturized, and to do that, by doing miniaturization, you can have your sensitivity can go up, as has been shown in this cartoon right side, is that when you have the same level of molecules, which is is in a small area, the sensitivity can go up. So this is what we have called as a micro chamber array, and you have this micro chamber array. Actually, I will show next slide is that it needs about 40 microliters of the reaction mixture. It can do about the more than 1,000 assays can be done, and we have developed like a micro chamber array which is made up of silicon by using micro machining technology that is called MEMS, which we call micro electromechanical systems. And what it does is that I'm going to tell here is that it has like a silicon layer and it has a chambers, and there is, because there is a wall here is there, and this is only hydrophilic, this is hydrophobic, so that when you are doing a samples, there is no crisscross between the samples, among the samples. So each container, which is of 40 nanoliters or even less than that, it can treat as a one reaction vessel. So actually a small chip, which is a slide glass size, you can see here next slide, I will show you that. Why it is not moving? Okay, and you have the silicon micro chamber. As I told you, don't go into worry. It has like a huge number of process steps are there, and how it looks is that the left bottom side corner, you can see this. This is the way slide glass, and it has about 148 chambers are there. How each chamber looks is the scanning electron microscopy shows that it has a chamber here, and obviously when you wanted to handle the things which is requires nanoliters, obviously it becomes errors if we handle. So what we did is that we have developed our own dispenser. In the beginning, we bought from the Cartesian from USA, and what it does is that you can see that you have the device here, and what device is that we put a mineral oil on top of it, which serves as a layer, and you have the target here, you have the sample here, and it takes here by using the solenoid valve. I am showing you only single valve, and it goes the samples, and you start dispensing it in no time, and it's about needs 20 nanoliters of the reaction mixture, and are the 10 nanoliters, and it can dispense like a DNA primers and the targets and the other things, reaction mixtures, and then you can do that. How actually it has been done? The sample preparation by nano dispensing, you can see here. Assume that you have the device here and you have the dispensing tip is there. You need, obviously since are needed. You need the targets are needed. So what we do is that since we actually dry up the abscess, since it is hydrophilic, and you will put it, you will dry up the sample, and we add the mineral layer over it, so that you have the primers already inside the chambers, and it can be not individually also, you can put many things that you are going to see that, and the mineral oil is there. Then once you have the mineral oil, it serves as a lid, and you can put your PCR mixtures and the reaction mixture through that, and because through the gravitational force, it will go and only to that chamber. So there is no cross contamination because mineral oil is there, it serves as a lid. And this is the way it shows here. And you can do as you have seen in the earlier movie. And so for the how actually we have used for this means for the detection is that you have two things are there. You have a Tachman chemistry, which you all know that I don't need to go, as it's been shown that it is like a fluorogenic probe, and it has been as the DNA amplification does, the fluorescence of the Tachman chemistry, Tachman probe increases, that is proportional to the volume of the amplicons increased. So that way we can do that. The other one is cyber green chemistry is there, wherein it will go as a, what I should say that it is like a double strand DNA binding site, and it can detect the actually PCR products, and it also can be seen either cyber green chemistry or their Tachman chemistry is there, which you can see. Here, as you see that here, we have taken is a rhesus blood group. I mean, just an example I'm showing, antigen, and we also have done using the foodborne detection genes also we analyzed by this. And as you see here, and we have put on that. After that, I think we have actually developed its own like a small thermocycler is there, and the chip actually is placed on that, and you know that it is like 3 temperatures are needed, and one is like a denaturation and annealing is needed, and these actually you can see the samples how actually in the chambers it is been taking place, and you have the you have the chambers where the samples are there, where the negatives are there, samples are there, which we have done like various many things is that like a beta actin, and you have and SRY, RHD genes we have done in different kinds. On the we have taken from on the very chips. In the beginning, we have taken about 12 chambers we took. When we were doing it is way back, almost 15 years ago, as we published this information in the analytical chemistry and biosensors and bioelectronics. And later on, of course, we have done many more things. And you can do this way. And also you can also do the, you can do the Shiga toxigenic E. coli. You all know that E. coli 0157 and there are the 0143 and 026. They are the Shiga toxigenic E. coli, enterotoxigenic E. coli, and it causes many of the diarrhea and food poisoning it does. And what we did is that we also have investigated by using the same process and identified actually which chamber is there. And we have went up to the to see how many actually number of copies are required. I hope I have kept somewhere it is missing. And we have ensured that, and you can do up to, for example, even, even 2 copies of the DNA. Also, you can have an amplification, and you can see from our publications, you can get those papers. And I think, where did I keep? And you can also see the real time also can see the SRY and RHG alpha, this beta actin amplification can be done by small cycle, not only by the end cycle, and you can also see that. But this is, as you see that, this is like a stationary PCR. Once you have put the chamber, it is individual, and it's happened about the 40 nanoliters reaction, and you are getting it the multiple things, and in a short span of time, you don't need to wait. You can do about, short span of time, 23 to 50 minutes, 13 minutes, enough to get that. Okay, and then we have also seen that another thing, Vibrio, this other thing is like the Vibrio gene, which is like a para hemolytic TDS gene. We used like a cyber chemistry, and we did the same. And after amplification, we actually, you can retrieve the sample for further analysis. Also, you can do that. Not only by amplification and the quantification, but the quantification after that, you can also analyze for further thing. What is the further research also, further investigation also, you can use the same samples by using the, you can use the micro manipulator, and you can take these samples out and for the further analysis. And as you have seen that earlier one is that the DNA amplification micro chamber array, and now you will be seeing that, of course, I am going to electrochemical DNA sensor. As you know that from 90s to 2020s, you see there is thousands of papers being published on the electrochemical biosensors, and mainly for foodborne pathogen detection by electrochemical, because electrochemical DNA sensors also, the other one is that it is having analytes and the transducers, as I told you that, and these transducers and the analytes, you have a bioreceptor molecule. Once it has been targeted, and this signal can be went into the electrochemical workstation, either CV, cyclic voltammetry, differential pulse voltammetry, sweep wave voltammetry, and electrical impedance, and so on. You can measure this actually, the affinity between the analytes and transducer, and it is like a simple process. And so therefore, electrochemical biosensors, DNA sensors, here I am saying that, is that it has attracted huge attention world over, and many of the researchers this thing. And here, just to show from our 2007 analyst paper, is that I hope you are seeing, because sometimes screen is obstructing. Okay, a disposable electrochemical, this is we call as a, sorry, what is this then? Yeah, this is, let me go this way. Disposable electrochemical printed chip, that is called DEP chips. And actually, we have actually, you can make, I think we actually make these electrodes on our laboratory. We have a printing machine. That's what we call as electrochemical printed DEP chips, we call. This is so in this we actually make various kinds of things. Carbon one, we have the gold nanoparticle, platinum, carbon nanotubes, whatnot. All we have done in the later on, and we have used for our various kinds of research studies in our things. Actually, in A4 sheet, if you allow me, here I think I have somewhere from our company, I have kept some of the things here. So this way you can have on the on the mass production of the low cost possible customized fabrication of the various kind of electrodes we actually print in our laboratory in Japan, and we use it for various kind of things, and you can put it to a small thing is there, and you don't need any special thing. And I'm going to show some of our things also. I mean, like here, let me introduce that you have this is actually, you don't need the differential pulse, whatever you call as a compact potentiostat, which we have developed. And this is about the business card size. It has like a single electrode is there, and you can keep here, and you can keep here, and you can measure directly, which can be compared. It is like it is a wireless, and it can be connected to either laptop or the mobile and so on these days. So this is our company logo, Bio Device Technology. And we also later on develop like a multiple. You can do like a more 6, you can analyze, you can do at the same time like this, and we have done that way. Hello, I am on the seminar. Later I will talk to you. Okay, and let me go back to that. So you have like this, and we have used for the, various kinds of DNA biosensors. But after DNA biosensors, what we have used that amplification in the depth chips. This is mainly we have used for the SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphism. Any variation also there effectively you can identify. And we have used for the detection is that the bisbenzamide, that is called HEXT. It is you call as it is like intercalator HEXT 33258 we have used. The principle is that once you have the targeted DNA which has been increased in a reaction mixture, once you have the HEXT, this is like it will go and bind to the minor groove of the DNA duplex. So therefore the signal comes down. This is so simple, and it has been tested by many other people all over the world, and it has been commercialized to anybody, and to India and other Canada and USA and so other places. Actually, this technology was gone to Malaysia and Indonesia and the Brunei and many other places. And as I told you, and later on, once you have that, I'm going to, that is like a PCR. Well, you have to remember that until now I said you will amplify the PCR amplicon, and then you detect it by electrochemistry. And what we have done is that we have done also continuous flow PCR also we have done. That is a microfluidic chip. This is the microfluidic channel. We have like annealing, and you have the denaturation steps are there, and we have made, this is the outlet one more, this is called pressurizing channel. What we have kept is that once you are introducing your reaction mixture, and here, and we have these small tiny heaters are there, and which is actually you can put on your desk also, you can do the reaction also. So which is actually, it is a very portable, and it does about the, like you can increase number of cycles as you need it, and we have made it to 50 cycles. And once we have done it by using your target, and of course we have ensured that and this target has been amplified, and you are going, that has been published in way back in 15 years ago in analytical bioanalytical chemistry, and we have compared with the positive control here in the agarose electrophoresis, which you can see on the right side. And what later on we did is that we thought that this is also too much time, so that why don't we actually reduce the time. What we did is that we have actually adapted using like the laser based detection system, which is like a real time. Here what we did is that you have to take out the sample at the outlet, and we have analyzed by the offline is the whether amplification is done or not in this, so that we wanted to use for further analysis. But later on, which we thought that we don't need to take out, and we wanted to buy the laser syringe. Once the
sir, if I could just interrupt, Dr. Rao.
Yeah.
Sir, two things. Your screen needs to be in slideshow mode. It will be better for us. And also, if you could wrap up in the next few minutes.
Yeah,
the
sure.
participants from the next session have also joined us.
Yeah, actually, because I have got actually very late. So that's what because I have seen the time. It is maybe, I will be doing that. Surely.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
And this is the thing that you have, because why I'm doing is that there is a screen that is obstructing here. Maybe I hope you are seeing the title completely there. Are you seeing the title completely there?
Yes, sir. It's fully visible to us.
Fine. So like that we have done, and you can see so that you would need mainly for the you call it the cycle threshold level, which you have seen in the COVID era also. Everybody knows that cycle threshold, because and for that you have ensured that 15 to 30 cycles also you can do to identify your target amplicon by using a real-time continuous flow PCR. And we have reduced the number of copies, like 60 copies, 800 copies, 10,000 copies, and we have seen the real-time fashion, and we could have the better way. And later we have that amplified for the lamp. You must have heard loop mediated isothermal amplification, which is this way, and we have used, this is called dipstick, and this is actually, the stick looks like this, and it has like 2 compartments. Down is your lamp solution will be there, top will be your electrode is there, and here you have there is a diaphragm will be there. Here you have above the diaphragm you have your electrochemical indicator, that is in intercalator is there, and you can do by all the reaction by lamp. Lamp is nothing but you need it is like isothermal amplification. You don't need denaturation. It is much more sensitive than the PCR, and the only thing is that it needs more than 4 to 6 primers, and it has like a 6 to 8 distinct region, so that it is highly specific amplification reaction, and it is like an isothermal. It does about the 65 degree. And once you have the things, what we do is that we break the wall into the top chamber where the DNA is done, and these reactions we mix it, and then you get the readout from the electrode you have, and we put it to the readout, and then you can know what is the quantification. So this way we have ensured that linear relation is come with the anodic peak current and the absence, and also qualitatively and also quantitatively. This we have used for the genetically modified maize. Because you know that Monsanto, right now it's a Monsanto was taken over by some other company, and the Monsanto tried to introduce like a corn genetically modified maize. So for that, because in Japan it is not allowed, and to see what percentage of actually detection of the recombinant gene is there, to do this one, we actually got the sample from USA and the regulatory means, and we evaluated whether the chip is working for the how much compared with the synthetic DNA, or like 0.1% genetically modified and 0.05%, and which you can do effectively by using this on the dipstick. And actually we have also published long back, and later on that we did publish on we did use for the the same thing for this is also, I'm not able to see that, and this is for the Bacillus anthracis also. We tried using this actually chip, and we have could detect it usually very effectively. And of course, after doing all the things, we thought that why don't we make it portable? So as you see in the small suitcase, and which you can carry, which has a heaters, which has a chip, which has a sensor, everything, and it can detect, and you can easily carry to the on-site monitoring, and you can detect it. And later on, which we have applied for other thing, of course, this is like you can see that the warfares where it is anything has happening, and further level we went, and it is like a air sampling, and it can select the spores, and it has like in a suitcase level, you have the chip, and you have the electrochemical, you have the LSPR. This is like another one. This is like a localized surface plasmon, and you have the detection can be done, and this way we have analyzed, and yes. And this is the one which is ready for and it's about 12 kilograms, and you can carry, which has everything inside. If anything, it has happened in the airport, some of the bio warfare, which can be done. Actually, we have done with some of the airports in Japan. And before, actually, it is also ready for commercialization. I hope after I left, my team might have done it. And the other one is that immunosensors, as I told you, and which you can do that is like you don't need like a regular spectroscopy in the laboratory spectrophotometer. It is called localized surface plasmon resonance. What it does is that it uses the silicon particle, and it is like your gold has been spotted on that. And if you put whatever the things are there, your targets, and your actually redshift will happen on the spectroscopy, spectrophotometer, so that it is an affinity, and these are that I'm not going to detail. And therefore, and we have analyzed, assayed about the surface after the gold nanoparticle by atomic force microscopy, and we ensured that they are fairly enough to the monolayer. And then once you can do the reaction with the Aptus and NH4 chemistry, and you can develop the casein in the milk, you can do, because it is also allergen to most of the people, and this was the given for the company which has assigned to us, then we could do that. And how is the anti-casein, the antibody has also put on that, and to identify how actually, and it can go up to the picogram levels also, it can be analyzed. So, and that's what I have. And as I told you, is that food safety is a very important, and our efforts as a continuous to develop a portable on-site monitoring to achieve the food analysis per se, and food quality monitoring is at various stages we have to do from the food chain to at the needed. And by adopting these portable analytical tools like sensors and devices and lab on a chip, and this ensures like a rapid and selective and high throughput and multiplexed analysis can be achieved. I think that's what I have. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you.
I think I have not taken enough time. Is that okay? Any questions are there? If you are there, I will be ready to take any questions if you have. Yes, sir. I'm done.
Dr. Shubha Prada Nistala, please. I think she left.
Okay.
She not able to connect.
Sure, fine. You can wind up, sir. We can take it.
Yes, sir. So, Dr. Shubha Prada.
She has come.
Please unmute.
Me?
Dr. Shubha Prada.
Yes, sir. I was not getting permission to unmute. Sorry, there was some glitch. Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Rao. Excellent session. You really explained in a very simple fashion the entire magic that is now possible using biosensors. Thank you, sir. I now welcome the chair to give his concluding remarks so that we can
Okay,
call
thank
this
you.
session.
Thank you, Shubha. So now thanks a lot to the organizer and their team to give the chance to our esteemed expert like Dr. Anup Kumar, Dr. Shubha Pradhan Nistala, Dr. Ramchandra Rao, Ramchandra Rao. A little bit, I am also having little knowledge, but I am also, my name is also include. You can include.
Yes, sure, sir.
Anil Chauhan, and this actually they share their experience not only from India, they also bring this as this conference to the Japan. And Dr. Rao also share his experience, excellent experience during his stay in Japan in a very simple way, latest technology. Biosensors, bioactive, biodescribed food safety quality monitors, how we can use, how we can detect the food hazards by using this technology in a simple way. So now thanks a lot again, organizers and their team to give their chance to experience our, to share our experience in this 28th ICFOST conference. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Dr. Shubha Prada, little half para. Okay, we will submit.
Yes, sir. Just you've already summed up excellently. Just a small note to thank you, Professor Dr. Chauhan, for as the chair for excellent conducting of the session. Thank you, of course, to both our other expert speakers, Dr. Anup Krishnan from EIC and Dr. Ramchandra Rao from NHFW. It's been an absolute pleasure to share the dais with all of you and be part of this session. On behalf of the 28th ICFOST and AFSTI, with the permission of the chair, we conclude this session. Thank you all.
Okay, so now with the permission of the organizer, we declare to end the session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you one and all.
Sir, good afternoon. Prashant sir.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you, sir?
Fine, sir, fine.
Sir, all the speakers have entered into the session, so shall we proceed, sir?
IT team, please coordinate all the speakers have joined.
Yes, sir. All the speakers from technical session 31 joined.
So without any delay, shall we proceed, sir, with the permission of chair?
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon to one and all the delegates as well as the speakers of this session and this technical session on functional designer oil foods for health and wellness too. And this was sponsored by Miss Hexagon. And for this session, today's chair is Professor B.K. Sakale. And I just wanted to introduce to the audience here our chairman for this session. So Professor B.K. Sakale is presently a professor, University Department of Chemical Technology, that is UDCT, and also a director, Gopinath Rao Munde, National Institute of Rural Development and Research under Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. And he has a vast research experience after his educational qualification as MTech and PhD. And presently he is a president of AFSTI chapter Aurangabad and also executive council member for IEI. There's a lot of his professional involvement as a and many things. So I don't go into the because it's a huge place. So I just wanted to brief audience here that he is a fellow of the Indian Society of Kanpur, India, and also in forefront for many programs.
Your voice is not coming. Your voice is breaking.
You are not audible, sir, most of the time.
Is it?
Even what you said just now, only H could be audible. Other than after that, we could not hear anything what you said just now.
Just a minute. Sorry for that technical glitch.
Now you are audible. Now you are audible completely.
Please continue.
Now it is fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, I'll just brief about Professor Sakale. If it is there was a problem then. So as I told, he's a professor of UDCT Mumbai, director for Gopinath Rao Munde National Institute of Rural Development, and under Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, and he has also experience in research, that is R&D, for around 21 years. Then he presently he is a president of AFSTI Aurangabad chapter. So he is a fellow of the Indian Society of Agricultural Biochemists Kanpur, India. He also a resource person for ICAR, UGC and all. And he has bagged a lot of awards to his credit. That is, he's a recipient of Professor J.S. Sidhu Award 2018, and which is been constituted by AFSTI. And he is a recipient of Best Teacher Award, Department of Mass Communication and Journalism from Aurangabad. And he has a lot of Best Paper Awards in national and international forums. He is also he has done a lot of invited talks, even in TV telecasts, radio, and he has given a lot of expert talks, up to around 74. And he has published around 73 papers in national and international peer-reviewed journals. He has authored 14 book chapters. He has one patent to his credit again, and he is successfully guiding. He has successfully guided around 3 PG students and PhD. Of course, they are pursuing right now 4 or 5 students, and he is also visiting San Diego, Spain, and he has conducted a lot of special trainings on farm processing of spice, application of extension cooking for designer foods, and post-harvest physiology, pathology and handling of fresh commodities, and a lot of STC programs, even like processing machineries, entrepreneurship, development in tuber crops. Actually, there is a lot of, so I don't want to take much time on this. He has he's having a lot of experience on food science and technology. So with that brief introduction of our chair, I welcome Professor Sakle sir for the session and to proceed with this deliberations. Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much for this wonderful wonderful introduction. And now I am very happy to be with the co-chair, Dr. K.V. Harish Prashant. I will introduce him in a brief because his biodata is very fast. I will try my level best to present in a nutshell. Dr. K.V. Harish Prashant is working as a senior scientist in Functional Biopolymer Laboratories, Department of Biochemistry, under the Academy of Scientific Innovative Research, CSIR, Center for Technological Research Institute, Mysore. He did his MSc and PhD in the subject of biochemistry. He has a vast experience, more than 20 years, in the area of research at various levels. He has been working on different committees in academics and research as well. Apart from being a researcher, Dr. Harish sir is presently an advisor Adi Chunchanagiri University, Nagamangala, Karnataka. He is a research advisor, MIMS Manda, under the Health Welfare Department, Government of Karnataka. In last year, 2021, he has served as a National Honorary Secretary of Association of Food Scientists and Technologists, India. He also rendered his services as a Secretary, Society of Biological Chemists, SBC, India, Mysore chapter, and Central Executive Member for Association of Carbohydrate Chemists and Technologists, India. He is the recipient of a number of the awards, but I will mention the major one. Apart from his various recognition and honors, in 2016, he bestowed with the Dr. M. Mahadevia National Award with Silver Plaque, instituted by All India Food Processors Association, AIFPA, New Delhi, and in September 2019, he has been awarded with Best Faculty Researcher Award with cash award constituted by Indian Chitin and Chitosan Society at Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. and is recently awarded with the Best Publication Award. So he has been delivered number of the talks, more than 35 in various national, international conferences, workshops, seminars, and conventions, and also chair sessions in various conferences. 35 research publications are included, which is published in the various peer international journals and having 3,500 citations. He published one book chapter and one patent and two technologies are to his credit. Dr. Prashant sir has successfully guided 21 MSc and MTech students and one PhD students, and 4 doctoral students are pursuing their research under his supervision and guidance. He is a known researcher and an area of expertise includes studies related to neurotoxicity, neurodegeneration, tumor biology, and other lifestyle disorders like diabetes and relative interventions of dietary functional polysaccharides in respective ameliorations. With this brief introduction, I welcome you, sir, and I request to be a co-chair for this technical session 31 on functional designer IVL foods for health and wellness. And this session is sponsored by Messrs. Excellent Nutrition. Now I request you, sir, to be a co-chair for this session and start the conduct the session. Thank you, sir.
Again, thank you, sir, for that very nice introduction of me. And without much delay, I just want to introduce the first speaker of today, Dr. Rakesh Sharma. Dr. Rakesh Sharma is an associate professor of Department of Food Science and Technology from YS Farmer University of Agriculture and Forestry, Solan, that is HP, and he has attained his PhD in post-harvest technology in 2003, and after that he has 1 year of PG diploma, agricultural marketing, and again a certificate course in food and nutrition in 2011. So he has totally around 15 plus years of research experience, and he is a member of many societies, and of course he is also a life member of our own AFSTI, and he is also a member of Indian Society of Hill Agriculture, Pantnagar, UK, and Agro Environmental Society, UP. So he has also bagged a lot of awards to his credit. I'll just list them, one NN Mohan Memorial Best Researcher Paper Award in 2009, AFST Best Paper Award in 2007, Isha Best Research Paper Award in 2010, again Founder Fellow Award 2010, JS Pruthi Memorial Best Paper Award 2011, Uma Dutt Mamgain Award in 2015, and Best Poster again in 2016 and 18, Certificate of Appreciation of Outstanding Service by YSPU HF 2018, and he's an Eminent Scientist Award by Agro Environmental Society 2020, Excellent in Research Publication again in 2021. So he has given a lot of innovative talks and published around 85 research articles and papers, 21 book chapters he has authored, 2 patents, 10 technologies, and transferred around 2 technologies to the industry, and successfully guided 11 students. He's been handled these 6. So here area of specialization is processing and value addition of agricultural, horticultural crops, and also low calorie functional foods and food fermentation. So again, biodata of Dr. Rakesh Sharma, I invite him on behalf of chair that to give a talk on optimization of aloe vera fortified low calorie functional apple spread. Over to you, Dr. Rakesh Sharma. Yeah, I think you should unmute yourself, Dr. Rakesh Sharma. Dr. Rakesh Sharma.
Yes, now.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Slides, sir. You can start presenting. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your nice words and elaborated biodata. I'm just sharing my screen. Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, it's visible.
Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone present in the session. Respected chairperson, co-chair, and fellow delegates, I welcome you all. I am from, as I have been introduced, I am from Himachal Pradesh, Solan, Vice Premier University of Horticulture and Forestry. And so from my dressing, you can understand that the conditions over here, they are very harsh nowadays. It's very cold, and because harsh winters are there, and there may be some internet problem. So please forgive me for that. I will just quickly go through my presentation. It is a research work, not a inverted talk. So I will take just a few minutes. So just I will take you to that presentation. I will be presenting optimization of aloe vera fortified low calorie functional apple spread. So the background, as of we are all aware that the larger portion of the Indian population presently is having a sedentary lifestyle. And that is the consumption of the high calorie food products with less exercise and high level of the mental stress. For that reasons, we are having a huge, large incidences of the lifestyle related diseases like obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and cardiovascular diseases. And we all know that India is a capital hub of diabetes of the world. So for that, to combat all these diseases, nutraceutical and functional food, they are there and have emerged as an effective alternative to combat all these diseases. And the demand of these functional food is growing at a very faster rate world over. In India also, the demand for functional food is increasing because of the health consciousness among the consumers nowadays. So with that hypothesis, we have worked on a product and taking two superfoods. One is the aloe vera, which is a natural herb or a wonder herb, you can say. And it is being used traditionally for making various health and ayur food products. Then apple, we all know that it is one of the most frequently consumed fruit, and an apple a day keeps the doctor away. That proverb is there, we all know that. So with these two superfoods or two functional foods, we planned a product that is a fruit spread. You know that fruit spread, they are the jam-like products available in the market, but they are generally concentrated source of the sugars and give a quick burst of the calories. So this excess calorie intake has been reported to be partially responsible for various health diseases like obesity, diabetes, overweight, hypertension, and cardiovascular diseases and other side effects. So with this hypothesis, the present investigation was undertaken with the aim to study the stability of aloe vera as a functional ingredient and sweetos as a non-nutritive sweetener for the development of novel low-calorie spread for the benefit of health conscious peoples. So the methodology which we have adopted, that first of all the apple pulp was extracted by hot pulping method, then aloe vera by cold extraction method. The first part of the study, and the study was divided into two parts. The first part was the optimization for the production of aloe vera fortified spread by using RSM, response surface methodology tool. And the experimental variables were aloe vera pulp, 10 to 15% the range, then TSS 45 to 65, and the acidity 0.25 to 1.25%, and pectin 0.25 and again 1.25%. These were the variables, and these are 4 factors at 5 levels of the CCD composite design. Then after this, the optimization, the optimized product was further used for the preparation of low-calorie apple spread by replacing the sugar sweetness with the equal sweetness of the sucrose. And sucrose is a noble sweetener which has been approved by the FSSAI also. It is a combination of FOS, fructooligosaccharides and sucralose, and to make sweetness equivalent to that of the sugar. It was replaced on equivalent sweetness basis from 0 to 100%. Then after this, the spreads were packed in glass jar as well as the polypropylene cups and stored for 6 months at ambient temperatures to study the storage stability and the nutritional as well as the sensory acceptability. This is the pictorial depiction of the process. Some of the steps were given here, that after procuring the produce and extracting the gel as well as the pulp, they were blended in desired quantity and they cooked. In this process, the main factors were the temperature of the cooking and the time of the cooking. They were very, very important parameters. Then the different treatments were laid out as per the RSM. About 30 runs they were there, and all the products were prepared as per the standard methodology by taking these factors in view. The responses which were recorded to optimize the process, cooking time, as I said, is very important. Then water activity, total soluble solid, spreadability. Spreadability is also very important because in spread, the spreadability is an important factor as compared to that of the jam. Jams, they are thick like consistency. Spreads, they are having a smooth textures and uniform spreadability. So this is the main factors which we have considered to optimize the process. And as far as the sensory parameters they were concerned, that the texture, appearance of the product, then flavor and overall acceptability. So these were the responses which we have recorded, and then on the basis of these responses, we optimized the process. Then the second part is the optimization. So these were the treatment details where we have replaced the sweetness of the sucrose with the sweetose. And we have worked on various working agents, but here I have just given the pectin. We have also worked on CMC and LM pectin, low methoxyl pectin also, but the results I am here just given for the pectin. So come to the results. The results were very encouraging, as in our study we found that the aloe vera gel as well as the total soluble solids, they were the most important parameters which affected the quality of the spreads and help in giving the uniform spreadability. So aloe vera gel helped us in giving the spreadability and uniform textures to the product. You can see from these plots, response surface plot mentioned in figure 1 and 2 at 2 of these slides, top of the slides, that the effect of the aloe vera pulp and TSS and cooking time as well as the spreadability. So there, as I said, the spreadability was found directly proportional to that of the concentration of aloe vera pulp. As we have increased the aloe vera pulp up to a level of 40%, the spreadability was very fine. But after that, it make a gel-like structure. So up to 40%, it was good. But in case of the TSS, it was inversely proportional. As the TSS was increased, the uniformity and spreadability was decreased. Then if we see the linear level effect of aloe vera pulp, TSS and pectin, they were the main factors. Then they were the highly significant for texture as well as flavor score and the overall acceptability of the products. However, the acidity was non-significant. So these were the encouraging results to optimize the product and optimize the level of aloe vera as well as the pectin concentration in the product. So as to have a uniform texture as well as spreadability. So these were the products which we have formulated. You can see the first one is the aloe vera spread, means the apple jam. Simply the jam which are available in the market. You can see the clot as well as the spreadability on the bread, whereas aloe vera fortified aloe vera has helped in giving a better appearance as well as spreadability. Honey-like spreadability was there. So it was a very excellent product. The aloe vera fortified apple spread by after different combinations we have tried and found that the up to 40% of aloe vera fortification with 60-degree Brix TSS, that was fine. With the desirability of 0.988. So that desirability was also very good. So then after the optimization of the product, the second experiment was replacement of the sugar with sweetos. And then the first formulation which we have optimized, we replaced the sugar with that of the sweetness of the sweetos. And 100% replacement was achieved. And the sensory quality of the low calorie spread was at par with that of the control aloe vera fortified apple spread. Though these were the products, you can see at the bottom the low calorie, the appearance has again increased because of the non-availability of the sugar, because sugar on cooking gives little browning, so that the appearance was very fine and the spreadability was also very fine. So these were the products. Then the nutritional, as far as the nutritional parameters they were concerned, definitely the TSS was less, and the non-enzymatic browning was also less in the low-calorie jam. And the energy value, you can see the energy value that which was the main parameter that we were able to reduce the energy value by 65% to that of the control sample or apple jam, which are generally available in the market. And with the addition of the aloe vera as a functional ingredient, the phenolic contents of that jam has increased, and then the antioxidant potential was also higher than that of the apple jam or apple spread. You can see where the 100% apple was used. So these were the good findings as far as the nutritional as well as the calorie value is concerned. Besides that, the mineral content was also some of the minerals, for example, the copper, manganese, and magnesium, they were higher in the aloe vera fortified apple spread compared to that of apple jam or apple spread. So the mineral content was also better than that of and then we have also estimated the aloin content, because aloe vera contains aloin, which is though the antimicrobial compound useful for pharma industry, but in case of the food products, it has certain side effects, and it should not be, as per the specification, it should not be more than 10 ppm in any food product. But we didn't find any aloin content was not there in our product. So that is the case. And then as far as the storage studies was concerned, as I said, that the product was stored for 6 months at ambient temperature in glass jar as well as polypropylene cups. The spreads were self-stable without any preservative for 6 months in glass jar without any change in quality. But in case of polypropylene cup, they were stable for just 3 months. After that, the microbial population increased to the use level. So the quality was up to the mark up to 3 months only. And then the conclusion, if I conclude from the study, that the process resulted in a product which has a good taste, reduced calorie, smooth spreadability, and is rich in various bioactive compounds. And sweetos has helped to cover up the poor appearance as well as the bitter taste of aloe vera because of sweetness, the sweet taste, but without much calories, and make the product very tasty. So this will definitely provide immunomodulating, digestion promoting, and weight control properties in a natural way, because aloe vera is used as a functional ingredient in this product. So in my opinion, this product could be highly recommended to the consumers, especially diabetic and obese patients and health conscious people in a general. So we also filed a patent on this technology. And it is just under process, and the next 2 months it will be published in the Indian Patent Journal. So with this, sir, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. It was just a research paper, not a general talk. So that's the thing. I took, I think, not much time.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh Sharma. You have limited yourself to the stipulated time, and I have just one question from my side. When you are mentioning this as a low-calorie functional applied spread, what made you to? You indicate it as a functional apple spread.
As a functional, sir, as we know that the functional food, they are having some disease preventing properties beyond basic nutrition. So basically, I targeted the calorie value as a main functional value in this, and then the phytochemical, nutraceutical, say phenolics and the other minerals which we have taken from the aloe vera. So that is the 2-3 points which we have taken into consideration to make it more functional than that of the simple jam which is available in the market. So that is the
has it been tested onto any of the conditions, any of the when you are mentioning functional for any of the disease condition or any such kind, or even antimicrobial or something, whether you have tested your product?
Yes, sir. I have shown the antimicrobial activity, antioxidant, antimicrobial activity we have also tested, anti-inflammatory activity we have also tested, and the fiber, the dietary fiber, FOS, because they are rich in the dietary fibers, prebiotic properties. But because it is the patent file, we have not shown some of the things we have hidden here. So that points I have not shown here.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh.
And the anti-inflammatory as well as the antimicrobial activity against E. coli we have tested.
Okay. Professor Sakle, if you have any question, or can we proceed with the to next speaker?
No, sir. Proceed, please proceed.
So shall we proceed to the next speaker, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rakesh Sharma, for that talk, and we hope you'll come out with more products, especially with the aloe vera, which underutilized till date in India. So thank you once again. So I just wanted to move to next speaker, that is Dr. Ms. Manan Pal. And I think Dr. Manan Paul, sorry. Manan Paul is there?
Yes, sir, I'm present.
Okay, Madam, Dr. Manan Pal was, she's in the Department of Physiotherapy, GNDU, Amritsar. Qualification is like he has completed PhD along with a lot of other qualification, BPT, MSPT, and MIAP. She is interested, and she has a specialization in sports physiotherapy and sports rehabilitation, sports psychology, as well, and also sports nutrition. And she has workshops, conferences, and presented a lot of work in these conferences platforms. And she has guided students up to postgraduate students, and she is also supervising some of the PhD students. And she has published around 57 publication in national and international journals. With this introduction, please present your work
Yes, sir. I'll share my screen. Second, share can't see the name.
Before she
Sir,
shares her screen,
sir.
our topic is on role of protein hydrolysates in sports. So that she'll going to talk today to us.
So I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon, respected chairperson, co-chair, senior professionals, and fellow delegates. I'm Dr. Maman, working as assistant professor in Department of Physiotherapy, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. So Amritsar is very cold these days, and today it is very stormy also. So I wish the light and internet shouldn't break. Now, I'll be speaking on role of protein hydrolysates in sports. So when we talk about protein hydrolysates, protein as well as sports, they go one by one. So because we've been hearing sport participation, the athletic participation, as well as the role of the proteins and the energy bars, the various sports drinks, the recovery nutrition, they all are linked up with the proteins. And if we see in the last 2 decades, a lot of importance has been given to the role of proteins, and it is extensively investigated. Now, what is required is here, I would like to direct the role, the ergogenic properties of the proteins, protein hydrolysates, or these amino acids to the level of the muscle or onto the exercise performance. See, now we are having a lot of good equipments, and athletes with respect to the performance have reached limits in training volume and intensity. So this has generated a renewed interest in this, you can say the sports scientists, among the sports personnel, exercise physiologists, to study the role of nutrition and the nutritional modulation on physical performance as well as well-being of sports persons. So this, I've taken it from verified market research, which shows that there is ample gain in the market of protein hydrolysates in the coming years. So proteins, they are an important part of our diet, and it is essential for the normal growth. Now, whenever we talk about exercise, we talk about sports training. So exercise training will lead to certain kind of adaptations. Now, these adaptations are determined by the response of metabolic and the molecular mechanisms, which are going to related with the protein intake. Now, these adaptations, they result from, adaptations means with respect to the exercise training, with respect to the type of the exercise being performed. So they result from changes in the amount of various proteins in response to the exercise. So adaptations to training result from the accumulation of proteins caused by transient metabolic and molecular responses to individual exercise bouts. Now, protein, as we know, it is a very important source of amino acid, and it is required for recovery from the exercise. It is required for the repair of the damaged tissues. It is required for adaptations to exercise training in the form of muscle hypertrophy and mitochondrial biogenesis. The metabolic mechanisms for changes in the protein levels is the balance between the rate of synthesis and breakdown. So when a person is exercising, when a person is into the physical activity, then there has to be a balance between the synthesis and the breakdown of the proteins. Increased synthesis in relation to the breakdown will result in positive protein balance and hence gains in the protein. Now, if breakdown is greater than the synthesis, then protein will be lost. So after exercise, muscle protein synthesis and the breakdown are increased for as much as 24 to 48 hours. And hence, there is a need for the ingestion of the nutrients, for the intake of the nutrients, and particularly a good source of amino acid, so that there is a net muscle protein balance onto the positive side. That is anabolic levels of the muscle proteins. Now, if we, and also, there has to be rapid restoration of depleted muscle glycogen stores, which is essential for recovery after the exercise, for maintaining the performance of the exercise, to keep up with the performance. So co-ingestion of small amounts of proteins, amino acids are useful to accelerate this muscle glycogen depletion. Now, how do we get it? So there are 4 ways to get amino acids into the bloodstream. That is via the whole food proteins, intact protein supplement, free-form amino acids, and protein hydrolysates. So now, like, why protein hydrolysates then? See, the consumption of this protein hydrolysate has shown that there is a rapid uptake of this protein hydrolysates in comparison to the whole proteins or the free-form amino acid mixtures. And they also exhibit biological activity. So to define, protein hydrolysates are a mixture of polypeptides, oligopeptides, amino acids that are manufactured from the protein sources using partial hydrolysis, which is done by food-grade proteolytic enzymes or suitable acids and alkalis. Mildly hydrolyzed proteins are good, and they are used in clinical and sports nutrition, and extensively hydrolyzed proteins are used in the infant formulas as hypoallergenic alternatives. So protein hydrolysates, they are also a potent source of bioactive peptides in the form of antithrombotic, anti-hypertensive, antimicrobial, anti-cancer, antioxidative, and they also have immunomodulatory effects. And consumption of these protein hydrolysates are also useful in the management of certain diseases like inflammatory bowel disease, allergies, diabetes, etc. So protein hydrolysates, they have their value in tissue repair, especially in those conditions where natural food cannot be ingested or where it cannot be ingested in sufficient quantities in order to replace the protein. For example, in conditions like burns, in case of burn patients, or in case of gastrointestinal disorders also. So it has been shown that protein hydrolysates are better tolerated by the diseased GI tract. GI is gastrointestinal tract than the natural foods. Why? Because they not only neutralize the acid, they relieve the stomach of the digestive effort because of pre-digested nature of the hydrolysates, and they also provide the body with a rich source of nutrients which assist in the repair. So this is a very useful effect. Now in this slide, the A part shows us the chemical reaction of the protein hydrolysis, and the B part shows us that there is an intact protein. If it goes with the mild hydrolysis, it improves the digestion. Partial hydrolysis for the allergic sensitization prevents allergic sensitization. Extensive hydrolysis prevents the symptoms in the allergic individuals. So this is another slide which shows us the varied aspects of the usefulness of protein hydrolysates in clinical nutrition with respect to anti-inflammatory properties, digestibility in infant formulas with respect to digestibility, hypoallergic nature in case of conditions like inflammatory bowel disease because they're having the anti-inflammatory properties with respect to the geriatric population as they boost the immunity. They are with respect to their immunomodulatory effect, and especially the sports nutrition with respect to digestibility, recovery, anti-inflammatory properties. So they are having a good role to play. Now this slide shows us the different uses of the protein hydrolysates, the physiological effects, the metabolic effects, cardiovascular effects, which I'll just come one by one. So ingestion of a more rapidly digested and absorbed hydrolyzed protein, which is having a large amount of dia, tria, or oligopeptide, it results in, first, a higher concentration of circulating amino acids. Second, there is lesser uptake, or you can say less efficient uptake of these amino acids by the subplanetary bed. That means they are more available for use. And then there is delivery of a greater amount of bioactive peptides. and they're having metabolic, cardiovascular, and general health effects. And they improve the recovery from the exercise, they reduce the muscle damage, and they enhance the muscle anabolism and hence the muscle hypertrophy. So these are the various useful effects of the hydrolysates with respect to the specific target groups also. Protein hydrolysates are important for recovery after the exercise. Why? Because of their anti-inflammatory effect. They reduce the muscle pain and they help in the recovery after the exercise. Because they are having the anti-inflammatory effect, so they reduce the muscle pain, and also they play an important role in muscle anabolism, and they decrease the muscle damage post-exercise. They improve the muscle repair process, and hence we see the enhanced performance or improved performance in an athlete. And also there's another point which I would like to add here. When any person is excessively exercising, so because athletes, they at times overtrain also, so this results in impaired immunity. It affects their immunity. So these protein hydrolysates are also having the immunomodulatory effect, which is beneficial for the athletes. And various studies, they have shown this also. So protein hydrolysates, mainly the dia and the tripeptides, are absorbed more rapidly in comparison to the free-form amino acids or the intact proteins. So thus it minimizes the competition among its substrates. So this is a desirable trait for the athletes who wish to maximize amino acid delivery to the muscles. Now this is a study which shows the whey protein hydrolysates and this ergogenic effect. The study was conducted and it was seen that whey protein hydrolysate has been able to achieve greater gains in the muscle strength, lean body mass in comparison to the casein group. This is another study in which it was again shown that whey protein hydrolysate, they showed enhanced peak isometric torque compared to the intact whey protein group. So intra-exercise ingestion of the protein hydrolysates is also very important. And they are, because they are rapidly absorbed, so they are suitable for the intra-exercise consumption, and the studies, they have shown this. And the mixed muscle protein fractional synthetic rate was substantially higher after protein hydrolysate co-ingestion. And another studies, they also have shown that late exercise time trial performance is enhanced with carbohydrate plus casein hydrolysate sports ingestions. So carbohydrate plus casein hydrolysate ingestion prevented increases in the plasma creatine kinase, and it also prevent muscle soreness after the exercise. And hence we see that performance is enhanced. It is having a positive effect on exercise performance. Whey protein hydrolysate ingestion also shown to increase the skeletal muscle glycogen levels compared with the other sources of the protein or even the branch chain amino acids, which are also considered to be giving a good competition to the protein hydrolysates with respect to sports performance. And when we talk about the protein hydrolysates, now athletes or the sports population use these products to induce rapid increases in the plasma amino acids around the workouts. That is before the exercise, during the exercise, after the workouts, which may maximize the muscle protein anabolism and facilitate the recovery. But they are not used as meal replacements. And the proportion of dia or the tripeptides, they determine the absorption kinetics. Now, why this absorption kinetics is important? Because it is this absorption kinetics which is going to determine the greater nutritional value of the protein hydrolysates. They are useful for enhancing the recovery from the exercise, the recovery of the muscle damages, which is basically induced by exhaustive or you can say high intensity exercises. So this recovery is accelerated with the intake of protein hydrolysates. And also exercise-induced damages. They reduce the exercise-induced muscle damages. And another study, it was shown that whey protein hydrolysates attenuate the decline in plasma glutamine levels which is seen after the intense endurance exercise, and thus they contribute to the maintenance of tissue integrity or they promote the tissue repair. So when we look into the various aspects, so definitely they are having a good role in the attenuation of the skeletal muscle damage. So co-ingestion of this protein hydrolysates after the exercise is important, and hence they improve the performance in the subsequent exercise sessions. So protein hydrolysates, they are a rich source of proteins which supply the need of exercising muscles. They are enriched in dia and triapeptides, which are better than the free amino acids or the intact proteins when muscle anabolic effect is considered. So we talked about muscle anabolism. So for this, they are good. So their digestion, their absorption, and the muscle uptake of amino acid is faster and more efficient when these are ingested. And they are useful in high intensity exercises, in the recovery post-exercise, in promoting the glycogen synthesis, and in the insulinotropic effect. They are quite useful. So I told you, as I already told you, because they are less efficient uptake by this planning bet, they are more rapid in the circulating amino acid concentrations. So they maximize the amino acid delivery. They are absorbed faster, utilized effectively in comparison to the intact proteins. Plasma amino acid concentrations, they also have shown to increase more when a whey protein hydrolysate was consumed in comparison to a soya protein hydrolysate. So this is the difference between the different types of the protein hydrolysates. So these are the various studies which are showing the increased level. This point I would like to say that protein hydrolysates, they're having the insulinotropic effect in comparison to the intact proteins. Why? Because it is suggested that this enhanced insulin response contributes to the protein anabolism. Increasing plasma insulin level stimulate the muscle protein synthesis and attenuate protein catabolism after the injury, and enhance the muscle and the tissue uptake of even the branch chain amino acids. Now, how this occurs? Because this is associated with greater post-exercise glucose disposal, glycogen synthesis activation, and subsequent accelerated muscle glycogen reparation rates after the exercise. Another point is that they are potent bioactive properties they have, So the ability to speed up recovery from the exercise is there because of presence of particular peptides. And these peptides, they are not possessed by the native proteins, but they can be produced by the hydrolysis of that proteins, and hence the importance of protein hydrolysates. So they provide a rich source of proteins which are useful in certain situations where excess protein is required. For example, in tissue repair, and as I already told you, in burns, in certain surgeries, ulcers, muscle damaging exercise means high intensity exercise workouts to prevent the muscle soreness, to enhance the exercise performance, and especially the dia and the triapeptides. And along with it, we can say the protein hydrolysates, amino acids combination with the carbohydrates, they're having a very good insulinotropic effect. So these are the key points which are associated with protein hydrolysates. So recoveries post strengths containing protein hydrolysates, they are having the insulinotropic amino acids which are of great value. And if you look into the future of this, yes, still a lot of research is required to exactly study the mechanisms on the various aspects, on the various parameters of the performance. And we need to study the magnitude also with respect to the concentration and with respect to the kinetics of absorption. So it requires further exploration of the benefits of these protein hydrolysates during, before, and after the exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maman. And I have just one question. Like, yes, how do you, how do you actually hydrolyze with respect to the source, quality, and safety?
So basically, my intent was to cover up the benefits with respect to the sports. But then, what I have read is that there is hydrolysis process. And so this is a whole related with the industry, the market, and I don't want to touch that because I know that there is protein and this protein hydrolysis process, and which is related with the food safety guidelines, and hence we are having the protein hydrolysates.
Okay,
and
thank you.
And they come into the market only after, yes, with the food safety guidelines.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Maman, for that insight about protein hydrolysates, especially in protein sports nutrition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Sakle, can we proceed with the next speaker, or do you have any queries?
No, sir. Please continue, sir.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next speaker of this session, Mr. Sanket Chitlunkar. There, right?
Afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Okay. So Mr. Sanket Chitlunkar is from Shimadzu Analytical India Private Limited, and he'll going to deliver a talk on Shimadzu solutions for analysis of ethylene oxide and chloroethanol. So please introduce yourself and can you proceed with the presentation, Mr. Sanket?
Yeah. Am I audible, sir?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Sanket Chitlunkar. I am Assistant Manager in Shimadzu Analytical Application Support Lab. I am looking gas chromatography and its related applications, means gas chromatography, GC, MSMS, and other things related to gas chromatography. So I have total 15 years of experience. 6 years I was previously in pharmaceutical industry, and from last 9 years I am from Shimadzu. I have completed my MSc in organic chemistry. I have completed my MBA in marketing management from Jamnalam College Institute, and I'm looking in gas chromatography department of Shimadzu. So now I'm going to start the presentation. That is okay? I can share my screen.
Yes, you can share your presentation.
Yeah. So is it visible, sir?
Yes. Before the start, I just request Mr. Sanket, can you please adhere to the time being given? Because immediately after this, we have a valedictory. So can you? Okay. Thank you so much.
No problem, sir. Okay, fine. So good afternoon, everyone. The topic for today's presentation is Shimadzu's solution for the analysis of ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol. And the content of the presentation are as below. What is ethylene oxide? Then where it is used? Then why it is so important to analyze ethylene oxide and its reaction product, such as 2-chloroethanol or 2-bromoethanol or dioxide in the food matrices. Then what is the stand of URL and on the analysis of ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol. So we will discuss about the URL SRM analytical observation report. Then what is the solution given from Shimadzu for the analysis of ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol, followed by the question answers. So the first thing is this: what is ethylene oxide? So ethylene oxide is a colorless, odorless, flammable, toxic gaseous cyclic ether. It is one of the most widely produced chemicals in worldwide. Boiling point of the ethylene oxide is 10.4 degrees Celsius. So it is highly volatile molecule. It is highly carcinogenic, mutagenic, and genotoxic impurity. But ethylene oxide is having very strong antibacterial property. And that's why it is used as a fumigation reaction, or it can use as a fumigant in developing countries for the food materials. Ethylene oxide is highly volatile and it can be analyzed easily by the gas chromatography equipments. So you can use the gas chromatography with FID, you can use a single quadrupole GCMS, or you can use a GC-MSMS technique equipped with different injection techniques, such as the liquid injection, or we can use a dead space injection technique. So even though ethylene oxide is so much hazardous molecule, still why the application of ethylene oxide is there? Because ethylene oxide having a lot of application in industry. The major applications of ethylene oxide are the manufacturing process. Then it is used as a fumigant, or it is used as a fumigation process. Then it is also used in the sterilization process. So ethylene oxide is mainly used in the manufacturing process, where it is a chemical intermediate for the lot of manufacturing numerous important chemicals. And these important chemicals are the raw material for lot of fabrication, means lot of other products which are very important, such as polymers, surfactants, etc. Then ethylene oxide also used for the fumigation process. As previously I discussed, ethylene oxide having a high strong antibacterial property. Size of the ethylene oxide molecule is a very small, and it has having a very good strong penetration power and diffusivity. So it is a very effective disinfectant for the dry commodities, and that's why it is used in the fumigation process. Ethylene oxide is banned in many countries, but the developing countries there is no such restrictions. So that's why in fumigation process, ethylene oxide is used in developing countries such as India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and African countries. They are using ethylene oxide for the fumigation. Then another use of ethylene oxide is the sterilization process. Ethylene oxide is used for sterilization of the medical equipment also. So ethylene oxide is used in the medical equipment such as intraocular lenses, then kneecaps, then scissors, the needles, that can be sterilized with the use of ethylene oxide. So why it is so important to check about the ethylene oxide in food, and what are the dissipation pathways of the ethylene oxide and its metabolite in the food? Ethylene oxide fumigation may have been initiated in India as a countermeasure for reducing the incidence of sesame seed contamination with salmonella and other fecal bacteria. And this case is comes into means a very hot topic in Europe. Why? Because a lot of export of sesame seed is carried to the Europe, and many batches which are exported from Asian countries detected for ethylene oxide. As ethylene oxide itself is a very hazardous molecule, but not only ethylene oxide itself only hazardous, but the byproducts obtained after the reaction with matrix of ethylene oxide also plays a big role, and they are also very hazardous. So I will discuss about those. So after fumigation of ethylene oxide, if we keep the product as it is, or we give the aeration for that product, there are very high chances. Ethylene oxide is highly volatile, so there is an evaporation of the ethylene oxide easily possible. So if you do the analysis of that material on the 0 day, 7 day, 15 days, and 30 days, you will observe a trend of decreasing concentration of the ethylene oxide. But definitely it will not come to the zero. Sometimes it will come to zero, but still there are byproducts formed when ethylene oxide reacts with the matrix. So the evaporation and the reaction with matrix constituent are the main dissipation pathways of the ethylene oxide. Once in contact with the food matrices, ethylene oxide undergoes various reactions within the matrix. And the reaction products include ethylene glycol, 2-chloroethanol, 2-bromoethanol, diethylene glycol, and dioxin are also formed in some extent. So all these chemicals are very dangerous. Dioxin is very, very dangerous. 2-chloroethanol is also very dangerous. It is a very hazardous compound. Same way other compounds are also. But the scope of this presentation is not checking for the other commodities, means other impurities to check in the food, but we have concentrating on the ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol as per the URL method, means to check the for URL. So also ethylene oxide directly reacts with the matrix components such as the amino acid, purines, and fatty acid, and forming the hydroxyethyl adducts. If in India, methyl bromide and phosphine, these are the two main fumigants used for the food matrices. But ethylene oxide is almost 10 times more sensitive than methyl bromide, means effective than methyl bromide. So many countries, they are following the two-step fumigation. They first fumigate the product with the methyl bromide followed by the ethylene oxide. So in this case, what happened? Methyl bromide residue will remain inside the product. And when we fumigated with the ethylene oxide, then the product of generation, means what the product generation, reaction product generated is 2-bromoethanol, which is also a dangerous product. But this application means as per the URL, we are not concerned about other compounds here, but we are concerned about the ethylene oxide and 2C. And why 2C? Because 2C is the most prominent reaction product of ethylene oxide. Now, the properties of ethylene 2-chloroethanol is it is the boiling point having 129 degrees Celsius. It is extremely hazardous, kind of a genotoxic impurity, and it also undergoes the reaction with fatty acid to form the 2C esters. The two ways of ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol found in the plants are like this fumigation. Another thing, how the ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol end up in the food The other things are directly generation inside the plants. So ethylene is the endogenously produced within the plants and which is undergo the enzymatic oxidization reaction to produce ethylene oxide. And further, this ethylene oxide form is transferred to the 2-chloroethanol within the plant. Similarly, ethylene could theoretically also react with the hypochlorite chlorine content in the chlorinated water to give the 2C. This should take place during the process of soaking, washing of the food material when we are doing the washing or soaking with water, or in the field duty, that is the irrigation. Though ethylene oxide and 2C are chances that reduction of their ethylene oxide to chloroethanol in from the product after aeration, but it is not completely removed. And as well as whatever the reaction products which are generated after the reaction, they are also stable inside the food matrices. And during the aeration, many products have not removed, and these excess means remaining byproducts serve as a marker for the EO purification. So both compounds are very dangerous, both compounds are hazardous, and both compounds are related to the food. So it is very important for European countries to check ethylene oxide, and already the incidents happened. So they have a strict limitation and guideline for analysis of ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol. So the limits and as per the URL SRM analytical observation reports is like that, and how the limits is set. So in 2006, Rao and Bononi published a method for analysis of 2-chloroethanol paper. This method is conversion. Here in this method, the ethylene oxide is converted to 2-chloroethanol by the reaction. Here the 2-chloroethanol is converted by the reaction of sodium, and sulfuric acid is added into the matrix. So ethylene oxide is present in matrix, it will react with sulfuric acid followed by the sodium chloride, and it will give you the 2-chloroethanol. And then this 2-chloroethanol, composite 2-chloroethanol, is analyzed by using the GCMS analysis. So in 2008, it was decided to introduce a joint residue definition for these two components. Sum of ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol expressed as a ethylene oxide. Previously, different limit for ethylene oxide and different limit for 2-chloroethanol was there, and you have to identify both the compound. But now URL said that you can report 2-chloroethanol as an express of ethylene oxide, composite mixture of ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol as a 2-chloroethanol expressed as a ethylene oxide. This residue definition is still valid today. The EU-MRL limit for the ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol for different products are as follows. For teas, coca, spices, it is 0.1 milligram per kg. For nuts, oil fruits, and oilseeds, it is 0.05 milligram per kg. Then for fruits, it is 0.02 milligram per kg. Cereals and the product of animal origin, it is 0.02 milligram per kg. And for apiculture products also, it is 0.05 milligram per kg. So if you see the limits, lowest limit is 0.02 milligram per kg, that is 20 ppb in food matrix, and highest limit is 0.1 milligram per kg, that is 100 ppb. So these are the limits for the any food commodity to be analyzed for these two components. This is the limit as per the UI. So any industry related to these products has to be perform the analysis of ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol. So intact food is not only concern, means only herbs, spices, nuts are not only concern, but the byproducts means there are other industries also related to this, means sample polyoresins are prepared from the spices and herbs, then powder spices are used. All these industries also have to do their sample analysis for ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol. Similar way, hydroxyethyl cellulose, which is the derived from ethylene oxide, is used in the cosmetics as well as drug capsules. So obviously, pharma industries also come into picture. So for some capsule analysis or any cosmetic analysis, you have to do the analysis for ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol. And ethylene oxide is by default only used for sterilization process in medical equipments for a long time. So ethylene oxide can be analyzed in these medical equipments. You can use a headspace analysis or direct headspace analysis. So EURL SRM analytical report gives you the detailed limits, then it will give you the detailed sample preparation methods, extraction method, as well as it will give you the method, analytical method for the analysis of both these compounds. But the thing is that I will discuss about this. In 1995, Woodrow published a method involving the direct headspace sampling for ethylene oxide in spices. In 2002, IO published a method involving headspace sampling or direct immersion of SPA. But the commodities relevant to the residue of ethylene oxide and 2C are primarily the spices, oilseeds, and nuts. Now, this commodity is very tricky to analyze only with this headspace. And why again, means not only the liquid only headspace, why it is important? Because they contain the high liquid content and low water content. So, URL SRM report is clearly mentioned you can use the Q oil method or Quetches method for the extraction of ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol from your sample matrices such as oil, nuts, spices, nuts, etc. It is a very simple method, but what you said, you need a proper analytical hand, and as well as you need a lot of chemicals for this. Means Quetches are required, then cleanup agents are required. All these things are required. And another thing very important is analytical hand. Analytical chemists should be well aware how to extract the material. So it is simple, just like a pesticide analysis, but analytical hand is very important. So both methods can be used for the analysis of ethylene oxide 2-chloroethanol. But limitation for this method if I consider with Indian thing is that first thing is that the internal standard is mentioned in both this method. You have to use the internal standard of ethylene oxide as well as you have to use the deuterated internal standard of 2-chloroethanol. So availability of internal standard, we are facing such problem in India. Another thing, when you do this analysis through the liquid injection, there are very high chances, just like pesticide, system get contaminated, liners are contaminated, columns get contaminated. So you have to use a backward system, you have to use a specific kind of a liner, you have to give the specific type of injector ports also. You have to use a split phase injector, PTV, as well as different types of things are required. But these methods work good. This work as per the requirement. These methods give the results as per the guideline requirement. Now this cleanup matrix form after this both these methods, you can inject it directly on the GC-MS technique to the liquid injection. So another approach which is following in India, most of the customer, another approach is followed by Indian customer is that conversion process. So in the conversion process, ethylene oxide is converted to 2-chloroethanol by the reaction with H2SO4 and sodium chloride and reported as a composite of the reported as ethylene oxide, but it is in composite form, in the form of 2C. But sometimes customer not only wanted to check 2-chloroethanol, even though it is a composite, and you can say that this is a mixture of ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol, but customer wanted individual ethylene oxide concentration. So at that time, Indian customer want to check ethylene oxide by headspace analysis, normal headspace, and 2-chloroethanol, composite 2-chloroethanol mixture by the conversion process. And so same sample is analyzed for two different techniques, for ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol. So this is one limitation for this conversion approach. Another thing, conversion reaction, it is a very time-consuming process. It requires 4 to 5 hours for one sample preparation. Then conversion factor, rate of reaction, or percentage of conversion are the major factors which affect the accuracy of the result. Another thing, cost is also very important because this even conversion process, you have to give the cleanup reagent. You have to use a cleanup reagent. You have to give the cleanup to your sample matrices. So solvents, quenchers, cleanup reagent, they're having a very cost. And so overall sample analysis has become costly. And another skillful analytical chemist is also required for this process. So Shimadzu come with the unique solution for the analysis of ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol. So with Shimadzu, it is very easy to analyze as per the URL SRM method. Similarly, conversion method is also possible with Shimadzu. We have the data, but I'm not discussing this data because I want to discuss some of the unique solution developed, optimized, and part validated in Shimadzu laboratory, Mumbai. So the unique solution that we are using here, dynamic headspace, equipped with means dynamic headspace with GC-MS technology. So we optimize actually 3 methods for the analysis of ethylene oxide 2-chloroethanol. Method 1, which include both in a single method, ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol, both in a single method. Guideline limit is 50 ppb, working level limit. LOQ is expected to be 10 ppb. Here, in one method, method 1, LOQ for ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol is 10 ppb. Then method 2 is developed by 2 method requirement of the second method. What we observe is that if sometimes the concentration of 2-chloroethanol is expected to be detected at very low concentrations, what can you do? So we develop and optimize and part validated a second method where low level quantification of 2-chloroethanol, only 2-chloroethanol is possible. For this method, LOQ is 0.5 ppb and LOD is 0.1 ppb. And for third method is only for ethylene oxide, same low level quantification of ethylene oxide. In all these three methods, the sample is prepared as such. So example is here I'm not using any quenchers, here I'm not using any cleanup reagent, I'm not using any reaction to convert ethylene oxide to chloride, nothing. Just put your sample directly into the dynamic headspace technique. I prepared a 100% sample. So sample is 100% means I take 1 gram sample diluted up to 1. Only the difference in the all these three methods is the sample volume what I am taken the headspace file. For method 1 and 2, I have taken 100 microliter sample, and for method 3, I have taken 1000 microliter of the sample. We have done the part validation of ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol in resumption by using this dynamic headspace with GCMS-MS technique. We use the 8040 GCMS-MS as well as 8050 system with dynamic headspace of HS20, normal HS20 as well as normal HS20 NX system. So this is the brief flow chart of the sample preparation. It is a very simple sample process if compared to extraction process. Just take a sample, put a dilute in it, mix well, vortex for 10 minutes, followed by the centrifuge at 5 minutes at 5000 RPM. Remove 100 microliter or 1000 microliter depending on what method you are using. Put it into the headspace file and do this activity by using dynamic headspace GCMS system. So all the three methods are part validated with the validation parameters such as precision, linearity, and accuracy. Precision is done at LOQ level for 6 injections. Precision at highest level is also done with 6 injections. Linearity is with the 5 levels and 7 levels for different methods. Each linearity level is injected replicate. Accuracy is also done in the 3 levels. Each level is injected 3 times. Accuracy is done with the LOQ, middle level, and highest level. So this is the chromatogram of the linearity of the first method. So here for method 1, ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanols are covered in a single method. From the LOQ level for both compounds is 10 ppb, highest level is 50 ppb, and calibration curve is from 10 ppb, 20, 30, 40, and 50 ppb. If you see the regression coefficient is for both the compounds is well as per the validation guidelines, 0.999 for ethylene oxide and 0.97 for the 2-chloroethanol. As I said, method 2 is developed for low level quantification of 2-chloroethanol. So here we had done same part validation, LOQ, then spiking of LOQ level, mid level, and highest level, and as well as the linearity. So this is the calibration curve of the second method. So this calibration curve includes 0.1 ppb to 5 ppb, 0.1 ppb, 0.5 ppb, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 ppb.
So, Sanket,
yeah.
Yes, can you wrap up?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Presentation in another 2 minutes.
Yeah, of course. This is almost the last 2 sets are remaining. Yeah. So the even for this also R square is very good, and this is also part validated method is completed. So same thing is done for ethylene oxide also. So here LOQ level is 2 ppb for individual ethylene oxide, and highest level is 10 ppb. So this is the brief summary of the results. Method 1, ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol, LOQ level is 10 ppb. If I only consider 2-chloroethanol, LOQ level is 0.5 ppb, and for method 3, it is 2 ppb. Every method is part validated as per the guideline. LOQ level is completed, precision at LOQ is done, middle level, highest level precision is also done, calibration curve is also plotted, and accuracy is also done. And accuracy for all these methods is lie within range of as per the guideline, means 70% to 130%. So this data is completed. Now, what are the advantages of this dynamic headspace? The thing is that the most best advantage is that first thing, UMRL for U and 2C are very easily, clearly met by this method. Sample preparation is very easy, not compared to extraction process. Solvent consumption is very less. Only one solvent is used for sample preparation, and that is also very less quantity. Time for analysis is very less when compared to the extraction process. Then it is a headspace technique, so there is no contamination of injector port, column, or mass spectrometer due to the dirty matrix. as the only volatile matrix means as only the volatile components such as U and 2C are injected, then no use of internal standard is required. Means it can be avoided. Not required means it can be avoided. And a very few modifications in chromatography or sample concentrations are required if the matrix is changed. For the previous method, you can have to optimize the method depending on the matrix. Here we had carried out the optimization, means part validation, not only with the sesame seed, but we had done the same method analysis for cumin seed, powder amla samples, then chili matrices, and lots of even capsule samples have analyzed by using these methods. So this is the overall presentation, and if you have any question about this, you can ask.
Thank you, Mrs. Sanket, for that EVO solutions. Actually, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I have a very unusual question, one for you, like what exactly is the effect for gut microbes if it is been entered into the system? EVO.
What effect of?
EVO toxicity, if it what will be the effect of this EVO toxicity towards microbial, gut health?
Microbials means why this ethylene oxide is used as a fumigation. It reacts with the DNA and enzymes, so it will just inactivate those microbials, and that's why it just avoid the growth of any fungal or anything. So that's why it is used in the fumigation process.
About the direct antimicrobial studies, I'm just looking at whether there is any data how this gut microbes. Is there any data?
For this, at least it was not any data. I don't have any data for how it is affected on the gut microbes, because I need to check for those data. Mostly we are taking for the external, means fungicides or any insecticide, disease control in honeycomb, and also ethylene oxide fumigation is used. But I need to check for the data of gut microbes and all this.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Sanket. Thank you for that presentation on solution for analysis of EO and CE, sorry.
2C, 2-chloroethanol.
Sakale sir, if you have any questions to the...
Yes, sir. Mr. Sanket, all these methods are validated and as per the GNP?
Yes, sir. Okay. As whatever the data what we have, this is the part validation we had done, and as per the whatever the guidelines are there, accordingly we had validated the data. As
the data are generated in the laboratory, or you are in collaboration with any research?
No, it is generated in our laboratory.
Okay,
and it is validated. Yeah.
Okay.
We have all data. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sanket. And to summarize this session's proceedings, I just wanted to tell that there was a talk from the first talk from Dr. Rakesh Sharma, who gave us insight about this optimization of aloe vera, fortified low sugar functional apple spread, its qualities, its sensory attributes, and many more things. So, and the next speaker, Dr. Manan Pal, she gave a lot of information on protein hydrolysates, especially in the sports nutrition. And the final speaker has given us the toxicity about ethylene oxide and chloroethanol, and how to get detected in a very low concentration with respect to Shimadzu's its own state of art analysis. So that was the whole summary of this session, and it is over to Professor Sakale sir. Before that, I would like to thank all the speakers for their presentation in this session. And I also thank Professor Bhagwan Sakle for chairing this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for conducting this, being with me as a co-chair and conducting this session. I am very thankful to all the speakers for presenting their research in a very systematic manner and in time. That's most important because we are running late. So I'm very thankful to the speakers. And also I'm thankful to the organizers for giving me this an opportunity to chair this technical session 31 on the functional designer and IO course for health and wellness. This session is sponsored by the good sponsor, Mr. Hexagon Nutrition. I'm also thankful for the audience for attending this session, and special thank to Dr. Harish sir for being with me for this session. Thank you very much. I think I close this session if there is no any questions or from the audience or it's okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for chairing this session. And at the outset, I also want to thank organizers, AFSTA, for giving us this opportunity. And thank you, speakers, for this session. Thank you all. Thank you, all the participants. Thank you.
Okay, we'll close this session. Thank you.
Hello, anyone? Hello?
Hello, sir.
Is there anyone, at what time we are going to have a validity function?
Sir, a valedictory function will start on 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, okay.
Yes, sir. Actually, Hall A, B and C are running late.
Achha, we are running late, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is Professor Shukla from Jabalpur.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Jabalpur. Who is there?
Sir, this is admin Ajay from
Ajay.
IT team.
Okay, okay. I will join at 5. Okay.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Shukla sir, namaste. Yes.
Should we? Should we start or wait?
Hello. Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Oh,
Can I start?
Madam, just a moment. Now we'll check with our IT team, Bodhankar. Can you please tell how many people are on the platform now? Anybody from Bodhankar? Veena, madam, anybody?
आपल्याकडे, पण अँकर काहीच करू शकत नाही ना, कारण अँकरला फक्त एवढाच प्रोग्राम पुरतच आहे. बाकी ते त्या IT प्लॅटफॉर्म वाल्यांनी सगळ्यांना खरं म्हणजे सांगून.
हॅलो सर, आता हे सुरू करायला काय हरकत नाही, पण पार्टिसिपंट कमी दिसत आहे मला, 9 लोक दिसत आहेत हॉल ए मध्ये. तुमचा आकडा वेगळा आहे का?
Sir, all CEC members should be on the Zoom, na?
सांगतो मग, ठीक आहे, सांगताय. हॉल एला. हा, मग तुम्ही असं करू शकता का, आता अनाऊन्स करून द्या की आता व्हॅलेडीटरी फंक्शन सुरू होत आहे, तर फॉर हॉल ए मध्ये या म्हणून असं ते सांगा ना सगळ्यांना. हा, 5 मिनिटांमध्ये तिकडं वाढलं पाहिजे, आपण सुरू करू. हा, जोशी मॅडम सांगा. हो. आणि तुमच्या थ्रू मेसेज जाऊ द्या काही असं. सध्या 65 लोक जॉईन.
Good evening, sir.
It seems there are 65 people are joined. They are online, but in other hall A and hall B. Here on this link we can see only 11, but there are other people are also there. So, should we go ahead and start?
Sir, Uday sir, we can start, I think.
Okay.
Shubha will be joining shortly, she said she'll be joining.
We are expecting all the CEC members on this Zoom platform.
अमृत नीलेश इज देयर.
6 लोग तो यहीं पे हैं.
हाँ,
हम तो यहीं पे एक ही लिंक में 6 हैं.
Sir, so nice to see all of you.
नीलेश साहब, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So nice to see all of you. Our office बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है देखने को. आलोक सर, नमस्ते सर. अरे नमस्कार. वो मास्क पहने तो समझ, नेगी साहब समझ में आया कौन है. अच्छा, नमस्ते सर, नमस्ते.
Uday sir, we can start, I think.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, madam, you are audible.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The 3-day virtual conference of the 28th Indian Convention of Food Scientists is now drawing to a close. I, Dr. Ritika Joshi, on behalf of the organizing committee, would like to take this opportunity to extend our sincere gratitude and appreciation to all of you for your invaluable contributions in making this event a great success. We hope these 3 days have been fruitful, and through a wide range of keynote speeches and discussions that were presented, will help all those concerned to participate by changing rapidly by investing and embracing technologies for a sustainable and thriving agro-food business. So let's welcome all the dignitaries once again. Professor Dr. Ashok Dhawan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Vasantrao Naik Marathwada Krishi Vidyapith, Parbhani, who is the chief guest of today's valedictory function. Professor Uday Annapure, President AFSTI. Dr. Alok Srivastava, President Designate AFSTI, Dr. Vikas Singh Chauhan, Honorable Secretary AFSTI, Ms. Shubha Prada Mishtala, President AFSTI Mumbai Chapter, Dr. R.P. Singh, Chairman, Students Committee AFSTI, Dr. S.V.N. Vijayendra, Chairman, Poster Committee 28 ICFOST, Dr. Naveen Shivana, Honorable Treasurer AFSTI, Professor Bhagwan Sakre, Local Organizing Secretary, and President AFSTI Aurangabad chapter, all respected professors, scientists, students, and my dear friends of science, technology, and innovation, warm greetings to you all. May I now request Professor Annapure, President AFSTI, to deliver the welcome address for this valedictory function. Over to you, sir.
Uday sir, please unmute yourself. You are on mute.
Hello. Now
now it's okay. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. So, thank you, Dr. Ritika. Respected chief guest for today's program, Professor Ashok Dhawan, Honorable Vice Chancellor Vasant Rao Naik, Marathwada Krishi Vidyapith, Parbhani. Dr. Anup Kumar Srivastav, President Designate, AFSTI. Dr. Vikas Singh Chauhan, Secretary, AFSTI. Dr. Naveen Shivanna, Treasurer, AFSTI. Ms. Shubhapala Nishtala, President, AFSTI, Mumbai Chapter. Professor B.K. Sakri, President, AFSTI, Aurangabad Chapter. And respected dignitaries of the dais, food scientists, technologists, and all my dear students. I hope you are keeping healthy. Almost 7 months back, we have decided to organize this conference as a regular event, that is by offline, I can say, because nowadays there are two distinguished words, offline and online. So now most of the things are, whole world is online nowadays. So that's what I'm particularly saying here, offline. After that, we have replanned to go by hybrid mode after some time because of the situations, pandemic situation around the world and of course in the country. Again, unfortunately, Omicron had come, and this Omicron had left no other option for us. And finally, we had to go online. We were quite reluctant to go for online, but the situations are like that. We can't help for that. This is the first time in the history of AFSTI, the ICFOST has been online. We were quite worried as first time we were organizing this at the pan-India level and that to an online platform. So we were really not aware about the systems, how those systems are going to work. But thanks to information technology and the era of the computation, we could successfully do it. As per my information, the inaugural function, which was held on 20th of January, has been attended online by more than thousands of participants. And most of the sessions attendance was more than 160 to 170 participants, which I think is always the more number as compared to our attendance in the regular sessions of the conference, which we do organize on offline. We have now came towards the end of ICFOST 2021, which is being held in online mode at Institute of Chemical Technology, Marathwada campus, Jalna. This conference was started on 20th January, and today we are now going to close it. The theme of the conference is emerging and adaptable technologies for sustainable agro-food industries and economy. Eat safe. And I believe that this subject holds importance of the multiple avenues right from the sustainability and environment to the food security and health of all the netizens. I'm glad to mention here that in this 3 days virtual conference mode, more than 70 experts talks were organized, and many issues related to food science, food processing, food engineering and technology, and various allied fields, including welfare of the society, primarily eat right, eat safe, nutraceuticals, food fortifications, as well as functional foods for health and wellness were discussed. In this conference, many insights were given by the experts on the topics precision farming, farmer-centric food technology processing, and value addition. Such talks by experts on valuable topics will help to resolve the issues of the farmers as well as to double their income. Agro-food processing is a promising area since many decades, and this sector is making essential contribution in the Indian economy. Discussions held and the decisions taken in such conferences will show the way forward to boost the agro-processing sector. I am very glad to mention that Startup Conclave as well many student-centric activities were part of this conference to inspire and ignite the young minds and promote them to start their own enterprises and businesses which will generate revenues and make the sustainable society. Further, towards the ICFOST 2021, I sincerely thank all the CEC members of AFSTI, presidents and office bearers of all the chapters across the country, all the sponsors, particularly Resela, our platinum sponsorer, silver sponsorers such as Aromax, Hexagon Nutrition, and Palkin Inmal, and many more other sponsors and well-wishers who came forward to help us in organizing this conference. I would like to thank them for their timely help and the trust they have shown in us. Further, I would also like to thank all the speakers who have taken out the piece of their time for all of us from their precious time. In addition to this, I would also like to thank all our chairs, co-chairs of various technical sessions. I would also like to thank all the registered delegates, students, all the participants of this conference. Further, I must thank all our chairs, co-chairs, conveners, co-conveners, and members of various committees of ICFOST 2021, without which this conference would have not taken a good shape and it could have not been a good show as we are seeing from last 3 days. All the members of all the committees have worked day and night to make this conference a great success. Once again, I would like to congratulate all the AFST award winners and in advance to all the poster and oral presentation award winners also. With this, once again, I thank one and all who have helped us directly or indirectly for making this event a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind and motivating words. Moving ahead, may I now invite Dr. Alok Srivastav, President Designate AFSTI, to summarize the whereabouts of the 28th ICFOST 2021.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Dignitaries, delegates, chapter executives, industry partners, sponsors, students, speakers, AFST members, and all those present in this valedictory function. As President told just now, this was the first experience of AFSTI to organize this conference on online mode. And then we had almost over 400 delegates and over 200 posters during this conference, 3 days conference, 20th to 22nd January. The conference was inaugurated on 20th January, and we were fortunate to have Dr. Bhagwatji Karat, Honorable Minister of State for Finance, Government of India, in presence of guest of honor, Professor Anirudh Panditji, Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, Dr. R. Kumar, and Professor Pramod Yawaleji. After that, we had inaugural convention talks, 3 convention talks, and the session was chaired by Professor Ujay Annapurna, President AFSTI, and Dr. Anirudh Pandit, Vice Chancellor ICT Mumbai, while talking on the topic cooking and energy optimization, highlighting the importance of the chemical engineering principles into energy optimization and conservation during cooking. So Professor Pandit detailed that how simple interventions like multiple effect evaporation, insulation, optimum ratio of flame and vessel can result in energy savings ranging from 25 to 70% and to the value of astonishing 1 lakh crore rupees. Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, Director CFTRI Mysore, talking on the topic Food Processing 2030 Climatarian Diet, the way forward, enlightened the delegates with her recommendation of futuristic green food technologies which are sustainable and climatic friendly, compatible with LCA and circular economy, cost effective and safe. Such technologies need to address the priorities of 820 million undernourished global population, alternate protein sources, millets, nutraceuticals, pro and prebiotics for gut health, natural additive, and increasing role of AI, ML, and IoT in food processing were highlighted. Dr. R. Kumar, Associate Director, DRDO, DFRL, while delivering the talk on farmer-centric technologies of DRDO, DFRL gave the detailed account of various interventions undertaken by the lab to value add the food products at rural scale and also to enhance the income of farmers. Dr. Kumar gave detailed examples of interventions with specific example of tomato processing and tender coconut water processing. We also had fortunate to have Dr. Prema Ramchandran, Director, Nutrition Foundation of India, who delivered Dr. B.L. Amla Memorial Talk. And while delivering the talk, she emphasized and appreciated the role played by Dr. B.L. Amla into the food security and nutrition. Dr. Ramchandran explained that the rich legacy and breakthrough technological intervention in transforming the food and nutrition security. On 21st January, we had a second set of plenary talks, wherein the session was chaired by myself, Dr. Alok Srivastava, and co-chaired by Dr. Sakare. And it was a privilege for the delegates that 4 eminent experts shared the thoughts with them. Professor Rekha Singhal from Food Engineering and Technology, ICT Mumbai, while talking on the topic challenges in food analysis for ensuring food quality and authenticity, highlighted the recent advancement made in the field of the food analytics on one hand, and also stressed the need to further strengthen the analytical capacity to effectively address the emerging requirements to ensure the food safety and authenticity. Dr. Chindi Vasudevappa sir, Vice Chancellor of NIFTEM Sonipat, enlightened the delegates while detailing various initiatives undertaken by Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Government of India, towards doubling the income of farmers and also to build the entrepreneurial ecosystem in the field of food processing. Professor Vasudevappa sir called upon the young professional to take advantage of the technological development of the R&D institutions in harnessing their entrepreneurial potential in agriculture and food sector. We were fortunate to have Padma Shri Dr. Shashank Joshi, the famous endocrinologist and nutrition expert who delivered the talk on topic reversing the chronic disease using the precision nutrition and artificial intelligence, and who emphasized the important role of food and nutrition in managing the lifestyle disorders. Dr. Joshi illustrated the case studies where artificial intelligence played important role in monitoring the food intake, metabolism, and clinical influence in human body. He recommended to the delegates to choose eat right, exercise, de-stress, and digitally detox for healthy well-being. We also had Dr. K.B. Kale, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Technological University, Raigad, who, while delivering talk on the topic hyperspectral technology for food analysis, highlighted the emerging role of the image processing in managing the food safety as well as quality of agricultural produce. Today morning, 22nd January, the plenary talk was chaired by myself and co-chaired by Dr. Pradeep Singh Negi. And delegates had honor and privilege to hear three eminent speakers. Dr. KSMS Raghav Rao, Professor IIT Tirupati, while delivering the talk on topic adaptable technology for food processing industries, gave detail of various technological programs being undertaken in the field of food processing by IIT Tirupati in collaboration with different institutions and agencies. Dr. Rao also highlighted the role of incubation center in nurturing the innovative concept of young professionals into the entrepreneurial potential and commercialization. We had fortune to have a widely traveled and experienced Professor Christiani Henry, Director of Institute of Food and Biotechnology Innovation, Singapore, who highlighted the delegates with the evolution of the global food technology. He recommended the value addition of large number of underutilized plant sources for food and nutrition security, instead of depending on only three staples, that is rice, wheat, and corn. Such intervention need to effectively address the requirements of dichotomy nutrition of over and undernourished. Dr. J.S. Pai, Executive Director, Protein, Food and Nutrition Development Association of India, highlighted the importance of millets as nutri-cereals in catering the needs of health and nutrition. He also recommended that utilization of millet must also address the effects of anti-nutrients like phytates towards enhancing the bioavailability. Importantly, products from millets must also adopt the sensorial requirements which suits the palate of younger population so that adaptability is wide across. So I'm sure that delegates, they got benefited with the immense expertise of all these speakers, and that will infuse and motivate them to take up the topics and take up the R&D in these areas. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Vikas Singh Chauhan, Honorable Secretary, AFSTI, to brief about the technical sessions. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. So good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here. Professor Dhawan, today's chief guest of valedictory function. Professor Uday Napure, President ICFOST and Chairperson of the Organizing Committee of 28th ICFOST. Dr. Alok Srivastava, President Designate and Co-Chair of Organizing Committee. And my fellow CEC members present here and also present online. And all the delegates, speakers, students, and all my friends and all the other participants who are joining maybe on our YouTube channel. So most of the details are already covered by the Napure sir and Dr. Alok. So I will be very brief in just briefing on the what kind of the activities happened during these 3 days. So basically we had about 33 technical sessions were conducted during these 3 days, and these 33 sessions were of 1 hour to up to 2 hours and 2.5 hour duration, which accommodated 3 speakers and up to 5 speakers. And all these 33, if you take these sessions, then we had about 76 invited talks we are accommodated in these sessions. And as Dr. Alok has informed, there were plenary talks also, including the convention talk, which were numbered to 11 talks were there. And then Amla Memorial Lecture by Prema Ramchandra was also part of these plenary talks. And here these plenary talks and convention talks were open to everybody, all the food scientists and the technologists, as well as all the students of the food research fraternity on YouTube channel also. And it is really heartening to note that participation or the attendance to these sessions, which are open to everyone, was very, very high. And as the Professor Uday told, the first day inaugural function attracted more than 1,600 participants, and that also remained throughout these 3 days for all these open sessions, where the attendance ranged close to 1,000 participants. And the technical sessions attendance was also very encouraging, and that also averaged always about 150 to 200 in all these days in hourly presence, if you see. So all these sessions were, then I will just read out the sessions which were organized, these 33 sessions. These 33 sessions were organized under some sub-themes, and there were some sub-themes had more number of sessions. So the Eat Right and Eat Safe, there was a session on that topic. Then food additives, dietary supplements, and nutraceuticals. Under this sub-theme, we had 3 sessions. Then bioprocessing of agro-food resources and byproducts. Then we had novel, emerging, and adaptable food processing technologies. This topic had 3 sessions. Functional designer, Ayur foods. This topic had 2 sessions. Food authentication, safety, quality, and regulation. This topic had 3 sessions. Food biotechnology, food microbiology, and fermentation, 1 session. Farmer-centric food technologies was having 2 sessions. Food and nutritional security and SDG, which was today was one of the most important sessions. This had 3 sessions running continuously. And then we had processing and value addition of millets, another very important session, considering that 2023 has been declared as the year of millets by UN. So that is a kind of, you can say, it sets a tone for our next year's conference also, and next year's food technology activities, which will be more centered around the millets. So this is a kind of precursor to that. And then we had, very importantly, some special sessions, which were on a startup conclave, which startup conclave was managed by our Mumbai chapter, and this attracted a lot of success stories, and as well as the update on the startup scene in the food technology and food industrial scene. And this again becomes very important with the Government of India's new scheme on the production linked, performance linked, this incentive scheme which the government has announced for the food processing sector. So that will again attract a lot of activities from our startups in this sector. So this again try to capture that domain of a startup domain in the food processing. This was sponsored by our BB Chitale group and managed by our Mumbai chapter, as I told you. Another special session was on the smart protein. As you know, the smart protein has now become a talk of all the food sector, because the protein requirement, which is being projected up to 2050, which with the population growth which is expected and the requirement of protein, and of course the calorie malnutrition, which is being faced by our country and most of our other developing countries. So alternate protein, how the protein can be used for combating the malnutrition or meeting the protein demands of the population. So all those things were covered. And this particular session was again sponsored by Samyog Foods, and we were joined by a very important institute which is promoting these alternate protein, smart protein, that is Good Food Institute. So they also joined in this session, and this session was again one of the special sessions which covered this very important aspect of the protein. As you know that the AFSTI is not only catering to the established technologists and scientists, but our another important activity is to encourage the young scientists and young students who are now going to enter this field. So in this scenario, to keeping this in mind, we also organized the oral presentations by young scientists, and many of these oral presentations were the posters which our committee then recommended for oral presentation. So these were about 27 oral presentations were there, which were then divided into 6 sessions. And these 6 sessions were also part of our technical sessions. And these 27 oral presentations again covered the whole range of the topics, not only any particular sub theme, but which Eat Safe, Eat Safe, which was our main theme. Based on that, these 27 oral presentations were there. Coming to the posters, so posters session also attracted a large number of participants from our student community. There's more than 240 the posters were presented under various sub-themes, 12 sub-themes of our session. And all these oral presentation, poster presentation, and they will be now in valedictory session, we'll be announcing the awardees for these 2 sessions. Then in this year, we took another initiative, is that let us encourage our students, or let us motivate them so that they can think of this food technology or food processing as career option or as a research option. And when the young minds are there, they will come with the bright ideas. So thinking that our student committee of AFSTI, Dr. R.P. Singh, the chair, is present here on this occasion. They designed a program and they ran that program, this ICFOST, in which the undergraduate students, postgraduate students, as well as the PhD students, they were given various activities or various topics to think over and make the presentations. And this activity attracted a very large number of student community. About 150 applications were received. Out of that, about 24 presentations were made by these UG, PG, and PhD students. So that also we have tried to encourage. And today in this valedictory function, those awardees also will be announced. Coming to if you look at the speakers profile and the delegates profile and the plenary lecture, those speakers profile, it is almost as if the galaxy of stars of food science and technology in India, as well as from the Indian diaspora, they were all present here on these 3 days on our platform. And it is really interesting to see that the participation was almost close to 1,000. If you include at any given time, almost 900 to 1,000 people were active on these 3 days on our platform. And on the second day, one of the plenary session was by the Dr. Anant Ramakrishna and Dr. Jyoti Tamang. So that was also just like to mention. Important thing here is that this ICFOST, if you look at our co-organizers and the participant, the speakers who came, they are almost all the leading institutions in India active in the food technology, food research sector. That is CSIR, CFTRI, DRDO, DFRL, ICT, Mumbai and Jalna, as well as the NIFTEM, both the campuses, the Tanjavur campus as well as the Sonipat campus, Kundli campus. They were all part of this whole event. At this time, I would also like to mention about the other stakeholders of our AFSTI, the industry, as well as the other academia and other policymakers and government agencies. They are also part of that. They also were with us throughout these 3 days. You take the industrial sector or the government sector, they were present here, and those institutes like Millet Research Institute, they were also part of these 3 days activities. At the end, I would like to end this with mentioning and thanking our sponsors, because without them, this kind of event of this large scale is not really possible. So we had a total of 17 sponsors with us, and out of that, the AP Organics of the Raisela Health, they are our platinum sponsors, and then we had the similar sponsors: Aromax Creation, Hexagon Nutrition, and Perkin Elmer. And then we had a number of session sponsors who were helping us and who supported us throughout this in running and organizing this event. Another important activity was the virtual expo. And in this virtual expo, 25 participants had their presence. And these 25 participants from industry, they had their products, their brochures, their activities, services, everything displayed on this platform, which was accessible by our participants and delegates when they enter into our platform. And last but not least, I would also like to mention that this was all possible by the IT platform, IT team, which really made it possible. And as Professor Uday Annapuri said, we were quite hesitant and not very sure whether to go forward with this virtual mode of thing, or let us wait and see how the situation improves. But as we have seen in last 2 years, this coronavirus is really not is going to have any kind of prediction, come out with any kind of prediction. So it's in this unpredictable situation, then we thought, let us go ahead and see how we do it. But though they were certain, I think on the first day we faced a bit of teething problems, but those teething problems were ironed out by the first half of the first day, and then everything ran very smoothly, and things became very active and smooth for the user interface for the users, and as well as back-end operations from our IT team, and for all of us organizers. Platform became very active and very helpful in organizing this thing. So I'd like to thank our IT team for that. And at the end, then I thank all my organizing team, which made it possible to organize it in such a large scale and make it a success. So thank you all, our Central Executive Committee, all my technical committee and organizing committee, and our patrons bodies, CSIR, CFTRI, ICT, DRDO, DFRL, and my fellow organizing chapters, AFSTI Mumbai, AFSTI Aurangabad, and thanking all of you again, once again. With this, I end my talk, and over to you, Dr. Ritika.
Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Ms. Subhaprada Nishtala, President AFSTI Mumbai chapter, to brief us on the Startup Conclave and also to announce the Expo Awards. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Ritika. I'll just take a minute to share my screen. Yes, a very good evening to everybody, especially to the dignitaries who joined us today, our chief guest, our president, Professor Dr. Udayannapure, Dr. Alok Srivastava, Dr. Vikas Chauhan, Honorary Secretary, Dr. Naveen Shivanna, all the CC members, my co-organizing secretary, Dr. Sakle from Aurangabad. I think all of us today are extremely delighted that we could do something different and new in AFST in having an online expo. And through the talks that were just shared by Dr. Annapure, Dr. Alok Srivastava and Dr. Vikas Chauhan, I think all of us have understood the scale at which we were able to connect close to 100 speakers to 500 plus industry delegates and students and conduct technical sessions across a variety of programs. On behalf of AFST Mumbai chapter, we're very thankful for having had the opportunity to partner in the 28th ICFOST. And on behalf of my colleagues, many of whom who were conveners and parts of many of the conference committees, our Secretary Ritesh Mathur, our Vice President Headquarters, Dr. Nilesh Amritkar, our advisors, Dr. Prabodh, Chitale Sir, Warrior Sir, on all of their behalf for AFST Mumbai, I thank the headquarters team and the CC for the opportunity to partner in 28th ICFOST. I have been asked now to share a little bit detail on two of the activities that were conducted. The 28th ICFOST Startup Conclave. AFST Mumbai first conducted a startup conclave as part of IFCON, and given the very positive feedback that we received, we were happy to have a similar session in the ICFOST. Of course, as you heard from all the speakers before me, having it online brought its own challenges. So instead of trying to do a workshop, what we planned and did was bring a knowledge share on all the life cycle aspects for a startup. A student who is doing research and looking to start up, or a young startup already in the ecosystem, on the information that they would need to make successful stories. We had Dr. Harmanpreet Singh speak about the financial assistance. Nilesh Lele spoke about the financial assistance. Dr. Harmanpreet spoke about how to develop pitches to get your investments from VCs, from other investors. Aditya Save spoke about how to build brands. And then we had the proprietors and managing directors of some of the very exciting startups, BeVeg, Pratik Ghai, Pawak Foods, Kaushal Dongre, and for Taramis Lab, Karishma Bhalla, who came and shared their journey and their story, excellently moderated by the chair, Dr. Ashutosh, and the co-chair, Ritesh Mathur. We've received a lot of positive feedback for this startup conclave, and we're delighted that it could do justice to the task given to us. We also would like to share the details of the expo. The expo has always been a very important and happening part of all the ICFOS and the IFCONs in the past. Given that we had the challenge of holding it completely online, we still delighted that we saw extremely good engagement. We are announcing 3 Expo Awards for engagement for this 28th ICFOST. The awards have been decided on 3 parameters: on the engagement with the participants, with the number of, that's the first category. The second category is the number of visits that each stall received. And the third is the quality of information share and the quality of engagement with the participants. So all 3 metrics have been put together, and we've delighted to announce an award for High Media, an award for Ricella, and an award for Perkin-Elmer. Congratulations to all 3 companies for a very exciting stall put up and very active engagement with all the participants of the convention. With that, Thank you, everyone. And I hand it back to you.
Thank you, ma'am, and congratulations to all the winners. Now I request Dr. R.P. Singh, Students Committee, AFSTI, to announce the winners of Students Activity. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ritika Joshi, for inviting me. Good afternoon, delegates who are attending this session virtually and also those who are around me in this hall. The dignitaries, participants of this ICFOST 21. At the outset, let me thank the organizers of ICFOST 21 for giving us the opportunity to organize the students' event with the help of a team students' event. At this juncture, I would like to mention few names of this team, like Dr. Uma Majapara, Dr. Shukla, Dr. Suresh Sakre, Dr. Shalini Arya, and Dr. Savita Prashant, who rendered their wholehearted support to organize this event. This event, as Dr. Chauhan, the Honorary Secretary, has told, that it was arranged for undergraduates, postgraduates, and research scholars of food science and technology from all over the country. The event was arranged by inviting extempore presentations from undergraduates and PowerPoint presentations by postgraduate and research scholars on some common topics of food science and technology. Two different committees were made to evaluate the presentations by undergraduates under the chairmanship of Dr. P.S. Negi, Head HRD CSIR CFTRI, and for postgraduates and research scholars under the chairmanship of Dr. M.C. Vardharaj, a renowned microbiologist and former head HRD CFTRI, Mysore. The total number of 16 presentations were made in undergraduates category, and 8 presentations were made in postgraduate and research scholars category. 3 awards each have been given in undergraduates category and research scholars category, while the 2 presenters in postgraduate category are being given the awards due to their fantastic and very, very close presentations. Before I start the names of the winners, I would like to request all the viewers from wherever you are watching to kindly give them a big round of applause, as this student fraternity represents our future in food science and technology. Now it's my pleasure and honor to announce the names of the award winners in each category. In undergraduate category, the 3rd prize goes to Mr. Gauri Gajendra Thakur. He is a BTech food technology student from College of Food Technology, VN Marathwada, Rishi Vidyapith, Parvani. The 2nd prize goes to Ms. Donepudi Pratyusha. She is a BTech student of Food Technology Management, Lipton, Kundli, Haryana. Mr. Shinde Swayamdeep Sakharam. He is a BTech student of Food Technology from College of Food Technology, VN Marathwada, Rishi Vidyapith, Parvani. In postgraduate category, only 2 candidates could give their presentations. The 2nd prize goes to Ms. student from Mount Carmel College, Bangalore. He is MSc Food Technology student from CSIR Central Food Technology, Mysore. Scholars category, the 3rd prize goes to Mr. Ashwin Kumar. He is a research scholar in CSR CFTRI Mysore. Second prize goes to Mr. Sandesh Suresh Karakal. He is again a research scholar from CFTRI Mysore. Again, it's a scholar from CSIR CFTRI Mysore. Team students event, I congratulate all the winners in different categories for their excellent presentations and responses to the queries by the judges. A message to all those who are not there in the list. I would like to say that your presentations were not much different from those who have won, but there was a hairline difference which made them a winner in that category. Wish you all a very better luck next time. Finally, I wish to thank all my evaluation panel members for sparing their precious time and patient hearing to the presentations of the students. On record, my sincere thanks to my colleagues, Mr. Manohar for his wholehearted technical support throughout the event. My thanks are also due to team Bodhankar Events Management, led by Mr. Abhijit and his colleagues, for providing their support in recording and displaying the whole event on ICFOST event track on 21st January 2022. I also would like to thank the 3F Industries for sponsoring this event. This is all from the team students event. Thank you very much and good regards.
Thank you, sir. And congratulations to all the student winners. Next, I invite Dr. S.V.N. Vijayendra, Chairman Poster Committee 28th ICFOST, to announce the winners of Best Oral and Poster Presentation. Over to you, sir.
Good evening to one and all. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for having confidence in me and appointing me as the chairman of the poster committee, especially Professor Uday Annapuri and Dr. Chauhan, Vikas Singh Chauhan, for doing this honor to me. And I also thank all the poster committee members for extending their support. And I sincerely thank all the judges who are evaluated the posters and provided me their valuable inputs in deciding the winners of the poster sessions. I would like to, first of all, I would like to congratulate all the winners of the oral presentations as well as the e-poster presentations. Of course, contrary to my expectations, generally in the ICFOST means we used to get 300 to 400 average as the posters. But this time I thought it is a online conference. I expected a huge number will flood. My job will be difficult. I felt initially that was my worry, to be frank. But incidentally, the number of posters were relatively less, I can say. It is restricted to around 270 something. Out of that, some were selected to oral presentations. So it remained the total number to less than 250 in the e-poster presentations. And of course, the oral presentations were held in 6 sessions, and I will be reading out the presentations, the winners' names, one after other, and their institutions. Is the event management, they're displaying the names of the winners list, or I have to read out from my word file?
Okay. Both you can do both.
Okay, in the first session 1, chaired by Dr. S.S. Shukla, the winners are Dr. Paul Murugan from DRDO, DFRL, and the second winner is Ms. Gayatri K.S., Kerala University of Fisheries and Ocean Studies. In session 2,
you can read the name and they will put it on the screen.
Okay, sir. This is in session 2, which is chaired by Dr. Nilesh Amritkar. One of the winners is Mrs. Seema Mudoi from CSIR CFTRI. Second is Dr. Meera from DRDO DFRL Mysore. In session 3, chaired by Dr. Giridhar, the winners are Ms. Manasa Vallam Kandu from CSIR CFTRI. And another gentleman is Mr. Shafat Khan from IUST Jammu and Kashmir. In session 4, chaired by Dr. A. Satyanarayana, the winners are Mr. Gopinath Momaleti from Niftam, Tanjavur. And another person is Mr. Anant Dhotre from ICAR NDRI from Bangalore. Winners of session 5, chaired by Dr. Harish Prashant, are Mr. Pramod Kumar from CSIR CFTRI. And Ms. Ranjita Gracie DK from ICT Mumbai. And in session 6, that is the last session of the oral presentation, again chaired by Dr. Giridhar. The winners are both from CFTRI. One is Ms. Amrita Ray and otherwise Mr. Sonal Tiwari. So now I will read out the winners of the poster sessions. Posters were presented in 12 sub-themes coinciding with the conference. This time it is a totally unique, like how we are going for online e-posters. Even the themes of the poster presentation was almost totally different from the so far conducted ICFOST or IFCONs. So that way we got a different kind of response under different themes. Some started with only 4, some are having 48, like that. The differences are there under each sub-theme. So altogether, there are 234 e-posters were presented. Now I will announce the prize winners, award winners, theme-wise. Under sub-theme 1, bioprocessing of agro-food resources and bioproducts, the poster number 13, Ms. Neelam Prabha from CSIR CFTRI and their team are the winners. And second theme, Eat Right and Eat Safe. Post number 6, Mr. Vivek Sonmangshi from India, ICR NDRI Karnal. And third, next one also please display. Vivek, next slide, please. Yes. Under farmer-centric food technologies, post number FRA 004, Sakshi Sharma from DRDO and DFRL, Mysore. Next slide, please. Okay. Next theme, food additives, dietary supplements, and nutraceuticals. There are 3 posters won the prize in this sub-theme. That is poster number 8, Ms. Divya Yadav from CSIR CFTRI. Mr. Sundar Kumar, and third one is Mr. Rahul Sundari. That is from University Department of Chemical Technology, Aurangabad. Mr. Sandhab Shravan Kumar is from CFTRI, Mysore itself. And next sub-theme, food and nutritional security and sustainable development goals. There are 2 posters. That is 005, Ms. Neetu Elizabeth John from CFTRI, CSIR CFTRI. And another one is Dr. Sridhar Rajkonda from CSIR CFTRI, Resource Center, Hyderabad. And the next sub-theme, under food authentication, safety, quality, and regulation. Question number 1313, Dr. Padma Aishwarya S. from IIT Madras, Chennai. Next slide, please.
Oh my God, everything is CFT.
Next sub-theme, food biotechnology and fermentation. There are two poster winners in this. One, both are of course from CFTRA. One is Mr. Pramod Kumar Prakash, and another one is Miss Priyanka Rosemary, both from CFTRA. Biotechnology. Next slide, please. Yes. And sub-theme 8, functional and designer Ayur foods for health and wellness. There are two posters in this winners. That is the poster number 10, Mr. Kavi Mugil M from Niftam Tanjavur. And poster number 26, Ms. Tanya Tyagi from DRDO DFRI. Next, yes. Under the sub-theme, novel approaches in traditional foods. Again, there are two poster winners. In this poster number 12, Dr. Baby Lata from CSIR CFTRI and team, and Anil Gorban from VNMKV Parvani, Maharashtra. In sub-theme 10, novel, emerging, and adaptable food processing technologies, there are three winners because in this maximum number of posters were presented. The first, one of the prizes goes to poster number 2, Dr. Palani Kandaswamy from Bidhan Chandra Krishi Viswavidyalaya, Mohanpur, West Bengal. Next slide, please. Another winner is Ms. Lubana Begum Shaikh from the Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. And third is Ms. Christiani Sharma from Indira Gandhi Krishi Viswavidyalaya, Raipur. And the last but one theme, processing and value addition to millets, Dr. Monica Sharma from ICR NDRA Southern Region Station, Bangalore is the winner. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Under the last theme, that is smart protein, not last but least, that is post number 5, Miss Saloni Vaishnav from CSIR CFTRI, Mysore. I congratulate all the oral presentation winners and the poster presentation winners, and I sincerely thank Mr. Sankrappa, Office Superintendent, AFSA Headquarters, and team of Corbel and Mr. Bodankar Events for their excellent support in organizing our overall conducting of this poster sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for doing the honors, and congratulations to all the winners. So moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know that for the valedictory function, we have Professor Dr. Ashok Dhawan as our chief guest. So I invite Dr. Naveen Shivana, Honorable Treasurer, AFSTI, to give a brief introduction of our chief guest. Over to you, sir.
So, yeah.
It is my pleasure. Chancellor of PG and PhD at
various positions in the university, associate dean and principal, various places in the division of the served as director of extension, also as director of instruction and dean faculty of agriculture. Coordinated 35 research State University USA as FA. Several research stations under in national and international journals. Besides, he has published more than 100 has delivered more than 50 radio, nearly 100 invited lectures. He has guided 25 MSc students and 5 PhD students. In number of monographs. He is a member of various societies and also served as counselor of Indian Society of
Sorry, sir. Your voice is not clear. It is breaking in between.
అక్కడేనా ప్రాబ్లం మన దగ్గర ప్రాబ్లమ్ అని నేను ఇది చూస్తున్నా కొట్టుకుంటున్నది కానీ బట్ సారీ.
Besides being a vice chancellor,
Is it okay?
MKV Prabhani, he has also served as vice chancellor of MP Howry as additional charge. In 2019, kept in the memory of late Shri, strengthening the agriculture research, extension, and many more awards. With this small introduction, I request our honorable chief guest to address.
Thank you, sir. May I now request our chief guest, Professor Ashok Dhawan, to address the virtual gathering on today's occasion.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I congratulate my friend and organizing secretary, Professor Bhagwan Sakhare, for organizing this very important event, 28th Indian Convention of Food Scientists and Technologists. I'm aware that this forum has provided a lot of technical inputs to the food processing industry. And this year, particularly, this has a special relevance because we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of Indian independence, what we call as Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav. We have been celebrating this Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav at different locations, different forums, in different ways. But the achievement of India on food front is particularly very exemplary. If we recall our memories, just after independence in 1947, India had a population of nearly 40 crores rupees, but even then, a nation has to beg to other countries for its food requirement on the begging ball on the hand. From that time onwards, it's a glorious journey for all of us. A nation with begging ball in the hand in 1947, today, although we are almost 3 times more as far as the population is concerned, but we are a proud nation with a food surplus. Today, we are not only able to meet our own food requirement, but we are in a position to export to the other needy countries. And on this front, I particularly compliment the agriculture scientists and policymakers, planners, and above all the farming community of the country. Now we are in a position to export the food item to the needy country. Today we have achieved the food security, but we are yet to achieve the nutrition security in the real sense. And it is in this context the contribution of food scientists, technologists, and food processing industry people is very important. Now, the whole world has become a global market, and we have to compete in the global market with our processed food items, because we have to compete on 2 fronts, the price fronts and the quality fronts. Unless we have a price competitiveness with requisite quality of the food items, we cannot stand in the world market. At the same time, unless and until we convert this food surplus into marketable food items through our processing and value addition, we have no meaning. So we should not look at the issues of food security, nutrition security, and livelihood security of our large number of farming community. Unless we look at these things in a holistic way, we cannot achieve the livelihood security in the real sense. And it is in this context, the food technologist and food processing industry has to play a big role in the coming years. I know that every year we are meeting on this particular forum. Certainly would have loved to meet personally on the offline mode, but because of the corona pandemic, we are not being able to do so. But thanks to the technology, with the help of technology, on virtual mode also we are meeting together. Whatever discussions which we do, it can be done as effective as it can happen on the offline mode as well. And I understand that during last 2-3 days, this particular forum has discussed many issues of sub-themes, food quality items, food processing technologies. They have taken the stock of the whatever technology and whatever technological options which we have got today as far as the food processing industry is concerned. I understand that they have all explored the whatever the available approaches, available technologies are there. And now we are in a better position to find out what are the future priorities as far as the food processing industry is concerned. You know, there's a prediction that in coming years, nearly 2/3 population will be residing in the urban areas. And when they shift from rural area to urban area, certainly their purchasing power increases. And there is a close link between the purchasing power of a population and the demand for the processed food items. And it is in this context also, our food processing industry people They have an tremendous opportunities, but this opportunity doesn't come opportunity alone. It is with the tremendous challenges as well. Because if at all they have to stand in the world market, I mean to say whether it's a domestic market in India or if it's a export market abroad, at both the fronts, our food processing industry has to compete with them. And unless or until they explore all the technological options available with them, they cannot stand in the market. Now we see that there's a specific requirement of a specific segment of the population. We have a consumers from, teenagers, baby foods, to the consumers up to the senior citizens, and each segment of population has its own requirement. And the food processing industry has to cater to the needs of the changing demand of the consumers. At the same time, the professionally also, we have a specific requirement. Now there is a lot of awareness about the quality of food items, nutraceuticals, or people working around the clock in the IT professions, they have their own requirement of the food items. Our scientists who are working far off places like Antarctica, or our armed forces who are working in the Himalayan glaciers, they have their own requirement of the food items. Apart from the changing demands of the consumers across the country, across the professions, we have to cater to the needs of the different segments of the society, and unless or until we explore the technological options, we cannot fulfill their expectations. During last 2-3 years, our Honorable Prime Minister of India had given a clarion call to the different thematic approaches. Startup India, Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat. These all themes and the focus is mostly on the young entrepreneurs. And it is in this context we have to take the opportunities of the national priorities which our leaders have set as far as the food processing industry is concerned. At the same time, the Prime Minister of India has also given a call to double the farmers' income. And road to doubling the farmers' income goes via food processing industry, value addition and food processing, unless or until we add value to the farm produce, we cannot make the money out of it. If you look at the achievements of the farmers of India, now we are almost number 1 or 2 in the entire world. As far as the fruits and vegetables are concerned, milk is concerned, meat is concerned, egg is concerned, apart from the pulses and oilseeds. So we have to explore all possible options of processing these food items, adding value to it. If you look at the post-harvest losses of these food items, it amounts to 20 to 30%. And in case of the fruits and vegetables, even sometimes it goes up to 40 to 45%. So it is just a criminal waste. And unless or until we process them, we add value to it, we cannot divert the additional income to the farming community. And as I said in the beginning itself, we cannot see the issues like food security, nutrition security, and livelihood security in isolation. They are interlinked together. So unless or until, because having food in the food malls, on the shelves of the foods is not sufficient, unless or until we proportionately built up the purchasing power of the large number of population, what I call as a livelihood security. So unless or until we ensure the livelihood security, there will not be demand for the processed food items. And unless or until there is no demand, the food processing industry will not sustain on its own. So on this particular occasion, I congratulate all the participants for having come together and discussed all those possible options. Because in technology also, there is almost explosion of technology in every field of science. And the food science is not an exception to this. But so also it's also true that the technological obsolescence rate is also equally high. Today's latest technology becoming tomorrow as an obsolete technology. So we have to be always very careful in choosing those technology and see that the food processing industry will come up to the expectations of the consumers as per their expectations. Not only the food items, the quality items, but their packaging and presentation standards as well. And it is in this context, this particular forum provides some technical inputs to the food industry. I'm very happy that my friend Dr. Sakale has organized this event despite the limitations because of the corona pandemic, and he has successfully conducted the proceedings of these events during last 2-3 days. And I'm sure that whatever the proceedings will come out of that, it will be the guiding document for the food industry in years to come. With these words, once again, I thank Professor Sakale for giving me an opportunity to address this valedictory function. Once again, wish you all the best luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words of wisdom. May I now request Professor Bhagwan Sakale, Local Organizing Secretary and President AFSTI Aurangabad Chapter, to present the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ritika ma'am. A very pleasant good evening, one and all. I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks on behalf of Organizing Committee of 28th ICFOST 2021. Convention scheduled during 28th to 22nd January 2022 at Institute of Chemical Technology, Marathwada Campus, Jalna in online mode. Its focal theme was to address and deliberate on the pivotal topic of emerging and adaptable technologies for sustainable agro-food industries and economy, which is abbreviated as ITSAF. At the outset, I express my deep sense of gratitude to Dr. Bhagwat Ji Kara, Honorable Minister of State for Finance, Minister of Finance, Government of India, for inaugurating this 3 days national conclave with his gracious guidance to the August gathering. I also wish to express my sincere thanks to Professor Dr. Ashok Dhawan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Vasantrao Naik Marathwada Krishi Vidyapith Parbhani, for his amiable presence as the chief guest for today's valedictory function and his encouraging guidance to all of us. My heartiest thanks to both the dignitaries for sparing their valuable time, even having their busy schedules. We are grateful to our chief organizing patrons and guest of honors, Professor Dr. Aniruddha Pandit sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai, Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, Director CSR CFTR Mysuru, and Dr. Anil Datta Semwal, Director, and Dr. R. Kumar, Associate Director, DRDO DFRL, Mysuru, and Professor Dr. Pramod Devle, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad, for their gracious presence and opening remarks, and for inauguration of virtual expo, e-poster sessions, and release of e-souvenir. Now, I would like to place on record our special thanks to all the chair, co-chair, eminent speakers for conventional talks, Amla Memorial Lecture, and all technical sessions on various sub-themes of this convention. I am also thankful to all panel of judges for evaluating the oral and poster presentations. We would like to extend our special acknowledgement to the platinum, gold, and silver sponsors, exhibitors, advertisers of e-souvenir for their financial support to make this virtual event a grand success. Our sponsors are Risela Platinum sponsor, Exjavan Nutrition, Aromax Creation, Marico, MIT EDT University, Namdali Fresh, Samyog Health Foods, Suwana Praveen Masale, Tayo Kagabu India Private Limited, High Media Laboratories, Agilent Technologies, Perkin Elmer, Chittale Dairy, AP Organics, Moody Naturals, 3F Industries, Yes Foods, Power Foods, Informa Markets, etc. Once again, thank you all for sponsors for various sponsoring various technical sessions, student events, startup conclave, and specialized technical sessions on millet and smart protein. Well, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months ago. It requires systemic planning and bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to backed by a team of very motivated, dedicated and determined organizers and co-organizers like AFSTI headquarters in association with AFSTI Mumbai and Aurangabad chapter, along with the co-organizers CSIR, CFTR, DRDO, DFRL, and Institute of Chemical Technology Mumbai. I take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to Professor Dr. Uday Annapure, President AFSTI, then Dr. Alok Srivastava, President Designate, Vice Presidents, Central Executive Committee members of AFSTI, and Organizing Secretaries of 28th ICFOST, Dr. Vikas Singh Chauhan, Honorary Secretary AFSTI, Dr. Subhaprada Nishtala, President AFSTI Mumbai Chapter, and conveners Dr. Nandini Shetty Ma'am, Joint Secretary AFSTI, Dr. Naveen Shivanna, Honorary Treasurer AFSTI, Mr. Ritesh Mathur and Uday Naik, Honorary Secretaries of Mumbai and Aurangabad Chapter respectively. I also thank all advisors, organizing committee members, chairmen of all subcommittees, president of all AFSTI chapters, and office bearers as well. On behalf of organizing committee, I congratulate and thank you to all AFSTI awardees and winners. I must extend my sincere thanks to all the delegates and student participants for their overwhelming response, which made this virtual food convention to a huge success. I would like to express my special thanks to print and electronic media persons for giving wide publicity to this event in local newspapers and news channels. I must put on record the untiringly efforts taken by the ministerial staff of AFSTI headquarters. I would like to mention here especially Mr. Shankarappa and his team, and teaching and non-teaching staff of ICT Marathwada campus Jalna. I especially express my thanks to Mr. Rahul Bodhankar and his entire dedicated team for their continuous support and cooperation in providing the IT platform to bring this mega event to a greater height. At the end, please accept my sincere apologies if I failed to mention any of the contributors of 28th ICFOST 2021. I propose my sincere thanks to them. On behalf of all of us, I wish here that we will meet again in such conventions, but in offline mode. Till then, stay safe, stay healthy, and take due care during this difficult time. Thank you once again. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, I request you all to kindly rise up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you all and have a wonderful weekend. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you once again.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.